What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we'll talk some Texas baseball as the Longhorns continue to add to their roster in the first offseason under Jim Schlossnagle. We've got some Dallas Cowboys news, more cause for concern in Big D, plus the Big Ten preseason poll kind of came out yesterday. We'll talk about what's expected to be the second best conference in college football this season. We've got some NFL record predictions from our friends at USA Today. We've got USA basketball surviving again in Olympic trials, and plenty more sports and fun between now and 10 o'clock. What's going on, my friend?
Well, it looks like Jordan Love's about to break the bank, too, here shortly.
Is that going to happen? I saw he was holding out in Green Bay.
Yeah, he's not practicing. He's not attending any on-field practices, but he's doing all the mental stuff. And they have it that their general manager understands through his agent what they were going to do. So he's going that'll get signed probably before the week is up. That deal, which will put him about, I don't know, in that $54 million range a year. So, boy, the asking price for a quarterback right now is unbelievable, especially a starting quarterback, especially a starting young quarterback.
Right. Jordan Love has been a starter for 1 year in the NFL, and it was a very good year.
Yes.
He closed the season strong and obviously helped the Packers win a playoff game against the aforementioned Dallas Cowboys. He looks like he is the real deal, but that's nuts. The fact that he has started one season in the NFL and he might be making $50+ million a year here shortly.
Yeah, he may be the number one or number two highest paid player in the NFL here.
Man,
very shortly. They'll get that. They don't have anybody else. They'll get that deal done.
You think it's worth it? You think he's worth it?
Yeah, I mean, yes. After watching him last year, I don't think he takes a step back. I think they only get better. And they've had 3 years to watch him get groomed for this position, and in his first year as a full-time starter, he does what he did last year. I think that team just gets better. I don't think they get worse or stay the same. I think they just get better.
Yeah, they were the youngest team in the National Football League a season ago, and once again, they finished 9-8. They made the playoffs. They won a playoff game, and they gave San Francisco all it could handle in the divisional round of the playoffs last season. So looks like the future is pretty bright up there in Green Bay. And, Trevor Lawrence was the last quarterback to sign a big money contract extension. 5 years, $275 million. That was the deal for Lawrence. Yeah, and that included $200 million in guarantees. So that put Lawrence at $55 million a year, which is tied for Joe Burrow for the highest average pay in the NFL. And Jordan Love could ask for that, or at least something very close to that here.
Man.
And he was better than Trevor Lawrence last year. And Trevor Lawrence has been doing it longer, but Jordan Love had a better 2023 than T-Law did. So
yeah, and I just think that team just gets better. I mean, that's a young team that's, they're going to grab a couple of veterans here and there, and they're going to be right in the thick of things again.
Yeah, I agree. So that could be news that comes down. And hey, speaking of the Dallas Cowboys, if a Jordan Love deal gets done soon, that could raise the asking price for one Dak Prescott.
Wow.
As if Jordan Love does get a bigger deal than Trevor Lawrence, then that means the price tag for Dak probably just went up too. So that's something the Cowboys are going to have to monitor, and that's the risk that they run by waiting as long as they do to get deals like this done.
Well, that's what they do.
That's what they do.
Jump out in front. They wait for somebody else to set the market. Then they end up paying market value or even more. Instead of being the one first out of the gate, they like to wait it out. I guess they think these other teams are going to say, no, we're going to lowball our quarterback. No, we need our quarterback. Obviously, you don't need your quarterback in Dallas, but you're going to pay him whether you need him or not. He's going to have to get paid, and he's not going to get chump change, which is just be the first one on the block to make the move.
Or the second one, or the third one.
Be at least the third one to do that.
You don't have to be the 32nd one.
I know. How about being the second one just one time?
How about just not being dead last one time? It feels like the Cowboys are literally last to do this. Like they push these decisions off until
just before the first game. Now the quarterback's all set and he feels, wow, they made me wait. I'm not quite, I don't know. Then the quarterback is shitty for the first 3 or 4 games. Yeah. I know it doesn't make any sense. That's just the way they won't do that to their defense. They won't do that to Micah Parsons. Believe me, when that time comes, they're going to be like, oh no, there's no way. We got to be the first ones. I'm going to say they're going to be the first ones on that deal when that time comes, or it's never going to get to that time.
Well, they could already make it happen right now. If they wanted to be first, they could have gotten it done at the start of this offseason, right? Like Micah Parsons still has a couple of years left on his rookie deal, but
they'll send him to that last year on his, which he would be pissed at.
Yeah, I mean, he was eligible for an extension this offseason and still is because the offseason is still going on.
He will be pissed.
Yeah, the good news for the Cowboys is, unlike CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons is not holding out. So it seems like Micah Parsons is cool with showing up and playing on his current deal for at least one more season. If he was holding out, then, yeah, the Cowboys would have their hand forced on another player. But it seems like only CD is the guy holding out right now. So
no kidding. And then when does Dak start holding out? If they're slow playing this, you get closer and closer to the season. When does he say, sorry, I'm not playing?
I don't think he's going to do that because he's playing for a new contract, right? Like whether it's with Dallas or with somebody else, I think that guy wants to have another good year and prove himself. And if the Cowboys aren't willing to pay him, then he'll go somewhere to a team that is. So it's like the ball is no longer fully in the Cowboys' court here, right? I mean, Dak, if the Cowboys don't give him a long-term deal this offseason, he will be a free agent next year, and he could leave to go anywhere else if he wants. So it's playing with fire a little bit in Big D.
That's exactly what they do. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. It is appreciated. We thank you, your families, and do be safe out there. And it will rain today.
It rained a lot yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to rain again today. I don't know how often it's going to rain today and when it starts. Probably not until, I don't know, just before noontime. But I don't think it's going to be an all-day rain, or it would have started by now.
No golf for you today? You were saying yesterday that it was going to rain every day except for Tuesday, so you could go hit the links this afternoon.
Yes, now that I've decided not to go all the way up to Horseshoe Bay, it looks like it's supposed to like stop at some point around noon, but it hasn't started yet here. I don't see any rain, but last night I got rain again.
Yeah, it rained pretty deep into the night last night, but we'll take it. We need it.
Yes.
And more rain in the forecast for the rest of the week. Are you calling rain today and beyond today?
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm calling it all the way to Thursday. I'm calling it Wednesday, and then Thursday it'll start to subside, and then next week we'll have a nice week next week. Lots of sun from Monday on.
All right. I like that.
We need the rain, but if I cancel golf, it's going to rain. Because generally if I play golf, it doesn't rain. But I don't want to even take that chance when it says 70% chance of rain and drive all the way up to the Horseshoe Bay and then get rained on. I did that last time. I got rained on starting on the bag 9 and do 3 holes into the bag 9. We had, no thunder and lightning, just rain and wind. Pulled it in to the cart barn and stood in there for a while. It was raining that hard. It was a torrential downpour. That is so awful to be wet playing golf. And I don't have a caddy to cover my clubs either. You know what I'm saying?
It wasn't a Caddyshack scene.
Oh, it was awful. I was in there were cats in the barn and shit up there. It was like, what am I doing in here? Let me get out. Why did I come here anyway?
Yeah, I'm not trying to play the British Open today, please. I don't need to deal with rain and wind.
It's terrible.
Yeah, I don't blame you, man. You play enough golf to where, all right, you could sacrifice a day to not deal with the elements out there.
Enough nice days around here to play golf. Hot days, warm days. Don't get out there in the rain or the lightning. And I don't play the lightning game. As soon as I see the first strike, I'm gone. I don't even say let's try to get 2 more holes in. I play with guys that would go right on through that lightning. If they blow the horn, they'd like to stay. I'm not that lucky. I don't do that. I don't want to be that one to get jarred or hit or whatever. I was down to the last hole once with these guys at Lost Pines on number 18, getting ready to tee off at 18. I said, that's it. Later, they're like, dude, we just got to play this one hole. I said, really? I said, do you see this? It's right above us. There's lightning strikes. And you can see it. It's not like it's 10 miles away. It's on top of us at the tee box. They wanted to play out the last hole. I refused. I said, no, thanks. I left the clubs in the cart. I started walking in. I just said, hey, you can keep, by the way, you want to keep playing? Leave my clubs on this cart. I'm not taking them in. Just bring them in with you. They can be wet, but I don't want those fire sticks with me.
And Paulie hit you with, I'd keep playing. I don't think the heavy stuff's going to come down for quite a while.
Oh yeah, that's them. They don't care. They don't think they think, oh no, it's not going to happen to them. Not me.
Shout out to our guy Matthew, who is in Horseshoe Bay currently and says it's raining right now out there. So courses are likely closed. So yeah, save yourself the trip down there. It's a beautiful drive and a fun place to play, but
yeah,
no point in doing that in the
rain.
rain.
Shave this baby off too.
Yeah, what's the occasion? Why?
I'm going, next month I'll be going to my wife's mother's 95th birthday. So I don't want to come in looking like Grizzly Adams, the Black Grizzly Adams. So I'll put a little gray. It'll be, I'll get a chance to shave it down one more time. I don't get to see those folks that often. All my kids up there.
I don't get why you would shave a month before an event. That feels unnecessary.
No, it'll be back, and then I'll shave it one more time.
Okay.
But this thing starts once the hair starts growing, it starts going in different directions. I don't walk around with a comb in my hand trying to comb my beard. I could care less in the summertime.
Oh.
But it's nice to get all that hair off your face.
Yeah, that's not a problem I have to deal with.
You don't have to deal with that.
All I get is the pedo stash every November. That's all I'm capable of growing. One of these days I'll get a beard.
Get your screening in.
Yep.
November, get it all. Get that cancer screening in. August 2nd, I'm there. I'm jelly fingered up and ready to go.
You're the one who's putting jelly on your finger? What, you're going to go around to the other patients and check them out?
I'm all loose. I'm getting myself loose and ready. I'm not going to be surprised this trip. This is not going to be one of those, hey, I got to check you. I'm going to expect it. And if I don't, I'm going to say, hey, you're doing this no matter what. Get in there and get the work done. That's right.
You seem awfully excited.
No, getting my screening, getting myself all set, because what I don't want to hear is, when was your last colonoscopy? That's the one I don't want to hear, because it was only 3 years ago. And for some odd reason, somebody says you got to go with your history every 3 to 5. I'm trying to go to every 10 to dead. That's what I'm trying to go.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, that's how she goes. All
That's
right.
how it goes, yes.
Cancer.org for more information about how to get screened. And I appreciate everyone tuning in this morning, wherever you may be tuning in. And thanks to all of you folks who listen via podcast as well. Shout out to y'all.
And by the way, Jason is right that it is a nice week. It's been in the 80s. This is nice. It's not in the 90s. We're in the 80s. Next week will be in the 80s again. So I'm digging that.
Yeah, I'm not complaining about the rain, but if we could get 80s with no rain, then it's real nice.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's what we're looking for right there. All right, let's get into some college football this morning, Buck. We had SEC Media Days last week, and we've got Big Ten Media Days going on this week.
The Big 20?
Yeah, I don't know why the hell they still call it the Big Ten, because there are now 18 teams in the Big Ten. So it is closer to the Big 20 than the Big Ten. One of these days, maybe they'll change the name of that conference, but today is not that day. Honestly, if I was up there, I'd be like, hey, are we going to get a name change here, please?
Yeah, really?
This was ridiculous when we had 14 teams and we were still calling it the Big Ten. Now we're up to 18 and we're still doing this bit. What's going on here? But alas, Big Ten Media Day is going on. And the Big Ten has done this for years, and I complain about it every year, and I will complain about it every year. So I'm sorry to you and everybody else who's heard me whine about this in the past. But the Big Ten does not do a preseason media poll. Like we talked about the SEC poll yesterday, right? That came out Friday afternoon. We talked about the projected order of finish from 1 through 16. Of course, Texas was picked to finish second, right behind Georgia in the Southeastern Conference. Like just about every other league does a preseason media poll, but the Big Ten does not. But thankfully, a website, Cleveland.com, which is a newspaper publication up there in Cleveland.
Guardians.
They do their own unofficial preseason poll. And you're like, well, it's Cleveland. Well, is it just Ohio people who vote on this? No, they literally send this out to media members from across the conference. So it's not as big, detailed, intricate as all of the other preseason polls, but it's the closest thing that we have because the Big Ten's too soft to actually have a media poll for the entire league. So, Buck, before we reveal their results, I know you were putting together your own Big Ten preseason poll. I want to get your thoughts on how you think this league is going to shake out this season.
Well, with the addition of Oregon and Washington and USC and UCLA, I think Ohio State would still be number one for me. Oregon would be number two, and Penn State would be number three in front of Michigan. Sorry about that, Wolverine fans, but I think if it's going to be a year where it needs to get done at Penn State, this would be the year. And it's not like they're number two. You know, I originally forgot that about Oregon. I actually had Penn State number two behind Ohio State, but no, they're not as good as Oregon. I would put Oregon as number two, probably 1 and 1A right now, because that game will be played out anyway. Ohio State and Oregon, and that's going to be in Oregon. So, but I put Penn State number three, Michigan number four. Do I have to put Iowa, who won't be there at the end anyway, as number five? Because they'll lose some meaningless game somewhere down the line, but I guess so. And then USC. But then after USC, to me, it just gets kind of who's who between the Marylands and the Purdues and the Nebraskas, of the world. Maybe I'd have to put Wisconsin probably behind USC.
You copying my paper over here? I mean, that is the exact top six for the actual Big Ten media poll.
Okay, that's fine. And then we got to have some surprises in the throw in there. Rutgers. I mean, I could put Rutgers after that, and then Nebraska, and then Maryland. I mean, you can just take that bottom level of those groups with the Illinois and Purdue's and Minnesota's, Rutgers, Maryland, Nebraska's of the world. Maybe Nebraska will be good this year. Maybe they'll be Nebraska and they won't. So,
yeah. Well, the SEC had almost 200 folks vote on its preseason poll. The Big Ten had just 27. Once again, this is Cleveland.com that handled this whole thing, and they've done this for years, so they've got this, I guess, down to a science, but it's a lot less opinions than what you get in the SEC. And look, there were no random-ass picks. Like, nobody picked Purdue to win the conference this season. Remember, we had two jabronis pick Vanderbilt.
Place votes.
No, we had two jabronis pick Vanderbilt, and some cuck picked South Carolina last week. You only had two teams get first-place votes in this Big Ten poll, and it was Ohio State, who got 21, and then it was Oregon, who got 6. So only 27 people voted in this poll. Once again, Ohio State got 27 first-place votes. They were picked to finish first in this league, and Oregon got the other 6. They were picked to finish second. So you're going with Ohio State, because I think just about everybody agrees that there is a clear top two in this league, and it's those two teams. If you had to pick one of those, you would take the Buckeyes.
I would take the Buckeyes, yes.
Okay. See, I'm on Oregon this year, and I am basing that off of quarterback play. Will Howard is the new quarterback at the Ohio State. And it's funny, you've got two former Big 12 quarterbacks representing these teams, with Will Howard at Ohio State and with Dylan Gabriel at Oregon. So Texas got to see both of these guys last year, and Texas got to see Will Howard for a couple of seasons. And I think Dylan Gabriel's a better quarterback than Will Howard, plain and simple. Now, top to bottom, if you want to say Ohio State's got more talent than Oregon, yeah, you're probably right. But I am siding with Oregon. And this game that these two teams play will be in Eugene on October 12th. So it's the same day Texas and OU play each other at the Cotton Bowl. That's when we'll have Ohio State at Oregon. But I'm going to go with the Ducks this year because I'm going with Dylan Gabriel over Will Howard.
That makes sense.
But to me, these two teams far and away the best in the Big Ten. Penn State, they're just Penn State. They never show up big in big games. Michigan lost too much to be right there. Still think Michigan's going to be very good, but I don't think their roster at this point is the same level of Ohio State or Oregon. So, I think 1 and 2 are right, but for me, I'd flip-flop number 1 and number 2. I'd put the Ducks at the top of the list. And you got Penn State number 3.
Okay.
Michigan 4, Iowa 5. So you've got the same top 5 as the actual folk out there. And it's a big year for Penn State. Going back to them for a second, because they don't have to play Michigan. They don't have to play Oregon. So 2 of the other teams picked in the
home.
top 4 are not there. And yeah, they get Ohio State at home. So this is about as favorable of a schedule as you could realistically ask for Penn State. They won 10 games last year, but of course it feels like every year they win 10 games, but they don't beat Ohio State or Michigan. Well, this year they only have to play one of those teams and they get them in Happy Valley. So this, I said it earlier, Buck, and I'll keep saying it. James Franklin has to make the playoff. Otherwise, I think Penn State's going to make a move. I wouldn't be saying that if there were only 4 teams in the CFP, but because there's 12 and because the schedule is what it is and because Penn State's roster is as good as it is, I think the Nittany Lions have to get into the CFP for James Franklin to
they'll be trying to get back to Bill O'Brien again.
Oh God. Well,
dude, he came in to save the day for him. When the shit went downhill, Bill O'Brien was the guy for a couple of years at Penn State. And I think they believed that he was going to stay. That guy never had any intentions to stay. But I guarantee he'd like to get out of Boston College and be at Penn State.
Oh, yeah, considering where that guy's career is fallen to at this point.
Oh,
absolutely.
Yeah. If he just had any kind of year at Boston College, if they just made it to a bowl game and they were getting rid of James Franklin and they called on him, he'd leave Boston College so damn quick.
Why the hell would Penn State call Bill O'Brien, though? Like, he was an up-and-coming coach when they hired him the first time. Like, that guy has been passed around and he's been ridden like a bus pass.
But the last time he was their semi-savior.
Yeah, I mean, look, he steadied the ship. He walked into a damn near impossible situation and calmed the storm, and it was a wild storm. But he went 8-4 and 7-5 in his 2 years there. Now, once again, there were a lot of things stacked against him, but it's not like, he was 10-2 and 10-2, and he was so great that we know he can have a bunch of success here, and we have to bring him back. Like, I don't think he'd be at the top of their list.
Careful of what you wish. I mean, what are you going to do with James Franklin? That guy wins 10 games there every year, 9 or 10 games.
Right.
So,
there's a risk that you run, right? Like,
well, yeah, and the risk for them is they're ready to get rid of James Franklin if he doesn't get it done with the kind of recruiting classes that he's had.
Yeah. What would you do? Would you keep James Franklin then?
No, it's time. It would be time if they rolled over and they didn't make it to the playoffs and they won 9 or 10 games and they didn't get in. It would start to get. It's hard, man, to get rid of a guy who's won 10 games. If you win 10 games in a year, how do you fire the dude?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a careful what you wish for situation. I mean, there are Ohio State fans like Ryan Day is the best outside of Sharon Moore, if you want to count him. Ryan Day is the best active winning percentage amongst college football head coaches.
Sure.
And Ohio State fans are like, dude, if he doesn't
beat Michigan, shit.
Yeah, well, if he doesn't beat Michigan, but like if he forget just make the playoff, like he's got to win some games in the playoff. Otherwise, we want to fire this dude. So that's how it is at times. And Penn State's expectations aren't as high as Ohio State, and they shouldn't be as high as Ohio State. But at what point are you like, well, this guy can't get us over the hump? Should we make a move? Like, that might be where Penn State is at right now. So, like, I compare Penn State to Oklahoma State, right? There are a lot of Oklahoma State fans over the years who are like, Gundy's been great, but we got to find somebody better. And it's like, are you going to get somebody better there? So there's a definite risk with Penn State, but I know that fan base is starting to get impatient because they've been knocking on the door for quite some time now, and they haven't been able to burst in. And they're ready to crash the party and actually make some noise. This is the year. So, and they've got Drew Aller, who's going to his 3rd year with the program. He was a 5-star recruit at a high school. They've got, one of the best running back duos in the country, maybe the best running back duo in the country. There's some talent on that team.
Well, they've spent some NFL offensive linemen lately. They've and some defensive backs and linebackers. So it's always been linebacker use. So it's the fact that they're sending guys to the NFL but they're not winning the games that they need. They can't beat Ohio State or Michigan. Sorry, you're in their conference, but this is your year. It doesn't get any better than this.
I'm with you. Yeah. Michigan's number 4. Obviously, Texas will see Michigan in week 2. You've got the Wolverines at 4 as well, so you're cool with where they're placed. Yeah, a lot to replace. Just 7 returning starters. The Wolverines lost 13 players to the NFL draft. Of course, they lost their coach. Oh, by the way, speaking of Michigan, I'm not sure if you saw this. I had this marked down. There's a new Netflix documentary.
Yeah, I saw that last night. That's going to be fun to see.
Coming. I have zero expectations for this. Like, I will watch this, but I think it's just going to be a total puff piece.
No lies. There's a bunch of lies that are going to be in this. Nothing's going to be truthful.
Yeah, because it's Connor Stallion. So Netflix announced 3 new sports-related documentaries that are coming out in August and September, so in the not-too-distant future. And one of these is called Sign Stealer. It's coming out August 27th. It's Connor Stallion's, and it's him sharing his side of the Michigan sign-stealing scheme. So it's going to be like Connor Stallion's telling his story, and I'm sure he's going to be saying how innocent he is, how he did nothing wrong, how this whole thing was blown out of proportion,
or how he got set up, how he got set up, and he's the guy.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, I'll watch it because it's intriguing, and it will help tell the story, I guess, of the 2023 Michigan Wolverines that won the national championship. But it's like, I'd love to, if they could interview every other coach in the Big Ten.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm like, hey, what did you think Michigan was doing, or how did you get tipped to the fact that Michigan was filming your practices or filming your games? Like, that's what I want to see. I need comprehension on this. I don't need one guy.
You don't need his word. You're not buying his word.
No, a cheater? No. Come on, man. I don't think. Absolutely not.
He didn't understand what that was about. He thought he could be at the 50-yard line with cameras and a platform. He didn't realize that you couldn't take up all those seats and buy those seats.
Right. He didn't realize he couldn't film other teams' games and practices and signs and all of that stuff. Yeah, and I guess he didn't know somehow. But yeah, no, when that comes out, Michigan fans are going to be like, "See, we're innocent."
Yeah, everyone else is going to say anything, but it's going to make them look innocent. Yeah.
Yeah, and everyone else is going to be like, "All right, shut the hell up, guys. Like, we know what happened up there." But yeah, Michigan.
Where do you go once you're past Iowa in this Big Ten?
Dude,
I mean, is Iowa really are they 5, or is USC or Wisconsin? Why Iowa? Kirk Ferentz is still there. They're going to lose a game that they're not supposed to lose. It's going to be 7-6. Some game that they lose 7-6, or a late field goal they'll lose by 3. That's happening.
I never know what to do with Iowa. I mean, it feels like Iowa is in the mix every single year. And hell, they made the Big Ten title game last year. Like, they are always somehow, some way in contention at the end of the year. Now, the Big Ten's a lot different because they did away with divisions. So the big reason why Iowa keeps making the Big Ten title game is because they've been in the West.
Right.
Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, the 3 best teams in the league, are all in the East. So Iowa just, hey, you're the tallest of all the midgets, Hawkeyes. So congratulations. You get to play for a conference championship, and you get the right to lose by 30 to Michigan or Ohio State. That's what it's been. Now no division. So Iowa's not making the Big Ten title game, but that defense, like, their defense is always awesome.
Yes.
Always awesome. And not just like, no, like one of the best in the country every year. And they've got 10 starters back on a defense that was good enough to get Iowa back to the Big Ten title game last season. The question is always, can they score enough?
Yeah, there seems like there's money to be made there in Vegas with Iowa, with that defense.
And last year,
can they score any points?
Last year they brought in Cade McNamara, the Michigan transfer, speaking of Michigan, and he played the first 5 games, but he got hurt and was out for the year. So Iowa's offense, it's not like it was great when McNamara was there, but it got even worse, which is understandable, once the starting quarterback got hurt. So McNamara's back. They have a new offensive coordinator, right? It was Kirk Ferentz's son who was the OC forever.
Did that dude retire?
It was a mutual parting of the ways, but it was
he was fired.
Oh my God, Iowa. Like, if Iowa fans could have had their way, Brian Ferentz probably never would have gotten the job, but he would have been axed years ago. So Tim Lester is the new offensive coordinator. for the Hawkeyes. And he was actually an analyst with the Green Bay Packers last year, but he was the head coach at Western Michigan for 6 years prior to that. He's been an offensive coordinator before, so it's outside of the family. No nepotism for Iowa now. So they've got a lot back on that offense, but do you want a lot back on that offense, considering how bad it was?
And you've got about at least 2 preseason games because you'll be playing Iowa State is that home? That's a home game?
Yeah,
home. You'll have lights, and they're not used to lights.
I don't know if that's a preseason game. I mean, that's a tough game.
In-state rival, yeah.
Yeah, you get it at home, and Iowa's had the better of Iowa State in recent years, and they got them last year. But yeah, I don't like Illinois State. Week 1's a preseason game, but then it's a pretty tough test for Iowa in week 2, I think.
Troy and Minnesota.
Yeah, no Michigan or Oregon on the schedule for the Hawkeyes, but they do have to go to Columbus this year, also to UCLA, which it's just going to take me a long time to make sense
that
of
travel
that.
down.
Yeah, but Kirk Ferentz going into his 26th season.
26 seasons, folks.
In Iowa City. Yeah, I mean, he's been consistent, and that's the ultimate careful what you wish for program right there.
Oh, yeah, no kidding.
Kirk Ferentz, obviously he hadn't won a national championship, but he has had, considering the resources and facilities that Iowa has, considering where they are in this country, the fact that dude has won as much as he's won there, that's I'm sure you'd want to win a national championship, and maybe if you have a few more conference titles under your belt, but you take that. You take what you get from that, dude.
Just going to the Big Ten championship game is a big deal to them.
Yeah, it is. And they've been, I think, 2 of the last 3 seasons. Yep. Once again, a lot tougher now with the lack of divisions in that league. But, yeah, I don't know. I could see Nebraska being in there. They've got a very easy schedule, especially early on. I don't know about USC, right?
Well, you'll know about it pretty quickly after LSU and Utah State.
Yeah, they've got some early tough games, that LSU game in Vegas, but no more Caleb Williams there. And even with Caleb Williams, USC lost 5 games a season ago.
Yeah, they still play defense.
That defense should be better because Alex Grinch is gone, but we're still talking about a Lincoln Riley team and defense. So I don't know exactly what that's going to look like this season. Yeah, USC, I could see them winning 9 games, but I can't put them ahead of Iowa. I don't even think I'd put them ahead of Nebraska. And then Wisconsin's a potential surprise team, year 2 for Luke Fickell. What has he built in a short time up at Camp Randall? And Wisconsin's got to play Alabama the 3rd week of the season in Madison. So that's Wisconsin wins that game.
You're
all
right.
Of a sudden it's all right. Maybe they're closer to Michigan, Penn State, Oregon, Ohio State kind of deal. But if they lose that game, then they're kind of in that next tier of teams. So, yeah, to me, it's a battle for 1 and 2. I think that's a pretty clear cut right there. And I think there's kind of an obvious tier 2 with Penn State and Michigan. And then after that, it's anybody's guess.
Maryland, Rutgers, Minnesota, Purdue, Illinois. My God, what a mess that is.
Yeah, I think I guess there are a few gaps within that 3rd tier because Iowa and Nebraska and USC, I think, are clearly better than teams like Purdue and Michigan State.
Yeah, I mean, where do the Huskies play into this now? I mean, they lost a lot, new coach, but they'll still be pretty good.
Yeah, well, they're a big wild card this year too, right?
Yeah,
like you said, they lost just about everybody from that team that made it to the national title game. The media has them picked to finish 10th in the conference this year after Rutgers. So It's weird to see a team that just played for a national title pick below Rutgers anywhere. But yeah, Washington has 6 starters coming back, and obviously they lost Kalen DeBoer to Alabama. So I don't know what to expect. I think Jed Fish is a pretty good coach. The turnaround he had at Arizona was very impressive.
That's not impressive. Did you hear the word 2 coming back on offense, 4 coming back on? That's scary.
It is. It's going to take some time, I think, for Jed Fish in Seattle to figure it out. I don't know what to expect from Washington. It almost feels like they're just picked 10th because that's right in the middle of the conference. And all right, that gives us some leeway.
How about that? That's in the middle of the damn conference. That's how many teams they've got in this mess.
Hypothetically, I guess they could be one of the worst teams in the Big Ten, right?
Yeah.
And maybe
until A&M gets there, if they bypass the Big 12, we're trying to get to 20 teams in the Big 10. So Aggies will join. Hey, they might as well take Texas State in there. Come on.
Those are the last two.
Those last two in. Yes.
That's how the Big 10 gets to 20. They add Texas A&M and Texas State.
Sweet.
Yeah, sweet for Texas State. Hell yeah.
You think they jump out of the Fun Belt to join that?
There's a bear shit in the wood. What do you mean? Do I think they yeah, come on, man. That would never happen, but absolutely. And I'd become a Texas State fan if they ended up in the Big 10.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be a T-shirt Texas State
First
fan.
of all, they need to be in the Big 12 along with the Aggies and quit messing around.
Yeah, I think Texas State would sign up for that in a heartbeat as well. Big 12, yeah. Big 10, ACC, any of those leagues come after Bobcats, yeah. I think they're jumping for joy down there in San Marcos.
I don't know why the Aggies aren't jumping for joy to get back to the Big 12. They're making a big mistake here.
Well, they've got time. Doesn't have to happen this season. They could make a move in the future.
And the SEC would openly say, okay, bye.
Yeah. See you guys. Oh, wait, you're going to the Big 12 because you think they're adding Florida State and Clemson? All right, if you guys leave, we'll just add Florida State.
That's exactly what would happen.
We'll take your spot. We don't need you guys anymore.
They would say, believe me, they take Florida State so quick.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you. So there's the Big 10 preseason poll.
Who's at the bottom? Who is at the bottom of the Big 10?
Purdue was picked to finish last. The bottom five is Northwestern, UCLA, Michigan State, Indiana, and Purdue.
Jeez.
That's the bottom five, according to those who voted on Cleveland.com.
I put Michigan State as at the bottom.
Yeah, they've got the third toughest schedule in the country.
Yeah, they're at the bottom.
Let me let you know what Michigan State has before we move off the Big 10. They would have to play at Boston College this year. But they've got Ohio State, at Oregon, at Michigan, Iowa. Like, they play every good team in the Big 10 except for Penn State, pretty much. And they've got, at Boston College in the non-con.
Yeah, well, there's one of BC's wins for Bill O'Brien right there.
Yeah, it should be. It probably should be. So, not a lot of expectations for Sparty. And, God, they had that crazy COVID year, and since then, everything has spiraled out of control in East Lansing. Maybe don't sext the sexual assault coach. And
then you've got Rutgers, who that's the next guy at, as I say, Bill O'Brien, but that guy would love to have that Penn State job.
Yeah, Greg Schiano. He's rebuilt Rutgers twice. Left once for the NFL. Maybe this time he leaves for another college gig. But, yeah, that guy is not staying. He's not going to be like, oh, thanks, Rutgers. You were loyal to me. You gave me another shot after my career started falling apart. He'll be like, nah, thanks for getting me back on my feet, guys. I'm leaving.
Yeah, he's got a chance to win some games, too. He just, them playing Howard, Akron, Virginia Tech, Washington, Nebraska, Wisconsin, UCLA. You're right. They're not playing anybody. If he's going to win, this is the time to win and get the hell out of there.
I think you're right. And
like I said, if James Franklin doesn't get it done, they would look at Schiano because he went to Penn State,
Yeah, there's a few names that would be very interested in that gig if it opens up because James Franklin's recruited well enough. And in the Big 10, that's a good job. It's a big job. So see what happens. All right, the Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube comment line is open as well. We'll shift gears here. We'll talk some Texas Longhorn baseball. We'll get into some NFL headlines and plenty more between now and 10 o'clock. But before any of that, let's give some love to some of our sponsors.
How about Relax the Back? I'm sitting in my Relax the Back chair right now, BK, and my back loves it. Believe me, I've been looking for years to find some comfort for my thoracic back after I had reconstructive surgery in my thoracic back. And when I went to Relax the Back, Jason and the gang over there found a chair that suited me. And I've been in the chair now for over 20 years, and I love this chair. And you can find that the chair, the pillows, the bed that you're looking for at Relax the Back. Tempur-Pedic mattresses, Tempur-Pedic pillows. They've got all the accessories, zero gravity recliners, massage chairs, the works. They've got them at 2 stores. And BK is at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Absolutely. And love to centextickets.com as well.
Oh, yeah.
Don't forget the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout. You're going to get 10% off your purchase from centextickets.com. They've got tickets to all of the biggest events around Austin, around Texas, around the country, whether it's sports, concerts, festivals, Broadway shows. It doesn't matter. You name it. They've got it online right now. Once again, that promo code CENTEX10. You're going to get 10% off your purchase from our friends at centextickets.com.
Love it.
And also some love to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. I'm rocking one of our new TSU hats today. They whipped up a bunch of these for us, and they look great. If you've got a business and you want hats, shirts, sweaters, stickers, signs, banners, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be clothes, just anything to help promote your business. They've got it for you at Waterloo Printing and Graphics, based in South Austin. They're going to give you fast service. They're going to give you great customer service. Our man Adam is running a great show at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. You can find them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing and shoot them a DM there, or you can text or give Adam a call at 512-300-9641.
Love it.
All right. Good news for Texas Longhorn baseball, Buck, as Jim Schlossnagle continues to put together this roster for his first season coming up in 2025. The Longhorns added another pitcher from the transfer portal, a guy by the name of Jared Spencer, coming over from Indiana State. He was actually drafted in the MLB draft last week, but didn't get drafted high enough. He didn't sign, and he is coming back to college, and he's transferring to Texas.
Very nice.
He's a lefty. He was the closer for Indiana State last year. About 72 strikeouts and 53 innings of work for Jared Spencer. This dude's got some pretty nasty stuff. 7 saves, 216 batting average against for the Sycamores a season ago. So nice get for Texas baseball. And yeah, Schlossnagle, I think that's now 5 transfer portal pitcher additions this offseason. So every Texas fan who kept up with the baseball team last year knows that the pitching staff was the issue for Texas, and it's kind of what did David Pierce in at the end of the day. Jim Schloss, he's not waiting. He's not like, oh, I'll figure it out. He's like, no, we need to get this fixed, and we need to fix this right now. And he's doing seemingly everything in his power to try to make sure that this Texas pitching staff, what is that? What is a bitching staff?
The witching staff?
The witching staff, the bitching staff, the kitchen
staff. He's making
staff.
sure that his pitchers are what he's looking for. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's doing whatever he can to fix that thing up right away and to get Texas fans to stop bitching about the pitching staff. Maybe that's what's going there. More good news for Texas. Also, Dre Duplantier, who was here last year, is probably the second best reliever for Texas behind Gage Boehm. He announced that he's coming back to Austin for another season yesterday. So 2 great pieces of news for the Texas pitching staff yesterday. Duplantier 2-2 with a 3.09 ERA and 29 appearances last season. Once again, one of the best relievers for Texas in 2024. So that's a nice piece. So, yeah, you really bolstered your bullpen with Jared Spencer coming in and now Dre Duplantier coming back. That's big-time stuff for the Longhorns, who need more depth in that bullpen next season. I think they're going to get it with these 2 dudes. So
yeah, they won't lose a lot offensively, but they'll gain a lot when it comes to the pitching staff, it looks like.
Yeah, I think only 3 players from Texas last year got drafted, at least high enough to where they decided to go and sign with MLB teams. So you have a couple of high school guys who were signed with Texas who ended up going pro, but for the most part, like, you've got your key players back from this season, and you obviously hit the portal hard and you've recruited incredibly well. So it should be a better roster. Hell, it will be a better roster. I think it already is a better roster in 2025 than what Texas just had. But yeah, like it's been about as good of an offseason as you could ask for, right? You steal your rival's head coach, one of the best coaches in the country.
They steal a coach from you.
And then, yeah,
steal him back. That's just wrong.
Yeah. We did not have a meltdown. We can start the meltdown if we want. That Michael Early left Texas after being here. You know, at least Jim Schlossnagle was at A&M for a few years and got them to 2 College World Series.
This guy didn't even stick around.
He was here for 2 days. Why aren't we complaining? Why aren't we on the bitching staff about that?
Yeah, no kidding.
2 days and then he left for our biggest rival?
They're not complaining about that, are they?
After he signed and said he was going to be here for a while? There's no way.
Doesn't seem right. It seems like they owe us.
Yeah, what's going on there, Aggies?
Let's just get your thing done in football like you're supposed to, Aggies. That's right. Get it done.
What, the Big 10 or Big 12 move?
No, not that. Win games all the way until you play Texas.
Oh, I thought you were saying move to the Big 12 or saying that Texas is going to hire Mike Elko as its next linebackers coach.
Yeah, like I told those people at the SEC meetings, we're coming and we're taking your coaches and taking your conference.
Yeah.
It won't take long. It won't be long. No. You'll notice. You'll feel it.
You better hope your coach doesn't have that good of a year.
Yeah, that's right.
We'll take him. He can have a good year, and we won't be interested. But if he has a great year,
that's
Texas
right.
Tech, Texas A&M, then Big Brother's coming. We're taking your toys. Sorry about that.
We're not coming there to be just another team in your conference. We'll leave that up to the Sooners.
Oh, the Sooners are
another team.
They're just going to be regulars.
They're just going to be regulars like Mississippi State.
Oh,
Vandy. Yeah.
Vandy?
Yeah, they're going to be just regulars there.
God.
Auburn. They'll be like Auburn. That's
okay,
who they'll be.
Auburn's more of a regular. Mississippi State and Vandy are bottom feeders.
That's who they'll be. Sorry about that, Stone.
God.
That's not what Texas is coming to be. And when it comes to administrative decisions, we're coming immediately to help you make the right decisions. You think you've been making the right decisions, but you haven't had this Longhorn influence yet. Those will be the right decisions.
You've had some bold predictions on this show, but saying Oklahoma's going to be Mississippi State in the SEC.
Okay, I'll give them Mississippi. No, I'm going to give them Mississippi State. I'm not putting them up there. Mississippi is going to be one of the top teams in the nation this year. Oklahoma is just another team coming to the SEC. That's what they needed to tell Sooner fans last week at Media Day. You're just another team, but they can't say that to Texas. That's not the way it works here.
Are you talking about just for 2024? Or are you saying like Oklahoma is just going to be middle of the road for their entire time in that conference?
For the next 5 years, that's who they're going to be. Just another team.
Well, then Brent Venables will not be there for all 5 of those years.
Oh, you don't think so?
Oh, if they're with Mississippi State in the standings, then no. Not at all.
Well, he'll be drinking out of a fire hose someplace else.
Well, maybe as a fireman. That might be his career change if OU is where Vanderbilt is. My God.
I'll give him where Mississippi State is.
Oh, you'll give them second to last and not last.
Yeah, I won't give them all the way. They'll be there. It'll be Mississippi State, Auburn. That's who they'll be like, just trying to find their way again.
Oh, man, you crack me up. Yesterday, you're like, I want A&M to be 11-0, and today you're like, Oklahoma's going to be where Mississippi State and Vanderbilt are this year. That's awesome.
All right, that was a slip of the tongue with the Vandy. How about Mississippi State and Auburn?
Okay.
That's okay, right? That's not okay. It's
not for OU fans.
No.
Because OU was picked to finish ahead of both of those in the preseason poll. OU was picked 8th.
Use that with their Arnold Jackson 5 guy playing quarterback.
I don't think he was a member of the Jackson 5, but I cannot confirm or deny that.
No, it's not happening this year. That defense can be as stout as they think they're going to be. But offensively, they got no runner. They're going nowhere. They got no offensive line. And I can't wait till the Cotton Bowl this year.
A little revenge.
Oh, yeah.
Feeling good about that one?
I'm feeling good. That lefty's not running loose on the secondary.
You feeling blowout in that one?
I'm not going that far.
Okay. All right.
Rival game. I'm going 10-point win.
Okay. That would cover. I think the opening line was somewhere in the 8.5 to 9 point range.
Yeah, I'm going touchdown field goal.
Okay.
Plus, we got the best kicker in the SEC. We
do. First team all-conference kicker.
Number 1 kicker in the SEC.
He's elite. I don't know what to tell y'all. Texas has 2 elite players. It's the left tackle and it's the kicker.
Wow. It's the kicker.
The damn kicker. Hey, we're KU. Sorry, Kansas. We've become kicker U over these years. We've had awesome kickers in Austin for decades now. That's good stuff right there. All right. Oklahoma, by the way, picked to finish 8th. Auburn 10th. Mississippi State 15th out of 16.
Ooh, pushed them down to Mississippi State, huh? In between those two.
So you're pushing them into the early teens range for the Sooners, which would be pretty hilarious. So there you go. Texas baseball, by the way. But Texas has become like Indiana State South because Texas basketball added 2
that's right.
ISU transfers this year with Julian Larry and Jason Kent, who are expected to make an immediate impact here. And then, now Jared Spencer coming over in baseball. There's a random-ass pipeline going from Indiana State to Texas. I don't know how you'd make that trip, but that has been happening. So thanks, Sycamores, for giving us all of your good players. And if you have any more, we will happily take them.
That's for sure.
In the future. All right. What else do we have? USA basketball, Buck. And the Olympics get going on Friday with the opening ceremonies. And
the carrying the flag.
Yeah, LeBron James is going to be carrying the flag during the Olympic ceremonies, and he's earned it. Like the way LeBron's played over these last couple of tune-up basketball games, this is not a, hey, you're the old guy who's coming off the bench and we'll just throw you a bone because you're
the oldest guy at the Olympics.
Yeah. Nice. Because you've been around for like 5 of these things. This has turned into a, no, dude, like you're our best player on our basketball team right now. So, hey, you carry the flag because you might have to carry our team to a gold medal in Paris because LeBron James has shouldered the load for the U.S. basketball team in these last 2 games.
Yeah, sorry about that, Lakers, when that time comes because he's not going to shoulder anything when the season comes.
Well, he's still very good. He's not the best player in the world like he was for a decade and change.
Can you say he's top 5, though?
Close. He's top 10 for sure.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I don't know about top 5, but he's still in the mix.
Probably 7 or 8.
Yeah, and he's been the best player for Team USA this week, right? Remember, on Saturday, USA struggled with South Sudan, coached by lifetime Longhorn Royale Ivy. We talked about that game yesterday where LeBron had to hit a game-winning layup with 8 seconds left to give the Americans the victory there. USA basketball survived again, this time against Germany, 92-88, the final score. But this game was close throughout. And LeBron down the stretch, he hit a huge 3, had a big steal on defense, had a couple of big layups. Like he literally did everything in the last 3 or 4 minutes of this game to preserve a USA victory. So, like, he's been the guy. There's so much talent, and just about everybody on this U.S. roster is used to being the guy on their respective team. But, like, these dudes have been passive, and then it's been, just get the ball to LeBron. Like, he'll know what to do. And LeBron has, thankfully, known what to do.
So far, so good, but it's only practice.
Well, they went 5-0 in these practice games, but even though that record is perfect, it was pretty imperfect for USA basketball. And I think some folks have some questions. Like, a lot of people have been saying, oh, this ain't the dream team. Well, look, basketball has changed a lot. Like, okay, you could say it's not the dream team, but I think there were 4 NBA players combined from every other country in the 90s when the dream team was doing its thing. Now there's like 60 players on these teams. So basketball's gotten a lot bigger. The competition's a lot tougher. So it's not going to be as easy for this U.S. team to do what the dream team did because basketball in itself is just a more global game nowadays.
Then they play a great player to start out with Serbia.
Yeah, and they got to play maybe the best player in the world to start out. A guy who's won 3 MVPs in the last 5 years. So it's going to be tough. Like the U.S. is still the Vegas favorite, and it would still be an upset and a pretty big disappointment if they don't win gold. But like, I think these last couple of games have told you that, hey man, this is not going to be a bunch of 30 to 40 point wins out there. It's going to be tough to win some of these games.
Yeah. Or these guys are just kind of cruising through still right now.
Because it's practice. We're talking about practice.
We're talking about practice.
God, but it's, that was the last. It's not like, now they've got a month to figure it out. The first actual game is on Sunday.
Yeah, they've got to start playing some defense too. I mean, guys are scoring on them. And one thing LeBron is doing is he's still playing some pretty good defense for an old fella,
Yeah, and he was good down the stretch.
And I saw Joel Embiid go in for a block last night. I'm thinking, dude, you don't even try those in the NBA. when you're going against guys falling on the ground. I said that would be an injury for him to keep him out 6 months right there.
Oh, he does fall on the ground, but it's usually to flop on offense to try to get a call.
Dude, that was a great play last night.
Yeah, and that's why I don't get why I talked about it yesterday. I don't get why people are bagging on Joel Embiid for trying to win a gold medal for this country. That's like the weirdest thing ever is that Americans are like, why are you playing with us? It's like,
really?
Thanks for playing on our team, dude. You're like one of the best big men in the league. I appreciate you being here. That's my
Glad
thought.
we pay you a lot of money in the States too.
Yeah. Yeah. But 5-0. U.S. plays Serbia on Sunday in pool play. I'm looking at the gold medal odds right now. USA still a massive favorite. I mean, they've won 4 straight gold medals, and they've won 7 of the last 8 dating back to 1992, the Dream Team era. USA is minus 500. So still heavy favorites to get this thing done. You've got Canada plus 1,100, France plus 1,200, Serbia and Greece rounding out the top.
Plus 1,200 on France is not a bad go after right there now.
Yeah, I guess that's the scary thought. If you're an American fan, it's like, Germany and South Sudan are the teams that have given you fits, not France and Canada. Now, the U.S. did play Canada, and they actually beat them pretty good a couple of weeks ago. So the team that's got the second best odds to win this thing, the U.S. dismantled. But it's like, well, recently you've played 2 teams that aren't amongst the biggest favorites to take gold, and you've beaten them by a combined 5 points. Like, I don't think South Sudan is going to be on the podium at the end of this tournament.
No, probably not.
So I don't know. You still picking the U.S. to win it all?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I am too. I'm not a communist. Simple as that.
Yeah, of course. It's the Olympics. I always root for the USA.
Yeah, and I can't pick them to lose. I
No.
gotta pick Canada to win in basketball. What are we doing here? We're not talking about
winning golf too.
We're not like France. We're not talking about fries.
Some live tour from Frenchie's going to win in golf.
I don't think so.
Scheffler, Schauffele, come on, forget about it.
Yeah, golf's going to be fun because golf is such an international game that you've got talent all over the place. I mean, John Rahm and Sergio, I think, are on a team together for Spain.
Yep.
Like that's pretty good right there. That's going to be fun. And that I think is the sport I'm most excited to watch at the Olympics. Right? Like I'm pumped for basketball and I'll check everything out. But like men's golf, I think is going to be, I don't even know the rules. I don't even know how it works. I'm just like pumped to watch all of those big names competing against each other. It'll have like a Ryder Cup feel, but instead of just US versus Europe, it's every country for itself. It's going to be sweet.
It is. It will be fun. You're right.
We've got to do a top 5 later this week, maybe on Friday, because that will be the day of the Olympic ceremonies. We got to rank.
By the way, those guys won't know what to do. They're not playing for money.
No. Playing for pride, Buck. Doesn't that matter?
Huh?
Doesn't that matter? Pride? National pride?
Oh, is that what you tell your live golfing buddies?
No, they play for money. What do you mean? They're all about the money. They're not playing for Saudi Arabian pride. They're playing for Saudi money.
That's exactly how they do it.
Yeah, that's, live golf.
As live as they'll get right here, these guys.
If you want to partner with us, man, like we'll take your money. All right. I'm not above that.
Cash.
And if you're above that, Buck, I'll keep the whole. If the rest of our team is above live money, I'll take it all.
There you go.
I want to give it away, but if y'all have morals or whatever,
if you decide to have your morals, you go ahead and keep them.
Yeah, if you're one of those guys, then I don't know what to tell you, man. Oh God. All right. So USA basketball, big win or a win last night. LeBron James big down the stretch. And once again, Sunday is when they will begin group play against Serbia. They will have to play South Sudan again next week in their second group stage game. And then it's 3 group games before the knockout rounds begins.
And we're closing in on Texas headed to camp here a week from this Thursday.
Yes.
Be interested to see early who's practicing and who's not. If there's guys that got some academic things that they've got to take care of during the summertime, you always have a couple of those. There's always a couple of those,
Come
right,
on,
Dion?
Summer classes.
Hey, Dion, you got to keep that GPA up, Dion. That's what I hear. He's going to be held to that higher standard while his guys are in summer school because, they're worried about their GPA.
I
Everybody's worried about your GPA. I hear them talking about it all over the country. We got to up those GPAs. I haven't heard that shit talked about in the last 5 years in college football. What? GP what?
Yeah, I think we're the only show right now talking about Colorado's GPA.
Really?
Like,
I've heard that damn new video game talked about more than a GPA, and they didn't even have it 5 years ago. It was still talked about. It's coming back. It's coming back. Deion's worried about this GPA. Everybody worries about that with them. No, they don't, Coach.
Look,
we're about
Deion's held to a higher standard, but he's held to a higher standard because he brought it upon himself.
Of course.
But I don't disagree with the part that he's held to a high standard, but I'm with you. That has nothing to do with the GPA.
No, dude.
You go 10-2 this year, your team can have a 1.8, and that's all good.
By the way, nobody's going to talk about it and say, oh, guess what? He's missing the boat educationally. They won't say a word.
No, you know what's going to happen? He'll either get a raise at Colorado or he'll get a better job.
Right.
In college or maybe even the NFL.
Because his son will be out of there and he'll be out of there. You believe he's gone.
I think this is his last year at Colorado. Yeah, for better or for worse, whether the team's great or the team sucks. I think once Shedeur and Travis Hunter leave, I mean, those are the two best players, and those are the guys who kind of started this whole thing.
You mean he's not there to build the program?
No, I think he's there to build his ego and his legacy and his bankroll.
Yeah, and then he's gone.
And then he's gone. Yeah. So that's where Colorado is. But yeah, for Texas, we can get into some Texas football. We got some Dallas Cowboys to get into as the Cowboys have had to delay their training camp opening press conference that was scheduled for tomorrow. We'll tell you why that got
pushed busy. That's why. Because what do you think they're doing? Just sitting around?
Yeah, it has to do with Jerry Jones, but it's not him actually doing football things. It's him being Jerry Jones away from the field. But before any of that, Buck, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, our good friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits. If you're having that big party, if you're having that big gathering, do call in the guys over there at 34 Wine and Spirits there on the Southwest Parkway for your office, for your company. Hey, but if you're just having a little get-together with your friends in the neighborhood, go on by the store at 34 Wine and Spirits. They're a wholesaler right now, so they can bring the big party to you. But if you've got the small party going in, go into their store and check out all the items that they have for you, all the alcohol that you want, it's there. And I think you'll find Allstat beer there, of course.
Oh, yeah. Plenty of Allstat beer there. And that's the best beer that you can find. And, yeah, you can find it at 34 Wine and Spirits. So how about that? How about getting two birds stoned at once or whatever the expression is? Go to 34 Wine and Spirits because it's the best wine and spirit store in the city. And then get you some Allstat beer because it's the best beer you can find in the state of Texas.
There you go.
Simple as that. They've got a bunch of different brews, too. Something for every beer drinker out there. The Lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagships. We were talking about the German basketball team here. It's the most authentic German beer drinking experience you're going to find here in the great state of Texas. Brewed in Fredericksburg, but once again, available wherever you buy your beer across the Lone Star State. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Allstat beer. No impurities. No regrets.
You know what? Nice time to walk the streets of Fredericksburg, too, in the 80s where the temperature is like this. Place is always a mob scene. But, boy, this week, right here, if it's not raining in the 80s, what a nice place to be.
Is it supposed to rain this weekend? Do you know?
I don't know. No.
There you go.
I've made that stroll a few times. And I'll tell you what, I've made it when it's 110 for all the little shops there in Fredericksburg. Still loved it or pretended to at least love it. Being dragged around that place, in and out of every one of those shops.
Shops? When are you a big shopper?
I'm an antique shopping guy. I do grab the junk, as my wife calls it. My wife now calls it junk. She calls you don't need that.
Don't grab your junk in public, dude. You're gonna get in trouble for that.
There's enough junk in the trunk, that's for sure, up here in my attic.
Don't be grabbing other people's junk either in public.
Oh, man.
You're going to jail for that one, Chief.
DJ says Olympic golf is similar to regular golf. Both suck.
Come on, DJ. That's just wrong, man. That is just wrong.
I got a call from my daughter yesterday who shot 89. And I'm like, yow, I don't want to play you.
Better than you, better than me.
I said, I don't want to play against you. She's telling me how she shot. Had to make par in the last hole to shoot that 89. I'm like, damn. I don't want to play against you.
Good for her. That's awesome. Need some lessons from her. She's got to coach you up a little bit.
A little bit, yeah, for sure.
Come on, man. All right, I do want to show you this video here before we get back into the sports, because yesterday you shared a story of a little road rage incident you had.
Yes.
Over the weekend, where some guy passed you up as you were stopping to let some ducklings walk across the street.
Letting them cross. They were, by the time that he actually, as I slowed down, they were right in front of my car. So he really never saw them. I saw them from a little ways up. So I let them pass. I decided not to run over the ducklings themselves. I just came to a very slow, I really never came to a complete stop because, I could see him up in front of me. So I never stopped the car, but he was blowing the horn, going crazy, and then got on the other side and went around me. Yes. Road rage took over.
And then he gave you the bird and started cussing you out as he passed you. So you caught up to this jabroni at a red light, and then you rolled down your window and started MFing him, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you said you wanted to hit him with your car?
No, I didn't say I wanted to. I said if he would have got out of the car and come around the front of his car in between our cars to my driver's side, I would have had to maneuver my car to get him squished between his truck and my car, yes.
So you didn't want him to do that, but if he did do that, you were ready to go.
Wasn't I not defending myself? I'm an old man.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I just wonder if you would have preferred, oh man, I hope he comes out of his car so I can run his ass over.
No, I was hoping that he would take a left, I would take a right. We would just have some words.
Go
on our way, and then I would talk about it and feel like that would have been my next. I'm always looking for options. If the option is a guy getting out of a truck, a young guy getting out of the truck, coming over to my old ass, and I'm not wrong, and he gets in between my car and his truck, there's a good chance that I'll turn the wheel slightly inside to pin him in there.
See,
am I in the wrong?
It's probably not the most right thing to do, but
what? Oh, just let that guy reach in there and grab me.
No, I wouldn't do that.
You'd pin him. I know you'd pin him. You'd give a little left in there.
I wouldn't do any of this. I don't have road rage like you do.
What? I don't have road rage, but I wouldn't want to kill the duck. It wasn't a squirrel. It was ducklings.
I can let stuff go. Yeah, a guy passes me up and shoots me the bird. Well, he's an idiot. He's got to learn how to drive better, but all right. So be it. He's having a bad day. He's having a bad day. I'm not going to let him bring me down.
He's trying to get home from cutting the grass or whatever he was doing. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, the guy's got to work on a Saturday or something, and he's pissed, and he just wants to get home to the AC. And look, I'm not defending him. This is not like siding with him over you, but it's like I don't let that impact my day. I don't want to think about it. But hey, there are a lot of folks like you out there.
What do you mean like me with road rage?
Like you.
That's not road rage. I'm kind of minding my business, making sure that nature continues to progress. I'm not,
Oh, you're taking the role of God here, and you're killing a guy.
What? I wasn't going to kill. If I pinned him, I wouldn't kill him. He may walk with a limp for a long period of time or lose a leg or an ankle, but I wouldn't kill him.
I'm driven with you. You got an unsteady foot. You might hit the gas a little bit too hard.
Pin him in there?
Yeah, really pin him in there. He's stuck. Down he goes. Crushes inside.
Get out of your car, you jackass.
Well, this could have been you. This is from Carrollton, Texas, just outside of Dallas. Video that popped up over the weekend. No sound, so we can talk while it's going on. But we've got a little road rage incident here. It's being filmed from a third-party car. You see one guy go up to the passenger window of another car. You've got hands being pointed and faces, and then boom, all of a sudden, these guys are throwing blows.
Wow.
A full-on fight here. A little cat fight here. Not a lot of serious punches. There's a lot of kind of swipes going on. And then some.
If there's no arm, there's nobody with a firearm being pulled, that's okay. Little fisticuffs. But by that time, I'm looking for a brick or a bottle or something because I can't have these long-winded fights. You know what I'm saying, BK?
Yeah, well, this lasted for about 15 seconds before somebody else, I guess a driver of another car, got out and broke these two up. Look, you'll see it towards the end of the video. Here comes a random guy, and he's like, I don't know if he's friends with either of those dudes or if he's just an innocent bystander who's like, guys.
First of all, I'm not that guy. I'm letting those two duke it out. I'm not sticking my mug in between that.
What if you're like the car behind and you got somewhere to be and these guys are going to keep fighting for another 10 minutes and you're just stuck in traffic waiting for them?
I'm just blowing the horn and going nuts.
Then you
Like,
pin
hey,
those two dudes?
huh?
You go pin those two dudes?
No, I won't pin them. I'll go around them.
How does
I'll
it
go around them? But they're throwing down. But this other guy getting out of the car and getting in between two dudes.
Yeah, and it worked.
Yeah,
he was able to stop them from fighting.
He's lucky they didn't both just start beating his ass.
Yeah, it was like a teacher who just walked in and broke up the fight, and it's like, oh, teacher's here. We got to stop.
Good job. Good job by that guy. That dude was a pretty big guy that got out of that car and came between those two.
Yeah. He's like banging on the guy's car at first, and then that's when the dude opens the door, and he's like,
don't hit my car.
Yep. And then that's the white guy who throws the first punch.
They are throwing down, aren't they?
Yeah.
Those guys are ducking punches and jabs. They're going jabs over the top.
It looks like the brother got the better end of the deal there.
Counter punching.
You ever done something like that?
No, I haven't had a fight like that since college. Or down at a trolley stop and stuff. I wasn't much of a fighter. I had big guys that I hung around with.
Did the fighting for you?
Oh yeah, they just wanted to fight.
What was that college fight for, though? That wasn't related to driving, was it?
No, I've never gotten in a road rage deal. No, I almost got pushed down, getting ready to board a trolley because I had a man purse, and some guy thought that he thought I was kind of girly, and he grabbed me. He kind of grabbed my shoulders, and I almost went in front of the train before it stopped, and I just turned around and I just threw one and got him right dead square in the face, and he went down.
Did you hit him with your fist or did you hit him with your purse?
No, I hit him with my fist.
Wasn't a man purse?
Out in front of a train.
Damn.
Because he thought I was one of the sweet ones because I had a man purse. Little did he know. Surprise.
Yeah, well, I don't blame him for thinking that.
What?
But you still can't.
One thing you don't do when you're waiting for trains and subway stations is to grab somebody and maneuver them close to where the train's getting ready to come and stop. That ball down there that's it.
Oh, yeah. No, don't ever put your hands on anybody, especially in that situation. But, I see why he thought you might have been, you're carrying a purse around? What's going on there, guy?
It was a man bag.
What is a man bag?
It was a leather it had strap on it. Now you
had a strap on? You had a strap on coming out of your bag?
Now if you carried that thing around, they would think you were a lawyer or something. You're ready to go to trial. Yeah.
Like
I had one of those leather bags. I just had it over my shoulder. I didn't have it in my hand. And I think the guy thought that I was kind of sugar in the britches or something. And he put his hands on me, and I just turned around and wailed him right in the face. That was one of those, I don't get to get those one punch and you go down, but that was like, ooh, that guy went down.
Who's the fairy now?
Who's the fairy now, mister?
Is that what you said?
And people are gathering around you like I'm the bad guy.
I'm trying to figure out what bag you had. Did it look like this?
No, it came around almost to my waist on my hip area. It was like a mailman's bag, almost like that. It looked more like that. It wasn't as big, but it was leather.
Leather mail. I don't even know what to Google search here to try to. Oh, here we go. This might be what you're talking about. And if this is the case, then I will side with you here because there's nothing wrong with having a bag like this. Was this it?
Yes, there you go.
I thought you were a tranny because of that.
I don't know what he thought. He just thought that, hey, this thing looks more like a purse than a bag for school or whatever. And he put his hands on me and he scared me.
So you just threw a blow at him.
Yeah. I mean, you could hear the guys kind of talking shit in the background. It was like, dude, don't do this. Don't put your hands on me. Don't even bump me. If you come too close to me, I'm throwing.
Yeah.
Because I'm not falling down into having this. I'm not having car number 17 in the trolley stop in Boston run me over. I'm not going out like that.
No, don't hit me because I've got a strap on in my man bag that I will hit you with.
It was strapped on my shoulder, man.
Oh, you had it on the shoulder? How does that stay?
So that's when I was a sophomore in, that was a sophomore in college. I was pretty bad. I had jeans that had like butterflies on the thighs and stuff like that. I wore knitted hats and things like that, looking like Bob Marley from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I was playing the tough guy role when I was coming from Bethlehem to the city of Boston.
Okay, knitted hats is one thing, but you had butterflies on your pants?
Yeah, man, I had a pair of pants that had a rip, but I had sewn a butterfly on it. Remember, I have a butterfly tattoo, a dragon / butterfly tattoo.
I'm amazed you still tell people that.
It's a dragon. It truly is a dragon.
Where is it?
On my left shoulder.
Okay. Yeah, that's not manly, but it's more manly than sewing a butterfly on a pair of jeans.
It was the 70s.
What are you trying to diddle little girls? Like, what are you doing?
It was the 70s. We had bell bottoms and stuff. You don't even know what a pair of bell bottom jeans look like.
I know what a pair of bell bottom, like some things I feel like were style. Bell bottom jeans were in style, so that's fine.
The house also had a butterfly on it.
I don't remember seeing a lot of those though, or hearing about those. Like I
was very stylish.
It sounds like you were kind of gay.
See, that was style. See, you and the guy at the trolley stop got it all wrong.
No, that guy thought you were a tranny. I didn't think you were a tranny.
No, that guy.
I would have seen a guy like right now, and look, you can wear whatever you want. This is not, you can't wear this stuff. But if I see a guy with jeans on and there's like a butterfly sewn on, I'm going to think there's a very good chance this guy is LGBTQ plus.
No,
he's one of those, and that's okay.
It was like a patch just above the knee, just before where your thigh starts there. It was a butterfly. It was a fine looking butterfly where the rip was. Didn't want it to rip. And these days, now I wear jeans that have rips in on purpose.
And hopefully you get a discount because you're not paying full price for not full jeans.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
And not that there's anything
wrong with that.
Dude, that guy went down. He was not expecting that I was a Boston College wide receiver that had just come from visiting my girl after I'd had a workout. That guy went down so quick. And it looked like I was wrong there in the end when the cops came into that place, when he was down on the ground, because I didn't stand over him. All the people were coming to him. When I got into the train and the door closed, I just sat there and looked back.
Oh, the train didn't depart?
Oh no, it opened up the door. I walked in. He was still laying there. People were gathered around him. And I went to the next stop.
How about that? But you didn't leave before the cops got there.
Oh, I did leave before they got.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they made it.
I was gone. See
wearing pants like this.
Yes, the subway. No, just the one down here on the right one there. It was a butterfly like that. Is there something wrong with that? It wasn't that big there, Fonzie.
I don't know, man.
I was like the Fonz. I had leather on. I had butterfly pants. The 70s was cool.
You can wear whatever you want, but I get why someone would assume something if you're wearing pants like that. That's all I'm saying.
Don't assume anything. Be careful what you assume.
Yeah, look, you can assume and not walk up to somebody and shove them on a train station.
Yes.
Or at a train station, but you can assume. We judge. This is you. This is a pick of the buck back in the 70s. Nice pants, guy.
God. I had one butterfly. I didn't have I didn't have a gaggle of butterflies or whatever the hell they're called.
A gaggle of butterflies. I don't know. All right. This is hilarious. What a conversation here.
He's a receiver, all right. Someone says, yeah, you're a receiver. All right.
Text on the Coda text line. Butterfly jeans and dragons. About dragging these nuts over a trolley stop dude's chin. Is that what you were doing there with your strap on? Yeah.
No, dude, it was a strap over my. Stop it.
I'm just trying to make sure I have the story right for the people. I want the people to know about you, man.
I don't get road raged unless I don't get raged about something that if I'm in the wrong, you know.
Get out of your car and have a slap fight with some other passenger of another vehicle. That's what this was. Or a couple of punches. at first, and then it just kind of turned into like slaps. It looked like
Dude,
from these dudes.
I'm too old to fight fair. I have to have weapons. If I have a weapon around me, a stick or a bottle or an Allstat, nice bottle of Allstat, somebody's about to catch that in the teeth. I'm too old to fight fair. I don't know, throwing down is way past me. I don't have that kind of throw down power any longer.
What is the age limit for fighting fair?
I'm going to say probably 50.
Okay. Once you get to 50, you're allowed to use
whatever's in whatever you have at your disposal.
I don't hate that rule.
Especially if somebody wants to throw down you, they're in their 20s and trying to prove some point to his buddies or in their 30s. That doesn't work that way.
I don't hate that rule.
Huh?
I don't hate that rule. Like no one's going to follow it.
I mean, I've hit somebody with a mug in a bar before. I mean, that's a part of the rule. If you're in your 20s and you're messing with me, I'm in my 50s, and you're wanting to prove something that you can throw down on an old man, and I've got a mug of beer or something, don't think I won't smash that across your face.
How old were you when you did that? How old were you when you smashed a guy with a mug?
So I did that in college.
I was going to say, yeah, because you weren't drinking in your 50s, so there's no way you were doing that.
I did that in college, and I could have thrown down, but that was against a hockey player. They don't fight fair either.
See, oh no. Well, I like your rule. Like I like the concept of, hey, if you're under 50 and you want to fight, you just got to use your fists, right? But no one's going to follow that.
Well, you don't have to. That person doesn't have to either, but I'm not going to.
Right. Yeah, you could say like, hey, let's have an old-fashioned fist fight, and then guy shows up with a knife or a gun, and then it's like, oh.
Nope. As soon as he puts up his two dukes, I grab a bottle of beer or I grab a mug, and I get the first lick in.
Yeah. You're licking these guys?
No, gee.
I'm just trying to, Jake, we're all trying to figure out your stories. Did you smash a guy with the mug or you smashed a guy with the mug?
Smashed the guy with the mug, yeah.
Kind of smashed.
No, I smashed him. I hit him with the mug. Yes.
Got it. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. We're following along here. That's funny, man. Yeah, I'm not a fighter. I'm not a fighter either. As you could probably tell, I would not fare too well if I fought. So staying out of that.
A lot of fights. I didn't get a lot of fights when I was I got in one fight in middle school, and a guy beat the crap out of me, and the nun called him an animal, Joe Potak. And everybody looked that up. The last time I said this story, they all looked up Joe Potak and see if he was alive in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. He hit me. We fought down in the pit. At elementary school, you'd go down. There was a thing that you walk down to, and there's like a pit. And we got down there, and he beat the living shit out of me.
Joe Potak?
And yeah, Joe Potak. And the nuns called him an animal. And then the one time when I was in 5th grade in Carolina, there was a bully that kept beating up this kid on the way from school all the time. And just like every other day, just beat his ass. And he was a friend of mine, and I couldn't take it anymore. And I jumped in, and this guy hit me, and I went down, and he said, stay down. I got back up, and I was ready to go again, and he knocked me down 3 times. I mean, he punched me in the face. I went down 3 times. I kept getting back up. He goes, don't get up. Don't you get up. I got up 3 times until people finally got there. But I tried to throw down with a guy that I knew I was going to get killed by. Because he was beating up all the 5th graders. He was like in 9th grade. He was beating their ass on the daily. And I just couldn't take it anymore. I said, somebody's got to try to stand up to this dude. And I went down just like the rest of them.
You were being a good friend.
Huh?
You're being a good friend.
Oh, dude. I mean, it shook my face. And I must have had like a broken jaw. I mean, he shook me down 3 times hard. And every time I got up, he got madder.
Yeah.
And he kept telling me to stay down. And I was like, I'm not staying down on this ground.
You went full Ralphie and Christmas Story. You just had enough, and you went after the bully, huh?
I went after the bully. We never got that guy. I used to tell people on the radio, when I would give one of my tips for kids in the car line, hey, if you got a bully, you take care of that immediately. Don't let that wane on where you get taken care of. I would tell the kids in the car line, one of my first tips was, hey, you tell this kid and tell his dad that I'm going to go have Ricky Williams come over and beat your ass.
Oh, take care of it, huh?
Yeah, I'll have Ricky come over and take care of you and your dad, bully.
Talking about killing him?
No, just beat him down.
Beating him up?
A little tip for the kids. Hey, you got a bully, let me know.
Yeah, we'll send somebody over there.
Yeah, you got to take care of bullies right away.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I had the one in middle school that slammed me in the ear, and the nuns called him an animal, and that was enough to calm him down for a little bit.
Well, it doesn't sound like you ever took care of him. So should we go find him and take care of him now?
Dude, he's an old man now.
I don't care.
No,
people don't forget.
I may have outlived this dude.
Oh, go piss on his grave then.
I never even thought of that. I'm going to think next time I'm back in Pennsylvania, I'm going to find out if that dude's around and then go piss on his grave.
Yeah, we can search him up. Like he might have Facebook or some social media to where we could find this dude.
Oh, that's just living. That's just living. That's life. That's a part of it. Getting your face punched in as a kid, that's just part of it.
Hey, you got to take your own advice. You got to take care of your problems, man. This guy was a problem for you. You never took care of it. Now you've got to take care of it, right? That's it. Well, you can't forgive.
No, it's a part of growing up. That's a part of it. You get beat every once in a while. You need to have your ass whooped as a kid.
Hey, and you know what else is part of growing up? Taking leaks. And I just happened to take one right here on your grave, guy.
Revenge is one of those deals too, huh?
That's how it goes.
Get it. No.
Revenge is a piss best served cold.
You're very, very nice. No, road rage. That I didn't even have. That wasn't road rage the other day. I wasn't going to get out of my car. I would have pinned that dude, but that's road rage, what you just saw there. You slam your hand on somebody's car, they're coming out.
I'm glad no one died, right?
Yes, that's I agree with you 100%. That nobody had a tire iron in their car or a knife or a gun and shot that dude.
That's the ultimate road rage right there. And we've had incidents like that.
Oh, of course.
In Texas and the U.S., all over the world. And that's where it's like, my God, is it worth it? Like, really? You have to get out of your car because you're so mad that some dude cut you off on the highway? Like, let it go. My dad's always like, he taught me this, and it's why I just don't have road rage. Like, if someone cuts you off, what do you have to do? You have to move your foot like 6 inches to the left to hit the brake instead of the gas.
Right.
It's like, you're really going to have your day ruined by having to move your foot 6 inches? You're really going to like consider getting out of your car and fighting somebody for having to move your foot 6? It's like, think about how ridiculous.
Losing your life over that.
Yeah. Look, if someone hits you, you can be mad. But if you just have to like tap the brakes, I get it. No one wants to do it, but it's like, you're really going to risk your life over that?
No.
It's ridiculous. So
I'm not running over the ducks either. I'm not running over the ducklings because the guy wants me to either.
You're right. You won't do that. You won't do that.
It wasn't and it wasn't an old man, because the old man's going down. You cross the road. You shouldn't be out. What are you doing crossing the road there anyway? You know?
Yeah, old man. Why are you by yourself out there? Don't
out there all alone, wandering around.
We're trying to cross the street here. I'm going to send you a message. One last lesson before you make it to the afterlife, guy. Goodness gracious. All right, we'll get to the sports again in a moment. But before that, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
How about our good friends over at Sue Patrick, folks? An incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and they've got tons of Texas-themed items there at 5222 Burnett Road. A wide variety of men's and women's clothing, of course. They've got those wonderful polos that we sold thousands upon thousands of them. And I've got one of their caps on right now. Is this my SEC cap? Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Boom.
Boom. They've got the authentic ones right now, the SEC ones, and they've got them in all different colors too. No, they do not have them in maroon. We don't do maroon around here at all. But they've got them all over at Sue Patrick's, and they've got the luggage. That's right. They've got the luggage. Even the bag apes can't destroy the luggage they have at Sue Patrick's. Golf apparel. They've got head covers for golf clubs. Of course, they've got all the books, everything that you want at Sue Patrick's. Free parking there, tons of parking. Go over and say hello to Jay and Sue while you're there, please.
Yes, sir. SuePatrick.com is the website if you want to do your shopping online. Best selection of Texas gear and Texas SEC gear that you can find. Shout out to Audiovisual Consultations. Our man Tom McKay. Give him a call, 512-255-8678. We've got, I think, 32 days until week 0.
You got time.
Which means 39 days until the first Longhorn game and the first big Saturday of college football. But football is right around the corner, but you still do have time, like the Buck said, to make the call to AV Consultations and get your home TV setup done the right way and the way you want it done. If you want multiple screens on one wall like I have, they got you covered. If you want the giant screen like the Buck has, they've got you covered. If you want that home theater room with the massive projector screen, they've got it all. TVs, surround sound, whole home lighting, surveillance, like anything to make your house cooler and more enjoyable and fun for the whole family and for yourself. They got it at Audiovisual Consultations. And don't forget, don't buy the TVs at Best Buy or on Amazon. No, Tom's going to get better prices than you can get because he buys in bulk. So he'll get you all the equipment. They'll install everything. They'll provide great customer service throughout the entire process. I'm telling you that a life-changing phone call, 512-255-8678. Improve your quality of life with Audiovisual Consultations.
Don't piss on my grave and tell me it's raining.
I will not piss on your grave and tell you it's raining, or I won't piss on your grave and tell you I'm pissing either, Buck. You're good with me. There are some folks out there where, hang on, I might consider it, but you are nowhere near that list.
Yeah, dude, I just, and that's part of my deal as a kid and growing up in Greensboro, North Carolina, was that I hung out with the kids that were older. But I walked to school with my friends. I didn't because those kids were older. They either got rides from their brothers that were a little bit older. But I would be the dude that walked to school with my grade level kids. From Binbo Road, I'd walk up to my little Catholic school about 2 miles away. And I'd go to the Civic Center afterwards and try to get the basketball from Curly Neal of the Globetrotters. I would chase him around for hours, and I could never even touch the basketball when that guy was dribbling. It was the craziest thing, man. He would come down to the park, and he would play basketball with guys like Bob McAdoo and Charlie Sanders. Those were the guys who were playing basketball in my park in North Carolina when I grew up as a kid. And I got to watch those guys. I got to watch them as adults and NFL players and Globetrotters and, Bob McAdoo. And I mean, that was something, but never got those guys. They didn't fight. They were athletes. They didn't fight, but there was always one or two crazy ass thugs in the neighborhood that I really didn't hang with them, but I was just with them because they were wine drinkers. They'd be sitting back there drinking Boone's Farm and stuff. And, but every once in a while they'd pick on a little kid. They had to show their boys that they can pick, ninth graders that can pick on a fifth or sixth grader. But after a while, I just wasn't having that. I said, I'll just go ahead and get my ass beat. But you're not going to hit my friend again. And I got to go by it and drop by his house and tell his mom, and his mom would look at me like, how comes you don't have a black eye today? I said, well, no, they don't bother me. I hang out in the park with those dudes. They're not going to bother me.
Yeah.
But then eventually I'm not going to let them beat up your son and my friend. I'll stand up for him and take that beating. But then, like I said, I didn't get into a lot of fights. I maybe got into one or two fights in high school. And one guy dropped an N-bomb on me, and I beat his ass so bad, BK. I mean, he was tall. I stood on his feet where he couldn't move. And he was like one of those pop-up dummies. I kept hitting him. He'd pounce back up. He couldn't get away because I was standing on his feet. And just.
He couldn't get away?
Oh, no, he couldn't get away. He's trying
to. This guy have like size 2 shoes? How could he not slide out from under your feet?
No, I was standing on top of his feet and just pounding him. But I never that was maybe one or two fights. Remember, I was the only black kid in my high school.
Yeah, that's
and I didn't get obviously the only one in my elementary school until my brothers got and my sisters got there. But I didn't get into too many fights.
It's a good move. Yeah, you probably would have gotten in more trouble.
Your ass down. You weren't saying something, running from me and getting away.
Right. Oh yeah, and you were probably going to get in more trouble than the white kids at your school too.
No, I don't know if it was that. I never thought of it that way. I just didn't. I didn't have too many angry bones. I never wanted to be where I was. I wanted to live in North Carolina all my life. I never wanted to come to a place like Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
Right.
It was a little different. I begged to live with friends and neighbors and not go when that move time came. I was one of those had to go in the summer during Little League Baseball. I was like, no, man, please, I'll come and join y'all in August. It just didn't work out that way.
How about this text on the Coda text line, Buck? By the way, 512-222-9328 is the number if you want to hit us up there. An 806 number says, I worked with Joseph Potak.
Shush.
Who is originally from Pennsylvania. And I worked with him at Texas Speed and Performance in Georgetown. Wonder if it's the same guy.
No. There's no way.
Is that a popular name?
No, it's a Polish name, Potak. It can't be.
Do you remember how it was? You remember how it was spelled? I guess our texter could have spelled it wrong, but our texter spelled Potak.
That's it.
Okay.
Joseph Potak. Joe Potak.
Maybe Joe Potak followed you to Central Texas.
Oh, now you're saying I should get him now, right?
Oh, if he's right across the street, you have to. Come on, you can get to Georgetown. That's easy. You drive all over the place. You can drive to Georgetown to fight this jabroni.
Dude, I was in 6th grade.
Dude, this guy called your mother fat.
She did. He didn't.
No, he did. I remember it.
He didn't like me.
I don't know, man. If that's the right guy, you gotta do something here. We got to at least get the guy on the show and get him to apologize, and I'll verbally bully him.
He punched me in the air. He punched me in the side of the head.
You should lie and say you haven't been able to hear.
Tell him I can't hear because of that.
Yeah, you haven't been able to hear the same since then. Ruin the guy's life. Now we have to ruin yours.
The nuns called him an animal. That was just as bad. When the nuns get after you, he was called an animal.
You punched our friend's ear. Now we have to shoot yours, like the former president. Sorry about that, guy.
Oh no!
That seems like an eye for an eye trade, an ear for an ear.
I don't have any revenge. I don't have revenge. All I try to do is get my tickets back. The tickets that I deserve to have back from Coke Fest. I'm not revengeful. I just would like to get my tickets back.
You'd like a refund. That's a different.
Yeah, thank you.
And that one, he probably
they'll never have another concert, but yeah, I just want a refund. I mean, it's got to be close to that time. August. I think it was an August event.
Are they having another one this year, you think?
Probably not. Do they have a station?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No.
Yeah.
Just a little refund. That's all.
Yeah. It's you and a few thousand other folks are still waiting, I think.
You don't think the others got theirs either?
No, I don't. Sorry about that, everyone.
Gee, wonder where the money went.
I don't have to apologize. You were still employed by that building when that happened, so you need to apologize to the people. I was down in H-Town at ESPN, baby.
There you go.
Part of that. Oh man. All right. Keep the text coming in and let us know. Like, how old was this Joseph Potak? Is he around Bucky's age?
He is.
I'm asking the texter. Like, if it is a guy who was around Bucky's age, then it might be the same dude. If it's a guy who's 40 or 50, then not the same guy. Just a dude
if the guy's 70 or 69 years old, that would be Joe Potak.
Apparently, there's a new Coke Fest under I-35 and Cesar Chavez this weekend.
That's where they're having it this year.
That's where you can get your Coke this year.
Oh yeah, well done. That's the Coke Fest.
Well done.
Great.
Speaking of Coke, how about Jerry Jones, Buck? He's in the news again.
Oh boy.
So the Cowboys are supposed to have a press conference in Oxnard, California tomorrow to signify the start of training camp, right? Every team has a press conference at the beginning of training camp to kind of kick off the upcoming season. Well, the Cowboys presser that was originally scheduled for tomorrow is not going to happen tomorrow. It's getting pushed to Saturday. And you say, well, why is that? Well, it's because Jerry Jones is not with the team in Oxnard. He is in Texarkana, testifying in a courthouse for a paternity case.
Oh, his daughter's looking for her money.
So this thing has been going on for a few years now. Back in 2022, a woman by the name of Alexandra Davis filed a paternity lawsuit claiming that Jerry Jones was her biological father. That lawsuit was dropped. Then Alexandra Davis filed a subsequent defamation suit a little bit later. That suit was dismissed back in March of this year. So you're thinking, all right, well, that's it, right? She sued, case was dropped. She sued again, case was dismissed. That should be the end of that. Now, Jerry Jones has countersued
Ooh.
a breach of contract case. And the trial for that case is going on this week, and it's expected to last 4 or 5 days. So they push the presser once again.
So does it sound like that he did give her money, but she now wanted more money, and now that it's being flipped on her?
Well, he is seeking $1.6 million in damages because I think he's like seeking the money he had to pay lawyers for this ridiculous case because everything was dropped and dismissed. And I think he's like, you didn't have any case against me, yet I had to pay all of these lawyers to prove that you didn't have any case against me. So because you tried to smear my name, I need some money from you.
So it's never been determined that he is the father?
Well, Maury Povich has not been a part of any of this yet. So if we could just get that guy to do a paternity test, then we would know the answer of whether or not Jerry was the actual father to this Alexandra Davis.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's been going on for too long, Jerry. Now he said he's had enough of it.
Yeah. Well, now a quote from her attorney by the name of Jay Gray. What do you say? Quote, Jones knows he's the father, but now he's being vindictive because his real family has been hurt. Mr. Jones is a bully, and he's bullying his daughter in this lawsuit. End quote.
Yeah, she wants some of that cash. She wants some of that Jones cash.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't blame her because he's got plenty of cash to give. But she filed a lawsuit, and I think like Jerry Jones is the father of this girl. Mm-hmm. But there was a settlement apparently in 1998 between Jones
and she's supposed to go away.
Exactly. Between Jones and the mother that said that Jones was going to financially support that family as long as they didn't come out and publicly say that Jerry was the father. So that was the deal. That's the breach of contract here that Jerry is suing for. It's basically like they had an agreement like, hey, yeah, you're the kid. Don't tell anybody, please, because I've got this.
She became an adult. She's out of that mother's part of that and saying, oh, no, this is something separate. That dude's going to pay me now that I'm over 21. He's got to pay me. When I was a kid, he was paying you, but now it's time for him to pay me as the daughter.
Yeah, and it's now
after being 21, I'd be like, I'm not paying you anything. Go get a job.
This is a total extortion deal at this point from her side. And he claims he paid, $3 million plus, including clothes and cars and education and trips and housing. Like, he did his duty, signed the contract. He followed the terms of that contract. But yeah, like I think your theory is right. She's an adult now, and she's like, well, I get that money anymore.
My daddy to take care of me.
Yeah, I know you still have a lot of money. I know you still own the Cowboys, so I would like to get some of that. And
well, yeah.
That
thing's going to be just about over with. All that's going to do is be an embarrassment to him because he's not going to pay her any more money. That thing, and he's going there and he's showing up. That shows you he wants this thing to end.
Right. Yeah, he wants this to be put behind him so he could focus on adding a bunch of other washed up free agents to his team.
Yeah, because he's probably got a couple more daughters he's got to pay off somewhere, and he's got to get Dak Prescott's. He's got to get that contract done.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate if
asking as much as Dak is asking.
I wouldn't hate if Jerry Jones got arrested for this. He was found guilty of something and had to sell the team. Is there a way this could happen from this lawsuit? Now I'm turning into a fan here, and I want to see if there's a way I can get the Cowboys away from the Jones family.
So if Joe Biden can resign, you mean Jerry Jones can't resign his team?
Why not? I mean, those guys are 1 month apart in age. One guy is resigning because he's not capable of doing the job anymore, and the other guy hasn't been capable for years of doing the job, yet he's still doing the job.
It's his gig.
His gig. His team.
He owns the gig.
He owns the
And he's never given that up, dude. That guy you'll be bedside with Jerry. He'll be doing contracts from bedside. That's all right.
And then I'll just pass it on to Steven, who is not much better, if he's any better.
Well, maybe the daughter wants to get it because she wants to change the Cowboys.
Hey, if she's suing for the Cowboys, then she can have them. I don't know a damn thing about this woman, but
hey, give her a shot at it, right, Elise?
I got more faith in her than I do in Jarrah right now. So there's your Cowboys update. Once again, no press conference tomorrow. If you were looking for one, we'll get it on Saturday, and I'm sure we'll have some sound to play from it on Monday. But Jerry Jones in Texarkana right now, part of a paternity breach of contracts case.
And now the whole NFL, everybody went to camp today. The last of the last, they're all in camp now.
All in camp. Yep.
Aaron Rodgers is in camp.
Aaron Rodgers is in camp. And how about this? While we're on the NFL, speaking of Aaron Rodgers, I saw a record projections, 2024 record projections from USA Today. They release this every year.
How many games we playing? 17 or 18? Where are we at in the NFL? 17?
Funny you ask. We're at 17 right now, but apparently there have been a lot of conversations this offseason about adding one more game, which I think we've known that's been coming for a long time. But it feels like an announcement on that could be coming down soon. Obviously, it won't be this year where they play 18, but doesn't sound like it'd be the biggest surprise in the world if starting next year they were up to 18 games. And then you wonder if that means 2 bye weeks. So I think that's what the players would ask for if they were asked to play another game. They'd want one more week off during the course of the season. And hey, I want more football, so I'm perfectly fine with them playing 18 games. This offseason has sucked. Every offseason sucks. You won't hear me complain about them adding more games to the NFL season. I get why the players don't want it because it's their bodies on the line, but my body's on a couch on Sunday.
That's right. Your body's on the line too.
Well, I want my body to be on the couch for more Sundays watching football. So, selfishly speaking, that's where I'm at here. But how about these record projections? And you brought up Aaron Rodgers. USA Today, I'll do a little screen share action here. They are predicting that we have a Jets-Packers Super Bowl with the New York Jets, Aaron Rodgers' current team, defeating the Green Bay Packers, Aaron Rodgers' former team, in Super Bowl 59.
No.
Can't do that?
No, how about if I just put San Fran and KC back up there again?
Same two?
Yes.
Come on. You're going that chalky? The 2 teams that were in it last year, the 2 teams with the best odds to be in it, that's your pick?
Yeah.
You just said OU is going to be Mississippi State, and you can't even go bold enough to.
No, I'm not going bold with this, with the NFL. Those same 2 teams will be right back there. I should, if anything, I would say Kansas City wouldn't be there before I would say the 49ers. 49ers will be there.
Just said the Chiefs are going to three-peat yesterday.
Yeah, but I'm just saying they'll be playing against the 49ers. But if there were anybody to defeat the Chiefs, it would be the Ravens this year.
Yeah, look, the AFC's tougher than the NFC, right? Like, the Chiefs are the best team in football. They're the favorites. They should be. But, like, their path to get back to the Super Bowl is more difficult than the Niners' path. And it's funny, like, the record projections, so they give record projections for every team, and we'll get to the Cowboys and Texans in a second because some thoughts on those. But they have the Chiefs and 49ers both going 13-4, and they have them both as the 1 seeds in their respective conferences.
Right.
It's not like USA Today is saying, the Chiefs or the Niners are going to suck. It's like, no, they just think they'll lose in the playoffs to, I guess, the Jets and the Packers.
Sure.
Who are the 2 seeds, according to USA Today. But how about this? The Cowboys and the Texans will miss the playoffs, according to USA Today. They've got the Cowboys at 8-9, second in the NFC East. They've got Philly winning the division at 10-7. And they've got the Texans, who feel like one of the scariest teams in the NFL. They've got them at 3rd place in the AFC South at 9-8 and missing the postseason. Let's say you about those.
No way.
Yeah. Texans won the division. They won double-digit games last year. So, yeah, this would be them taking a step back.
Well, I don't think they take a step back. I don't think Green Bay takes a step back. The team that really needs to take a step up would be Cincinnati and Cleveland.
Well, they've got both of them in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I want your thought, like Texans at 9-8. Could you see that happening? Could you see the Texans missing the playoffs this year?
I don't.
Man, I don't either. They've got a much tougher schedule because they've got to play a first-place schedule this time around, and they've got to play tougher divisions than they did a season ago. But, Like barring injuries, I got a tough time.
No, because that what we saw last year was not a fluke by that group. That's a team that just got built pretty strong with their head coach and their quarterback and their defense too. It only gets better for them.
I think
They're
I have
doing
more.
all the right things in the off season. They don't have a lot of drama there.
I think I have more of a qualm with the fact that they've got the Texans third in the AFC South.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I get, they could go 10-7, finish second in the division and just miss a wild card spot because the AFC's that good. But like the Colts and the Jags, you think two teams are going to be better than Houston in the AFC South?
Why the Colts again?
I don't know. I mean, they're banking on Anthony Richardson, I guess, having a big year, and that guy's got to stay healthy, right? He got hurt in college, and he got hurt in his first year in the NFL and missed most of his rookie season. So,
yep.
Steichen's a good coach. They were solid last year with Gardner Minshew, but they don't have him anymore. Now Richardson's the guy.
When he was healthy, he was okay. He's not great.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was only a couple of games.
This whole rookie season.
Right. Like, I love Shane Steichen. I think that dude's a hell of a coach, but I don't know. And then the Jags, too. Trevor Lawrence, after that season he just put together, they're going to be better than Houston. I don't know. Like, I think the Cowboys and Texans both make the playoffs. I think the Texans win the division. I think the Cowboys are a wild card team.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Cowboys are around 9 to 10 wins. So seeing them at 8 and 9 is not like blasphemous. So I have a bigger issue with the Texans if we're talking about the two Texas teams in terms of these projections. But yeah, both of them missing the playoffs, that'd be pretty shocking, I think, if that happened.
Where do they have the Bills at? Let me see.
I've got the Bills at 10-7 as a wild card team in the AFC. So there's, I'll read the playoff teams for those tuned in on the app right now. In the AFC, in order, Chiefs, the 1 seed, Jets, Colts, and Bengals. Those are your 4 division winners. Then your 3 wild cards, Buffalo, Jacksonville, and Cleveland. So the Ravens are out of the playoffs, Buck. They were the 1 seed last year.
No, they're not going to be out of the playoffs.
Hey, Baltimore 10-7, so not being bad, but not being good enough to play in the postseason. And then in the NFC, you've got your division winners, San Fran, Green Bay, Philly, Atlanta. Then your 3 wild card teams, Detroit, the Rams, and Chicago.
Atlanta's just going to flip on the switch, huh?
Well, they've got Atlanta at 9-8. That's just more of the NFC South is ass, and they're the least ass.
Yeah.
I could see the winner of that division being just over 500. Hell, I could see an 8-win team maybe winning that division this year. But yeah, well, they've got 2 quarterbacks, so Cousins and Penix, because that pick made sense. So those are your playoff teams. But yeah, the most notable omission, I think, is Baltimore. But then you've got, Houston and Dallas both missing the cut.
Yeah, I don't see that about the Ravens. I mean, if there's anybody to dethrone Kansas City this year, I think it will be the Ravens.
Yeah, they added Derrick Henry.
They
still have the 2-time MVP at quarterback with Lamar Jackson. They still have John Harbaugh at head coach. Like, that's a really good team. Look, I wouldn't sleep on Cincinnati. Now, Burrow's starting to become injury prone. He's got to find a way to stay on the field. But
I agree.
I still think that team is loaded. And I think the Jets have a shot.
Who?
I know the
JV quarterback there. Who's gonna play quarterback for the whole season there?
Well, exactly. That's the guy they need, right? Look, Aaron Rodgers has been very healthy for most of his career. Now he's getting older, and you don't get healthier the older you get. Not breaking any news to you, Buck, but I'm going to bank on Aaron Rodgers staying healthy, and if he does, I don't think I'd pick them to win the Super Bowl like USA Today is, but I think they can win that division.
Yeah, he's got to play 12 games.
Yeah, I'm with you, at least, and the playoffs.
12 games from him.
So, but yeah, to see Baltimore out, I think is crazy to me. And the Packers at 13 wins this season, and the Bears making the playoffs. Some interesting picks.
Year 1, huh?
Year 1. I think it could happen. They weren't the worst team in football last year. They had the number 1 pick. That was because of the trade, obviously, with Carolina. So,
and they had a nice draft too.
Great draft, yeah. I mean, getting Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze in the top 10 was big time. And they've had a good offseason. They've got some pieces on that defense too. So if Caleb Williams is the real deal, then Chicago absolutely has a shot to be a playoff team.
Very important. It's very important for the Cowboys that CeeDee Lamb gets to camp and gets that part done with he and Dak.
Yeah.
They'll let Dak bank on himself, but they won't. CeeDee Lamb won't go. He won't go. He won't go to camp. He won't show up.
No, he won't show up to the season if he's not getting paid.
Right.
So they got to figure out something, and they will. I've got faith that they will. Jerry Jones just has to do his appearance on the Maury show first.
Yeah, we got to find out about that kid. Yeah.
Find out about that kid. All right, a few more sponsor shout-outs here. We'll hand things off to Chaos Theory. It'll be Wags and Smash Simmons today. Rodney is traveling this morning, so he'll be back tomorrow. But a few more sponsor shout-outs here, Buck.
Let me say hello to our good friends over at Big Hat. That's right. Got my big hat, got my mocktail ready to go today. I was going to be ready if I was playing golf, but now that I'm not playing golf, I'm still going to have that non-alcohol mojito drink. And they've got the mocktails that are out, BK, non-alcohol drinks. It is absolutely great with the ginger and kombucha. Makes me feel good. I love the way they taste over ice. That's one drink I'll have over ice, that and iced tea. Back in the day, I wouldn't waste any of my other stuff when I was drinking alcohol. So right. Why would I want to waste the ice? Give that to somebody else that needs the ice. But Big Hat, boy, they've got all the different spirits in a can just for you. Mojitos, margaritas. They're coming up with a couple new brands out there, but folks, they are delicious. And like I said, for you non-alcohol drinkers, I am finding out that people love the non-alcohol drink that they have. The mocktails, people are they're really, really tasty.
Yep.
So if you're interested in, you want to give up drinking for the day, I would venture to say go to Big Hat and try one of their mocktail drinks, folks.
BigHatSpirits.com for more information. Yeah. And, of course, we are the show of the liquid. How about Olipop?
Love that liquid.
You can pour that on ice, or you could just drink it straight out of the can. Olipop, great-tasting soda that's actually good for you.
You're good to be back. Did you have some Olipop? I got one in the fridge waiting for me right after the show.
I think I've got 7 or 8 in my fridge right now waiting for me. I might have to restock by the end of this week. Love Olipop, 17 different flavors. If you don't know what it is, well, I'll tell you. It's great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Tastes right, just like the soda.
Yeah, you're right. And I thought I saw some Olipop at 7-Eleven, as a matter of fact.
They got them. Yeah, they got them at 7-Eleven. But Olipop, great tasting soda. Once again, bunch of different flavors. It tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but they've got health benefits, right? 9 grams of fiber in every can and ingredients in there that support good digestive health. This stuff is the game changer of all game changers, and you can get Olipop at 7-Eleven or at whatever grocery store you go to. They've got the greatness of Olipop. By
the way, Joe Potak had like a mustache and a beard when he was in like 6th grade, BK. He was one of those guys, already like grown.
So we got a further text from the 806 number who said he worked with a guy named Joseph Potak. He says that guy's in his mid to late 40s.
No.
Maybe it's his dad who apparently lives in Houston.
Oh, so no, it could be.
Could be a Joseph Potak Jr. here, which means we got 2 asses to kick.
Well, no.
Father and son.
No, BK, we can't. No. Let bygones be bygones. It's just a part of life that happened. That's all.
Did you just drool over there? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I had a lunker in there. It's out now. But no, man, we can't go back to that. We can't go back to fighting people from the past.
Come on, man. You can't just forgive like that. You said it earlier. You've got a bully. You got to address it. Take your own advice.
He was a bully in 6th grade.
You never addressed it in 6th grade.
No, I didn't. I got my ass whipped.
Now's your chance to address it.
Oh, do you want me to get after the kid?
Both of them.
Oh, creep up on the old man and the kid?
You get AJ to fight the kid, and you fight the dad.
I'm not fighting. I told you, I'm too old. I don't fight.
You said you won't fight fair. You don't have to fight fair with this guy.
I won't fight fair.
Yeah. Still
fighting is fighting.
We might have it in. I'm just saying, if you want to get revenge on your biggest childhood bully, people dream of stuff like this. Oh, remember that guy who said this about me or beat me up that one time? Or remember that girl who called me this in front of everyone, who ruined my life? Most people don't get the opportunity to get back at that person.
I don't.
You might have the chance.
But those thoughts don't come into my mind about getting back at them and annihilating them. You want me to wipe them off the face of the earth, or you just want a simple punch in the face and walk away? Or would you want me to take a leg off or something?
Nah, it's up to you what you do, but I just want you to get back at this guy. You don't have to kill him and just fight him. Well, he didn't kill you. He beat you up. So you have to
near kill me.
Well, then you have to damn near kill him. Turnabout is fair play. Come on, dude.
Wags and Smash. Poor Smash has to listen to this shit.
Well, I'm just like, look, we're trying to help you here, man.
No, I just remember it, but I don't. It hasn't affected my life.
Okay, well, it's affecting mine.
Oh yeah, I noticed that. I noticed it is.
Oh man! All right, we'll bring on the fellas. By the way, Covert Bee Cave. Quick shout out to them, the best car dealership in the world. Go see them. CovertBeeCave.com is the website. Weekly specials, great prices, great selection, great people. We talk about the Coverts all the time. We love the Coverts, and we think y'all will too. All right, we'll bring on the fellas. It's Wags, and we've got Mash in for Rodney today. What's going on, boys?
What's up, guy? How in the hell do you find a way to use turnabout fair play?
That's what he wants me to get on somebody that beat me up in 6th grade. He thinks I should get back at him and his son. Beat up.
We're gonna do it in your front yard this time. Turnabout fair play.
No, I can't go that way. BK wants me to do it. Hell,
his mind's always work. His mind is always broadcasting.
You know what? He wanted me listen, Wags, if the guy would have died, he wanted me to go and piss on his grave. For real. Like, go to the cemetery and actually piss on his grave.
You wouldn't, if someone pissed you off that bad, you wouldn't take exception to that?
I don't know how bad this was.
I wouldn't go and piss on their grave.
Would you go and, like, pose, like, give the peace sign at the grave? Yeah, like the meme.
I forgot about it. I just brought it up today because it happened so long ago, and now we found out where these people live, and they want me to go back and now, sharp shoot them, peek in their window, find out what they're doing.
Well, don't you want to at least, like, go flaunt your success?
Yeah, show off a little bit, man.
Show off the bling. Show off the bling.
Yeah, the rings.
Show this Joe Potak guy what you've done since he beat you up.
I need to do that.
Let me tell you something, Joe.
Guy's probably a successful businessman.
Well, yeah, look, I wasn't going to hunt him down, but the hunting was done for us. There's a guy who texted in saying, I work with the Joe Potak. So we might be able to track this guy down. And once again, this is Bucky's childhood bully. We might actually have an easy avenue to get back at this jabron.
Yeah.
I mean, you can make this a Texas Sports Unfiltered, like, docuseries. We can film this whole thing going down. We can get sponsors for this.
Travel across the country to go hunt them down, almost like Tony Soprano style when he takes Meadow to see the college to go see.
Oh yeah,
he meets the retired mob boss or the guy that got out. Got to whack him, Buck.
What about
not that we endorse that stuff?
It all started over road rage for my weekend, and I was waiting for a guy to get out of the car because if he'd come over to I said I would pin him between the truck and the car. And I said, I have a right to defend myself, right? And
of course.
I don't do fist fights. I mean, I'll run you over, or I'll hit you with a stick or a mug or something, but I don't say put your dukes up, let's go at it.
We're just going to go right to the vehicular manslaughter. I got you.
Man, road rage incidents, rule number 1, stay in the car.
There you go.
I messed that up though, Smash. I usually get out and I'm very aggressive. Like I will.
Did you not see what happened to that dude in like Alabama or Florida or whatever it was?
I just want to talk to you. That's it.
What? No, stay in your car and roll down your window.
Yeah, flip somebody the bird. That's way more progressive.
I think it's very honorable that you won't go piss on this dude's grave, but I'm one of those people that subscribe to the ideology of I will say, or I'll accept your apology, but I'll never forget what the hell you did.
And I'll get you back if I can.
That's always going to be in the back of my mind. And if I have an opportunity to turn about fair play, we're turning about, my big guy. We're turning about.
Yeah.
Dang, man, you hold those grudges.
Oh yeah. I'm petty. I'm very petty.
BK's like that. He's petty like that.
Look, I don't hold grudges, but like I'll just never forgive you. I'll just never forgive you if you do anything bad to me. But I do.
I just never forgive you.
I really do hold a grudge. I try not to, but it's just you got hate in your heart. Let it out, guys.
Let it out. Piss on the guy's grave. Just stand there take out your package.
Laughing like a madman, cock in hand, just pissing on it.
No. Man, Bucky, I just feel bad now that you just never got your retribution. Because, I mean, I've gotten retribution on a bully before, but I was much younger. But it was very, very sweet. So there's still time for you.
No, I've taken my beat downs from bull. I've never gotten people back. I told Wags, all I said is I wanted my Coke Fest tickets back. That's all. My refund. That's all I'm looking for. How do I get my refund? And BK says it's never happening. Nothing. I mean, I got to get retribution there somehow.
Yeah, you're going to be waiting for a while, my guy.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little bit, huh?
Hey, if they forgot about us when we were there, you think they're remembering?
All right, listen, boys, have a good one. I'm out.
See you guys.
There you go.
Hey, real quick, Smash, if you can, turn your mic down a little bit if you have the ability to. Just
definitely
some on-air programming. Okay. I'll bid you guys adieu. Have a great show, guys.
Later, brother. Be good, man. How we feel? We good now? Smash.
I think so. Besides,
you sound like you're about to sing the national anthem, my dude.
Hopefully, better than how it went at the All-Star, home run derby.
Yeah,
I know.
Welcome everybody to Chaos Theory. It is not Rodney Rodriguez, double R. It is Justin the Smash Simmons, the voice of St. Edwards. Anybody that has been listening to St. Edwards for the past 5 years, you've heard this dude's voice. It is Justin the Smash Simmons. You can find him on all social media platforms that way, and also you can find me at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter, and then I am at the Wagner Wire on Instagram. We welcome you if you are out and about mobile on that Coda text line 512-222-9328, and smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already on this wonderful Tuesday, a hypothetical Tuesday on this July 23rd. We'll be doing some smash or pass. Those of you guys that watch the Wagner Wire, you're going to be very familiar with our rundown here. We only do have an hour here, by the way. Usually the Wagner Wire is a 2-hour show, but for this morning for Chaos Theory, we're going to be plugging in an hour. We'll have some smash or pass, some hypothetical stuff, because it is a hypothetical Tuesday. We like to keep with that theme, but also we got some other stuff to talk about too. How are you, sir?
I'm doing all right, but I know we only got the hour, so I'm trying to stay quiet so we could actually get through stuff, because I'm all I know we can go a myriad directions.
As long as we apply the theory to the chaos, and everything's good.
I mean, it's a big book, though.
It is
a lot of theory.
It's a huge book. Where do you want to go first, dude?
Man, I mean, Olympics are only a couple of days away. I mean, the opening ceremonies anyways, but USA soccer starts tomorrow.
We got soccer.
Yeah, soccer, rugby tomorrow, basketball starting up soon. I mean, I'm really excited about it just because it's not so much the pageantry of the Olympics itself. It's just because it's more sports to watch.
For sure, but I think it is the pageantry for me too. There's something symbolic and wholesome about world sports to me, right? All your professional athletes coming together with amateur athletes to provide the ultimate sports team for your country, right? If you want to talk about patriotism in a nutshell, man, in terms of sport, this is what it's all about. My partner, I talk about Rodney being, completely emotional, the emotional one here, but I'm going to let my Pisces out of the bag here. I do get emotional about the Olympics. It's something that I love, I enjoy. I try to teach my son about the Olympics and the games, and talk about just the whole ideology of taking a break from fighting. Taking a break from war. War stops for 2 weeks. Of course, that it's not a perfect world to where everything stops, but you'd like to be able to think that all conflicts can be put on pause for the games, to honor the games. And I just think that's it's just a beautiful term of endearment.
No, I'm with you, man. I mean, it's beautiful when, humanity can kind of come together and put some of the differences aside.
And do the natural thing of love first, you know what I mean? Instead of hate. I hate well. I do hate well. But, man, I love pretty damn good, too.
But, man, at the end of the day, it's not the athletes' decisions that those things are happening. They're just there to compete, And as fans, I'm just there to watch, just to see the best take on the best. And we'll see who really is the best in the world. This is the time.
So, my dude, athletes do provide influence. All right, so let's go with the favorites for soccer first, if you want to go that. If you want to go that
France. Just straight up France.
In Paris? It's France.
Yeah.
Spain doesn't have a chance at doing anything after what we just saw in Europe?
Man, it's really tough to say, because when it comes to Olympic men's soccer, they don't take the best of the best. It's a U23 tournament, essentially, with the ability to take 3 players that are over that age. So you get those 3 exceptions. And even the Americans, I didn't feel like they took their best exceptions for this tournament either. And they're rather young. Well, obviously they're rather young, but like it's tough to say exactly how good these players are because, you know, there's not a whole lot of film. I can't just go back and track down every player for France or for the United States. I mean, a lot of them do play in Europe, but not a lot of them play at the top tier level.
This is the first time from our era of soccer that we've had our youth basically all over the world instead of playing domestically.
That's definitely true. We talked about it
where we've actually graduated and developed our young athletes, our young soccer players to where they're actually, I mean, hell, we got people playing in the Prem, we got people playing in Serie A, we got people playing in what's Germany's league? Bundesliga. Bundesliga. Thank you. I mean, we got a lot of success. It's weird that we didn't take our top 3, right?
I mean, I feel, well, obviously with Copa America, we're not going to have anybody that's going to be really important. Like, you know, maybe we put Pulisic on a team like this, you know, just to try to get an Olympic gold, just kind of like how Neymar played for Brazil back when they hosted, you know, trying to win Olympic gold.
You hold Copa higher than Olympics.
Oh, well, easily, because I mean, those are real pro players. You know, we're talking about like the best of the best. This is the oldest tournament in the world.
In terms of hardware, say you were, all right, since it's hypothetical Tuesday, say you were an athlete, say you were one of the top football players or the top soccer players in our nation, right? You had a chance to hoist the hardware for Copa, or you had a chance to collect a gold medal.
Well, that's different because it's kind of like depending on where you're from. If you're from South America, winning the Copa is like the end all be all. It could be bigger than winning the World Cup because it just means that much to them. And again, it's the oldest competition between nations, you know, older than the FA Cup, older than the US Open.
It's hard to imagine something older than the FA Cup, right?
Yeah, but well, I guess not necessarily the FA Cup, but the oldest international tournament where it's played between different countries. Older than the Euros, you know, older than the World Cup. So this is something that's been taking place forever, basically, and it's built into the DNA. Like for me as an American, I'm probably like, oh, I want to win an Olympic gold medal because people will understand what that means here. Yeah. Most of the people, when I'm like, oh, I'm a Copa America winner, like they wouldn't get it.
You know what I mean? So.
And it would be a big deal because the way that it's framed, if you don't really follow soccer, you're just thinking, well, you know, the women take their best players to the Olympics, but the men don't. So you just automatically just assume like, well, if USA basketball is sending the pros, well, then obviously men's soccer has to be sending their best pros too, right? If you're a novice watcher. And that's where I assume if I was an athlete and I was telling people, hey, I won a gold medal in this country, it would mean a lot more.
No, I agree with that. Yeah,
but
it's weird.
Give me one moment. I'm going to turn off this monitor because I can see that it's messed up and it's bothering the hell out of me, man. It's not a good optic.
But it's weird to think that different cultures do tend to, I guess, you know, herald, you know, hardware higher or more, I don't know, more prestigious than other, you know, hardware. I would think that an Olympic medal resonates well with all across the world to where, you know, you're going to take an Olympic medal over a trophy of Copa America. But I mean,
is an Olympic medal in equestrian really that like impressive to people?
Well, I mean, nobody but
I mean, the best host rider, I guess, maybe, but
right? Like you're taking, you know, you're taking different sports in terms of this, right? Like how many people get up for equestrian? Like, but I mean, honestly, the fair question or the fair answer to that is yes. Like if you're competing in the World Games to be the best in the world at something, then I would say that equestrian, I don't value equestrian. I don't value horse riding as much as I value basketball, right? I'm not into it that much, but I would say that it's got the same value as in terms of hardware. Like one gold medal is not better than another gold medal.
Let me ask you this. My friend, my brother.
I mean, I know what you're going. I know where you're going with that.
Okay. So most of the time, right? I'm impressed. Anytime you meet an athlete at that caliber, that means they're the top, right?
If you meet an Olympian, Smash, are they a pro or are they an amateur? They're obviously an expert.
I mean, they're pro skilled. They just might be getting amateur pay. You know, it's just like the real world, I guess. In some cases, it's like, yes, is alpine skiing, like freestyle skiing, is that extremely difficult to do? Where they do the flips and stuff? Yes, extremely difficult. But it's not like they make a lot of money in the United States. You probably have to go over to the Nordic countries if you want to make a living. And even then, I'm not sure how much like the top professional will get paid.
I would think that's all sponsorship money anyway.
But let me ask you this really quick, since it's a hypothetical. But this one actually is true. My brother is friends with the guy from Mexico who actually did qualify for the Winter Olympics the last cycle. And all he had to do was go to these tournaments and jump. He didn't have to land anything. He just had to hit a certain amount of tournaments because Mexico wouldn't have had.
What's his event?
It was, I want to say it was the long jump skiing.
The long ski jump?
Yeah. Or something like that.
Your brother knows a friend that does that?
No, not necessarily. That's just it. Like this guy had the ability to travel and hit all these tournaments, right, to qualify to represent Mexico in that event.
Okay. So if you
he didn't have to land any jumps. He just had to go.
He had to have a representation of qualified events.
Yeah, because I mean they didn't have anybody else competing, so it was just like, okay, if he competes and he gets enough points because he hits these events all around the world,
he qualifies by default.
Exactly. So he got to compete in the Winter Olympics by default.
Gotcha.
But I mean, like, do you take pride in something like that?
No, I got you. I see where you're rephrasing.
Because one, you have to have the money to do it.
The best in the world if they're getting qualified by default.
Yeah, and there's going to be some countries and some teams they're just going to qualify by default. You know, it does happen. It just happens to be such a small world where I actually, like 1 degree removed from that person.
No,
I mean, I think it's cool that they went through the trouble, but doesn't make them one of the best jumpers in the world.
You're right. I mean, I'm not going to walk it back. I still think the American or the gold medal is one of the highest hardwares that I would ever be able to collect, just because of the pageant, not just of the pageantry of it, but the way that I value my American pride and what I would do for my country.
Oh, well, definitely. Totally understandable.
But I mean, to sit there to not look at like the Larry O'Brien or Lord Stanley, like that's, I don't know. If I'm looking at Lord Stanley, one, you don't keep Lord Stanley, but if I had Lord Stanley,
you take it for a day.
Yeah, take it for a day, put it right next to the damn gold medal, and be like, yeah, you know what? There's just something about this big ass cup that's more than the gold medal with the ribbon around it. No, that's yeah, it's a good point. All right, so what are our predictions for, or I guess it's just Team France for you, for
men's soccer, easily. They're the favorite. They have to be the favorite. I mean, they're young guys, though.
Who's gonna contend? Who's gonna compete with them?
I mean, obviously Spain has the technical prowess to do so. Japan is another one of those teams that I like watching because of the technical. That's what this is going to rely on: technical prowess more so than physicality, and it's just going to be who has the better coach. A lot of these times I feel more so than the player, just because the tactics are going to mean a little bit more here, just because they're so young, and it's about just trying to get them in the right spots in order for these plays to hit. And Japan's really good at that because they've taken essentially the same manual from Spain. And we already seen how good Spain was rebuilding much quicker than people had originally anticipated. Now where they look like they can win the World Cup.
Jake's got the 3 that he thinks are going to medal out there. How do you feel about this? Smash France, Spain, and Argentina to place.
Shoot, I can't even disagree with that because of what we've seen already. I mean, the national team's success at the top kind of.
Injury?
Excuse me?
What about with Messi's injury?
Oh, he wasn't going to play for them anyways.
Oh, see, I didn't know that. I thought Messi was actually playing in the Olympics.
Nah, he wasn't going to play for them. I mean, it's something he probably thought about, but yeah, that injury, no. I mean, Inter Miami's paying his salary. He probably has like a really sweet MLS deal that he has to, actually see through.
You brought a good point, because if that's the deal, then why would Messi play in that? Honestly,
he's already accomplished soccer, and I believe he's already won a gold medal previously with Argentina. So I don't think there's a need for him to compete it again. I mean, he's won every trophy now. Yeah, Copa twice.
He has the hardware. He doesn't have to prove himself anymore. I would just
the only thing he can do is change nationalities, which would be impossible at this point, to be Spaniard to try to win the Euros.
Yeah. For me, I thought it was more along the lines of him just wanting to be on the team for Argentina and just be a part of the damn club. It feels like he's at his happiest when he's on the Argentina pitch. Am I wrong about that? Or?
Yeah, but man, this is like this would be a way different experience in the sense where it's like, oh, much older now, and it's all like he already has kids of his own.
John, I need to get a hold of you, John. You need to hit me up on Twitter so I can send you your Xbox code. John won the
what? You got a winner
25 Xbox code yesterday, but I haven't been able to reach him. So please reach out to me on Twitter at NotTheFakeWags or send your email in this chat so that I can email you the code. Thank you so much, John. I appreciate you.
Yeah, make sure you hit him back. No, that's important. I need you to get your free game. Sure. That's why I figured Rodney was actually doing today. Just kind of working on that dynasty.
So I think that's like Rodney took a picture of him in a hotel or something like that, but I couldn't really tell if it was a hotel. I just saw like darkness and like a long power strip, right? Well, and then I saw a few cables and what it looked to be Smash, a PlayStation 5 console power AC adapter. So I'm thinking maybe he just took the day off just to play college football. This thing's really gotten a hold of Rodney a little bit. It really. I
mean, it's totally understandable, but I'm glad it's not like the old days. Do you remember the old hotels where they had like the controller built into the TV and you had to pay to play the games?
Oh my God, it was so.
I mean, I paid to play a couple before, but I was just like, really had to convince my parents, like, come on, please.
So when you travel, do you take a gaming console with you or anything?
Nah, not anymore. Maybe when I was like younger, like PS2 days.
You have way too much stuff to do. Like usually when you travel now, you're traveling for work.
Yeah, so it's just like, oh, that's when I usually go over the notes or put the finishing touches on any of the preparation work, or they're usually like doing like a rehearsal or something. It's just like I really don't have the time to even enjoy it, to be honest, most of the time.
So those of you guys that don't know, Smash is not only the voice of St. Ed's, but he also goes around and does game shows. He's basically an MC, the MC of MCs. He hosts game shows and he also does wrestling and boxing events too. The once professional wrestler is now the broadcaster in the ring, in the squared circle, my guy.
Well, I was trying to go like the Bucky route, where you've been in the business for a long time previously before you get to be the personality that talks about the business. Yeah. I just never got as far as Bucky did, man.
Personality everywhere.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's why I played rugby in college, because I was hoping I foresaw Major League Rugby happening, and I was just hoping like, oh, maybe with my experience that it would help. But then they got real guys that played like at the real like Olympic and national level.
For the Seven Nations here,
no,
the Seven Nations.
I mean, I played with guys that did, but that's why those guys were the superstars.
You just brought it up. You just spoke about it. The aforementioned rugby will be kicked off as well on Wednesday with soccer. What do you like here for? I mean, not many people follow rugby, Smash.
Yeah, and I can't say that I really have looked, but I mean, France, of course, New Zealand, obviously always New Zealand, but sevens is so different, man. Just a way different animal with only the 7 players on each side. The Americans, we got good speed. We've always had good pace and stuff. It's just all like when you're going against like the best that have been playing this game, and I mean, well, that would be a slap in the face to USA Rugby, because we've been playing this game for ages too. I mean, UCLA or Cal Berkeley rather is still a varsity program, so it's just like it's been played for over 100 years in this country. But it's not built into our DNA like it is in like New Africa. So it's just like we're definitely not the favorite
sport though too, right? Like South Africa and New Zealand, like rugby is their number one sport. It's not soccer, it's not baseball, it's not basketball.
It might be cricket, but I'm not really sure. I don't
like cricket in South Africa, but would cricket be the number one sport in Australia or New Zealand? No,
that's tough to say. Maybe not New Zealand. New Zealand, it's definitely rugby. South Africa, I'm assuming it's rugby, but it can go either way. I don't know really anybody from South Africa to ask. I would have to find out. But yeah, man, it's like rugby-wise, though, I would just assume that New Zealand is going to be the favorite. France, obviously, is going to be very strong as well because, again, they're playing at home, but they have had success at sevens in the past. So I would say that would be the final if the bracket turns out that way. But the USA, they could surprise some people, but Japan, again, one of those teams that would seem undersized.
Japan and rugby, huh?
I mean, they beat South Africa. Well, was it South Africa? Yeah, they beat South Africa at the World Cup a few years ago. So it's just like, yeah, man, I was going to say Japan is really good at technical stuff in their sports. And yes, they can go in undersized. Australia, again, would be another team that would be to look out for as well.
So Jake is going out on a limb and thinking that it's Australian rules football for Aussie as the number one sport for Australia.
That would also make sense too, because I mean, I've seen those AFL stadiums back in the old what was it, Fox World Channel days, and like that was pretty cool.
Do you enjoy watching Australian rules football?
I don't really understand what's going on, but the jump balls, the physicality,
the goal, and the one behind.
I remember that.
1 point. This is 3 points.
Yeah.
No, I have it wrong. This is a point.
No, you're right.
6.
This is multiples, and this is 1. Yeah, but I was like, yeah, man, I was really into it for a little while, and I mean, we had that one American playing from Texas.
Football better than rugby.
Nah, rugby.
There's a lot. I like the fact that you got to bounce the ball every 10 steps, and then you gotta either punt it if you can't pass it off to you after your second series of steps. And this is me just guessing the damn rules from observation here. I've never played an Australian football game in my life, or really gotten behind a professional team to follow. Whenever it's on, it's hard for me to not. It's one of those damn programs that if it's on TV, you're mesmerized by it, you're intrigued, and you're just like, oh, hold on, I'm gonna change it in just a second here. Just let me wait. Oh, and then you keep it on for about 15 more minutes, and next thing you know, you're watching the second match that's on for the day.
Well, did you see the hurling final after we were done with the show on Sunday? Or at least hear about it on X? No? Oh my gosh, man. People were talking about this. All Ireland, well, obviously it's played in Ireland. All Ireland, it was their final for the country. And all those dudes are amateurs, right? They go to work the next day and everything, but that stadium is packed. It was one of the best games of sport I've ever seen.
Hurling?
Yeah, man. The one with the sticks where they have to carry the ball and then they whack it while they're running.
Oh,
and then they can hit it over the goal for points, and then they can hit it into the goal. Dude, but no, man, some of the runs that these guys were making on Sunday, dude, I'm telling you, I was so impressed. And they say it's the fastest ground sport in Ireland. It's kind of like their version of lacrosse, essentially.
Oh, no shit.
Well, when you think about the premise of it.
I like the Olympics, man. I like seeing all the obscure sports that you would probably see on like the Ocho or something like that.
For us, the Ocho, yeah.
for real. No, it's just, I don't know. Like I'm the guy that likes biathlon in the Winter Olympics. Like
that's true.
There's something about people slinging it out and slugging it out and going cross country skiing and then having to sit there and be a marksman and shoot from a known distance to where they're shooting inside of the circumference of a quarter. Like that's how small the size is of where the impact of where the round needs to strike. And if you miss. Smash, if you miss, you have to take a penalty lap of a mile and then come back and go on another huge lap. And after that lap is done, you got to come back and shooting in the prone. But still, I mean, you're on skis. You don't get to take your skis off to shoot. You actually have to provide balance while you're doing that. And breath distribution as well, man. Breath control. It's absolutely fast. I think it's one of the best sports to watch. And when I see stuff like this, it's like, man, how comes I'm not moving to Europe? You know what I mean? Like I think I would thrive in biathlon, man. Me on skis, and then also my marksman's capabilities, my marksman skill set. Are you kidding me?
Well, I thought you would have been like competing in the modern pentathlon.
No,
which is going to be the horse riding, fencing, the run.
I can't ride a horse.
Can't ride a horse. You lived in Texas for how long now?
Come on, don't put that on me, Ricky Bobby. I'm from Baltimore. You gonna see me on a damn horse? Are you serious? I'd like to try one. Speaking of equestrian, I'd like to get on a horse just to see how I would do. But it's like it's the fear of getting bucked off for some reason.
It's really they're pretty chill.
Superman broke his neck riding a damn.
I know, man.
And it changed. It absolutely changed my thought process on horses.
But you went to the beach and there's sharks in the water.
My wife's ridden a horse. I've never ridden a horse.
But you went to the beach and there were sharks in the water. And you still go to the beach.
Okay, good point. All right.
I was like, I'm going to go to the beach even with the sharks.
I did not get in the water that time. I did not get in the water this past trip, though. I did not.
Are you serious?
I didn't go in. And
was it before?
I am Poseidon, my dude. I go out there and swim with the dolphins.
So was it after the sharks?
Yeah. Well, we got there in the.
You couldn't get in.
No, the shark. No, you could get in. The lifeguard was allowing you to go in the next day, but still, like I was that. I wouldn't say terrorized by the damn shark.
Oh no, I wouldn't blame you if you were. I saw that.
Dude, it was up in the wade pool. It was up where people were putting their toddlers and stuff.
Oh, I know, man. That lady lost her calf. I was like, wow. I was like, I've never seen sharks that aggressive before.
Damn shoulder in the sternum or chest or whatnot. Like, I wasn't going in there. No. I'll go. I'm not, it's not like I'm never going to go back into the ocean. I'll go back into the ocean when I go back down next time. It's just with the initial thought of the shark being right there on my mind, it's hard for me to get in the water. You know what I mean?
I get it with that freshness.
Yeah, it's got that type of hold on me, or it's got that type of power over me, my guy.
I get what you're saying there, man. But as long as you get back in it at some point, like riding the horse, I promise you, get you like maybe something really old and docile where it doesn't really move, just so you can get the picture on it.
But wouldn't the damn horse be pissed off that I'm trying to get on his damn back anyway?
Nah, you're like a feather to them. Like you have to remember that these horses used to like pull. That's why it's called horsepower, Wags. They used to like pull things, man. Like they're way heavier than us.
You know what? Whoever has horses out there and that are listening to this show, I am intrigued. I would like to actually get some equestrian and ride a horse eventually.
Now equestrian would be different. We had to put you in those tight breeches with the shiny boots.
No, miss me with the boots.
Either horse riding usually requires boots, regardless if they're cowboy or equestrian.
All right. I just don't want those damn crazy ass boots. But yeah, find me a good pair of cowboy boots. I'll put them on. I don't know, man. There's something about me and horses. It looks like a fun time. I like betting on them, but don't put me on the back.
Who doesn't like betting on the ponies a little bit?
All right. Let's go into Team USA basketball for the Olympics here. There's been some scares, maybe you could say.
Some scares. I got like a whole thing of notes right here talking about how bad that USA basketball is concerning me and like why they concern me. And this is just kind of like a carryover conversation from Sunday, but I'm afraid that we don't have enough time to suss all of this out in a timely fashion here. And that's what my concern would be, because I mean, I'm concerned about Germany now all of a sudden, because like they didn't look bad even though the USA still won in their final tune-up game.
Are we putting the opposition up on a pedestal because we think that or let me rephrase this. Have we taken it easy on the opposition to where we've allowed them in the games at the end of them?
I don't know. That's just it. Because my concern is our best players are old. How do they feel? I mean, I'm assuming that Steph also takes...
LeBron looks like he's feeling. LeBron looks like he's able to carry the mantle and carry the torch.
Yeah, I mean, that's right now. I mean, don't get me wrong. We talked about it even on Sunday. He spends the money to take care of his body to be able to do things like this. But let's just be realistic here. The man's almost 40. He's going to be 40 this year. It's amazing that he's able to do what he does. But it's just all like, if he goes down, what happens to Team USA?
Steph Curry.
I don't. He's also in his mid to late 30s now. Joel is always kind of injury prone as it is, and while we need him, we're going to need him more defensively, more so than offensively in this one. He's been nasty, but he wasn't even really like, I would even call him the number one option on the Celtics. I would say that he was more than like
I agree
more.
I agree. He's the catalyst, but I think it's JB's team. 100%.
Yeah, and that's why I have like legit concern about
Rob.
The
What do you think, Rob?
team.
You're a Boston guy. Is it JB's team or is it Tatum's team?
Well, Jake is over here saying that they're just trolling us and that they're going to win games by 20 in the Olympics. I'm like, my guy, this isn't 30 years ago in Barcelona.
I'm with Jake here. I'm thinking at least a deficit of 10 points each game out. I'm thinking that they're just trying to keep it close just for intrigue purposes. I'm hoping that's what's going on. I hope the rest of the world hasn't caught up to our talent this quickly.
But I mean, it's only conceivable that they would. It's kind of like U.S. women's soccer. I've been saying for years, it's like, oh, the U.S. women dominate. I'm like, of course, because we invested first, and then everybody's going to catch up because they already had the tactics built in. Just like Europe, the way that they do their soccer over there, they have integrated that into basketball, and it's becoming with some great success because now we have seen the last, 3 MVPs have been foreign born, not U.S. born. So, and the best players in the league this year were from where? Technically,
Europe.
Yeah, and technically Embiid not from the United States, right? Cameroon or France, one of those two. Right. And then you would say
That's why
SGA Canada, Luka.
Oh yeah, No, I'm with
Those
you
were
on
like the
that.
top 3 MVP
I'm with you on
guys. Oh, a shout out Ike, by the way. I saw it on the chat. Didn't get to see that earlier.
What about Greece?
Greece.
Do you consider?
I'm glad you asked. Greece isn't going to be too bad. They're one of those teams that has a lot of Euro League experience on their roster, and they do have the
Antetokounmpos. What?
Well, they got Kostas. That's the only Antetokounmpo that they took with them besides Giannis. But, Kostas did win Euro League this year. And then you got Nick Kalifes, who is like the all-time European assist leader. And then you got Kostas Lukas, who was the Euro League Final Four MVP. So they got guys in Europe that are good. And they're going to be more in tune with the FIBA style game because obviously there is a rule difference, time difference, and all this other stuff.
About the FIBA difference in the NBA type of rule setting yesterday. You want to elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yeah, definitely. I can give you some main ones just for the people that don't really follow it and trying to figure out why it's so different. A regular NBA game is 12-minute quarters each. They play 10-minute quarters each, so automatically you lose 8 minutes of game time. It's 5 fouls per team before you foul out, as opposed to the NBA 6. The court is slightly smaller by almost a foot on the sides, so it does make the strategy a little bit different, and it also means that the three-point line is built in a little bit more. For a player like Steph Curry, that's just making it a little bit easier. The problem is, though, even with Embiid, bro, we don't have the size inside. Anthony Davis, Bam Adebayo, good guys, but not my favorite going against a Jokic or Wemby.
Why is size inside so important in FIBA?
There's no defensive 3-second rule, so you can just camp out in the paint and run a true 2-3 zone or 3-2 zone, however you want. You don't have to be guarding anybody like you do in the NBA. And then, of course, the non-goaltending rule where you can just tip back right on the rim, or you can knock it out still.
As soon as it hits the rim, you can get it.
Yeah, so those minute differences are the ones.
You don't have to hit the rim, to be honest. You can go up there and just wait for it to kind of touch the rim and just kind of.
Yeah, you can just flush it down right after that. So it's just like we're not really built to play that way because that's not how we play the game, So it's like, yes, we got the best players in the world, but you have to kind of change how you approach things. And of course, size being the big difference, it's like Embiid really is our biggest guy, and he's going to have to
That's why I think he's the main focal point for Team USA moving forward. Not only is he our biggest piece, but he's also a piece that was taken off of the opposition of France too, right? France, we kind of talked about this on Sunday. Wembanyama, or Wemben, am I saying that correctly? Wembanyama, yeah, thank you. Wembanyama and Gobert basically camping out in the paint for them. You add the piece of Joel Embiid to that, where they're able to extend the floor with Wemby and Joel Embiid, and then have Gobert. I don't think all three of them would have played on the floor at the same time. But yeah, on this hypothetical Tuesday, you think about those three stalwarts playing for France. That's you could say that advantage Team France for US or for Olympic basketball, in my opinion.
Oh, I mean, they would be like the third favorite behind Canada, but France, I mean, you just mentioned the Twin Towers essentially there, right? And then you also have to take into account a couple of ex-NBA or a couple of current NBA players like Nicolas Batum, he's still kicking it. And then Evan Fournier, people forget about him, but he can shoot the rock. So it's like their starters are very well built. And they also got, EuroLeague guys like Nando de Coro, who is like a really good scorer. So they got some balance up front with their initial starters. I don't know how deep they are this year. That's just it. But as you can tell, a lot of these rosters that we're talking about that are favorites to compete for the gold medal in men's basketball have a lot of NBA players. This is not how it was 30 years ago when Dream Team was formed in Barcelona, 92.
Yeah, it was the NBA versus the world, essentially.
Basically, yeah. We were just showing off like how cool the game is. At that point. Now everybody else is kind of caught up. Because, I mean, Serbia, you got to think about Serbia. They're probably the most loaded team that we didn't even talk about. You got Jokic. Yeah. You got Bogdanovic. That's a legit NBA starter. You got the young Jovic.
Are both of the brothers on the team? The Bogdanovic brothers?
No, I think it's only Bogdan.
Okay.
But, I mean, he might be on the bench. And then you got a guy...
Both of them are snipers, man.
Yeah, and they might both be on the team, but I know for sure Bogdanovic is on the team. He's going to start, and then you got the young Jovic, who looks like he can grow into Nikola Jokic, and then you got a guy like Vasil Micic, who was the MVP of the EuroLeague this year. So I was just all like, man, this team is stacked. This is their golden generation. That's what people in Serbia have been saying. And the one thing about this, if you don't know, look, we in America don't care about European basketball. Well, guess what? In Serbia, they don't care about NBA basketball. Yeah, so yeah, great. Jokic won MVP, and Jokic has been an NBA Finals champion. They don't care. He's kind of like their Messi over there, in the sense it's like, hey, you're good, but you haven't won anything for us. Are you going to win anything for us?
I thought Bojan and Bogdan were related this entire time. For 10 years, I thought they were related. I thought they were brothers.
That's why I was kind of like, is there another one?
For 5 years, like 5 years ago, I also thought like Isaiah Thomas was Isaiah Thomas's son.
Oh, the other Isaiah Thomas. I mean, they both were short, and crafty guards. Totally understandable. Thank you, Jake.
I read that IT was named after Isaiah Thomas, and for some reason that associated my thought process of, oh, he's a junior. Oh, I got it. So he's Isaiah Thomas Jr. Oh, okay, I got it. Okay.
I think he was just named after Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah, that's it. I think he lost the bet or some shit. His dad lost the bet and had to name him Isaiah.
A little Chalupa Batman?
It could be. Could possibly be. All right, before we get into a little bit of our hypothetical theme of smash or pass, those of you guys that watch the Wagner Wire, you are familiar with our little rendition of the hypothetical questions that Smash rolls out to me. It's smash or pass segment. We'll be rolling that out in just a second. But hey, if you guys are trying to place some bets on the Olympics, some prop bets, or if you guys are trying to go get some bets on Major League Baseball or maybe some soccer, maybe some way too early hockey, in some futures bets, you got to do it with Circa Sports. All right, you have to go out to Vegas to register with Circa Sports, but after you do that and get all the the ambiance and the pageantry of Vegas and the lights in Sin City, you got to come and then you can play everywhere else with Circa Sports. So look, it's pretty easy. You going out there, you take a trip to Circa Sports, and then you get into their damn system, and then anywhere you can place a bet in the world. It's pretty damn easy, my guys. Look, we're going to be doing it all season long. I'm trying to get on the damn trip to go out to Vegas with Bucky, BK, and Rodney so that we can make a whole bunch of shenanigans out there. But look, tune into them. It's Circa Sports. That way you can bet all season long in terms of football, maybe get some prop bets, and get your college prop bets as well at Circa Sports.
Like anybody needs an excuse to go out to Vegas, right?
Yeah,
an additional one.
I kind of do. You can throw Circa Sports into my back pocket, and that's probably going to get me there more than the Spearmint Rhino.
Never gone to that one.
Is the Spearmint Rhino still around?
I believe it is. I didn't get to go to that one, though. I got taken to another one. Either way, I mean, they had the classiest of the classiest.
Rhino is the absolute number one spot.
I wonder if it's kind of like, one of those things where it's like now it's name brand, so that's like the big one. Because, I mean, there's multiple Spearmint Rhinos.
It's not going to be as prestigious, or it's not going to be...
Like, are they just getting by on just name?
Yeah, based off just the... There's 3 in DFW. Don't ask. Wait, hold on. Time.
Yeah, it's a chain.
Let's take it 20. There's 3 Spearmint Rhinos in Dallas?
Well, yeah, man, it's a big city. I mean...
I didn't know that. I thought it was just a Vegas thing.
No. It's like a chain.
I don't get out much, Smash. I hide under a rock, usually.
I mean, if I had all the toys you had at home, I would stay home, too. But I don't, so I have to go out.
There's 3 Spearmint Rhinos.
That's just in Dallas.
Hold on, Jake. I don't want you to dox yourself or out yourself here. But is there a way that you can get us some scouting on the Spearmint Rhino? Do you know what it's like?
Do you know what it's like? That's basically what you want.
The Spearmint Rhino, Jake. Do you know what the talent is? All right, Smash. While Jake answers that, let's get into it here, man. Let's kind of transition over into Smash or Pass.
All right, you want to play? Let's start off kind of talking back. Excuse me?
Now here's your host, Smash.
Thank you, Wags. I appreciate it. Good. Welcome back to, I guess this is America's. Now it's the world's favorite game show because you can find this streaming anywhere right now on YouTube, right here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Let's go back to kind of what we were talking about just really quick. And let me ask you, and all the people out there, you guys can play too. Just chime in on the text line, chime in the comments. I'll take your answers as well.
You can chime in as well. 512-222-9328.
So let's go back to this real quick. Smash or pass, men's USA basketball wins the gold in Paris this summer.
Hard smash.
Hard smash. No doubts whatsoever after all the stuff we talked about.
Hard smash. I think that they win by a differential of 10 points.
Per game?
Per game on average.
Not happening. But Ike is saying pass. Ike, who do you have as the favorite then if you're passing on men's USA basketball, not winning the gold on this one?
Yeah, and that's the thing too. You can't just give the smash or pass or just be pass.
I mean, you can say pass.
If you're passing, you tell us in the damn comments who you think's actually going to win with the pass.
Yeah, because I want to know. Smash, Jake is smashing obviously because it's like
Come on,
he's probably talked this, but I'm just like, man,
U.S. bronze my ass.
U.S. bronze. I mean, it's a possibility. Canada, France, Serbia, even Greece, Germany, after what we've seen with their starting five. A good shooting day, like from the South Sudan, where we almost lost to South Sudan, which we talked about, like, hey, a country that's only like 12 years old, completely different. What about they catch us on a bad day? This isn't the 2014 necessarily.
I don't know how you guys are buying into this. Maybe the wolves just pulled over my eyes. I'm with Jake on this. He and I are drinking from the same water trough, the same beer trough here. I think Team USA is just trolling everybody. Like, I don't think we've seen them turn it on. We have in the fourth quarter. We absolutely seen them get busy and get after it in the fourth quarter. But there's just too much talent. I mean, we haven't even talked about Drew Holiday.
He's been good.
He's
been really good.
Been exceptional. Just imagine that dude locking down your perimeter as well. Like there's so much talent that doesn't even get on the damn stat sheet hardly, just because of how much this roster is watered down with. I can't even call it watered down. It's exceptional talent. It's the best talent in the world. Smash. There's absolutely no way in the world that I'm passing on this. Hard smash.
Okay.
Hard smash on Team USA.
I'll take it. I'm going with the soft smash personally because I'm still scared of Canada, possibly France. But I'm with Jake in the sense where, like, this isn't the 2014 where we're not taking our best NBA players. But that's what it's going to take to win the Olympics and the FIBA World Cup from going on here out. Us taking all the very best NBA players available.
All those players that you just mentioned, like the players that would be on the 2014, they're now playing in the world. All right, those types of players are now playing on their world teams, in my opinion. That's what I see.
Oh, no, I definitely see what you're saying.
That's where the talent that we used to take in 2004, that talent is now in the world, and our talent is still extended because of, I would say, shortcomings that have happened in the Olympics because of this. You can't be an American basketball team and be embarrassed. You just can't. I would put us up there as dominant as the Russians were in hockey back in the day.
But I kind of feel like it's the same pressure, though. That's a great assessment, actually.
Am I wrong? Are we not that dominant?
No, that's exactly what it's like. I was just going to say, but the pressure feels like how England puts pressure on its men's national team to like perform at big tournaments. Because it's
but is there pressure? There's
yes.
Good. Is there pressure on Team USA?
Yes, you can't lose.
Well,
can't lose. You're like in a no-win situation. You win, it's expected. You lose, we're just like, what the hell happened? Why did you lose? This is our game.
If you win, you get to come back and be like Carmelo Anthony and say that the gold medal is better than the Larry O'Brien trophy.
Okay, so Jake, I would say that I liked the taking of Lamar Odom, even if he was on the crack at that time, because he was like a 6'10" that had skills.
Lamar Odom was the truth back in the day. Like when
he was good.
Like coming out of Rhode Island, like Lamar Odom was. Well, of course, that was hell. That was.
I mean, he's a big reason why the Lakers won those championships. At least I think so. I can't remember, but I liked his skill set.
He was. I would say he's a formidable piece. I wouldn't sit there and say that he's the absolute sole reason.
No, but I mean, no, definitely not the sole reason. But his ability to stretch and all that stuff when he was playing good, yeah. I mean, he was a nasty player back then. Okay, let me ask you real quick because I heard Bucky and BK talking about it earlier.
We need the music. We need the game show music.
I know. I'll figure something out that could be like.
You know what? I'll send it to BK. So that way we can just have it in the damn system.
But something that's like non-copyright. I'll get you something good. But let me see. So Smash or Pass. Chiefs repeating as Super Bowl champions. Right now, they're the favorites to repeat, followed by San Francisco, Baltimore, and Detroit. Those are the top 4 when it comes to the odds makers right now. But the Chiefs being able to repeat, smash or pass, you all, let me know.
Oh my God, I didn't think that this would be this hard.
I mean, look who they have coming back.
How do you go against them? I'm gonna pass just because of how extremely difficult it is to repeat. I also think, I'm gonna I feel like Baltimore's got something, up their sleeves this year. The advent of Derrick Henry. Now, look, you guys have heard me talk about this. I think it's going to take numbers down from Lamar Jackson and numbers down from Derrick Henry in terms of fantasy and individual output. But I think this is going to be so much better for the team in general, like as a whole. Having Derrick Henry in the backfield, being able to take some of the wear and tear off the legs of Lamar Jackson, I think he stays, fresh going into playoffs to where he's not banged up or prone to injury like he usually is, or he could be, in recent years. I think this is, an added weight to where you have to stack, almost 8 in the box now to stop the backfield of Baltimore. And then what happens? You get the doors blown off of you by Flowers. You've seen what happened with the emergence of Isaiah Likely last year in absence of Mark Andrews, and now you're putting those guys back on the field. You could see some 2 tight end setup here. It's. I think Harbaugh's got the crew, man. I really do. And then you want to talk about the other side of the Harbaugh or other side of the NFC. I was getting ready to say other side of the Harbaughs because thinking that
He's still there.
Jim's back at San Francisco. But no, San Francisco is another team that you look at the roster, man, they're just absolutely loaded. And the thought process that Brandon Ayuk was actually trying to get out of there and leave this championship caliber team, absolutely crazy. I think the pieces are in place for San Francisco to do this. If San Francisco can't get it done, I'm actually questioning what the hell's going on with Shano. Like,
dang, man, I didn't think I would ever hear that. You're a big Shannon fan too.
I love Shano. You would. Of course, what's going on is the fact that on the other side of the field, you're going up against arguably one of the most talented quarterbacks to ever play the game with a shot caller that can, put him in the best situations to be godlike, and that's Andy Reid. Now you're adding nothing but 4.2 speed there with Xavier Worthy. You saw what Rashee Rice was able to do last season, and then Travis Kelce, by the way. Yeah.
So with like Belichick leaving, it's like, I don't mean to sidetrack, but I am. But
no, it's cool.
Andy Reid, the best coach in the NFL, then? Because the success, or is it because of Mahomes? I think obviously it takes a combination of two, right?
No, Mahomes, because Andy Reid's done it in other places. Andy Reid's been able to do it in multiple spots. Like he did it as a quarterbacks coach or offensive coordinator in Green Bay. Did it as a head coach in Philadelphia. And now he's doing it.
It's that Mike Holmgren coaching tree
in Kansas City. From the Holmgren tree. Where's Holmgren? Mm-hmm. Is Holmgren from Walsh? Holmgren's from Bill Walsh's tree, is he not?
I believe so. I want to say yes.
So that branch,
because they ran that West Coast offense style sometimes too.
That branch is strongly rooted, my dude.
Yeah, they've had success for a long time. Jake's saying yes, the best. Steven, you were talking about U20 football real quick. Don't worry about it.
That can. John Harbaugh's been consistent, but I don't have anybody that I can put ahead of Andy Reid right now. To answer your second question, I'm gonna pass on Kansas City.
Taking the field,
No, I don't know who will beat them, but I don't think that they win the Super Bowl this year.
I kind of want to be like smash or pass. Dallas Cowboys make it to the Super Bowl. Oh my gosh, I don't think so. But
did you see the predictions?
No.
For the NFL this year, some people have the Dallas Cowboys as 8-9. 8-9. I have Dallas winning the division.
They're the 10th.
I have that old record of an NFC East champion not being able to repeat themselves. I have that snapped and broken. I have Dallas actually taken down.
As a Cowboys fan, I would love to see it, but right now they're the 10th favorite team to win the Super Bowl. So the odds are kind of saying that it might not be in the cards. I, as a Cowboys fan, already have that built-in pessimism, so you know how it goes.
Look at my eyes, brother. I don't have any all clear eyed. I don't have anything going on today, bro.
Got those good eye drops too.
I don't ever come on here messed up. I just look. One, I wouldn't be able to hold a conversation. I would be. Oh, did you see that cricket? Or did you see that butterfly, dude? Oh man, the stuff I watched last night, it was fantastic, man. What are you doing tomorrow, bro? Like that's how I would be if I was buzzed up in here, man. I just can't. I can talk with the best of everybody, but I can't keep an actual conversation because I'm just all over the place. If I'm on that damn wacky stuff, or if I'm up in the clouds with Brew or anything like that. All right. Philly win. I don't think Philly's winning the East, guys. I think Dallas. I think we're all sleeping on Dallas, as a matter of fact. I think Dallas.
Wow.
Put the pieces. Yeah, I do. I think Dallas.
This is a Giants fan saying this to y'all, just by the way.
CeeDee Lamb is,
if he gets re-signed, his contract that he wants.
Are you guys serious?
He needs to. They need to pay him.
We really think that Dallas isn't going to go forward and get CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott.
Well, how much money is Jerry's new kid going to take away from all of this? You know. We have concerns here.
Stop. Dallas is going to be fine, my dude. Dallas is going to be absolutely. Now Zeke ain't the dude that he was back in the day where he's just constantly eating. We kind of joked about that yesterday, but I think Dallas will be okay.
He doesn't have to be necessarily. We just needed that extra option.
He put up 20 touchdowns. Like it's Dak's offense, right?
But again, could have had Derrick Henry.
Hand it off to Zeke and let Zeke get tough yards if he needs it.
I know, but we could have had Derrick Henry for like the same price, if not cheaper. But Jerry didn't want to open the checkbook.
If Derrick Henry's in that offense, you have to change that offense up. Derrick Henry's and this, like, I also have a little bit of reservations with Baltimore because of this. I feel like Derrick Henry is the running back that needs at least 20 totes just to get going to where he's in his optimal field, right? I don't know if maybe Derrick Henry would have gotten 20 totes a game.
I think at this age, like, he doesn't need like the 30 carries anymore just to preserve his body.
You're missing my point. Like, Derrick Henry doesn't unlock himself fully as Derrick Henry unless he gets those carries. Like,
I know what you're saying.
The way that he imposes his will on the opposition in the fourth quarter in the latter portions of the game is why he's Derrick Henry. Like, Derrick Henry usually racks off like 2 to 3 yards per run until the end of the game, to where, oh my God, somebody misses a tackle because of fatigue, and now Derrick Henry busts off a 60-yard run.
Yeah, but as long as we're like grinding down the defense, Derrick Henry doesn't have to do it all by himself, and I think that's what Baltimore's going to do now.
That's why I think Baltimore is going to have a sensational season.
Yeah, I think that's why it was a great pickup for them.
But I do have reservations on the fact that, will Derrick Henry be able to get his full payload, or will Derrick Henry be able to unlock fully without a full payload? That's kind of the question I have, or kind of what I put on reserve.
I don't know, man. All I know is I need Jake to stop telling me about all the bad things I want to have to deal with defensively with the new. That's right, we have a new defensive coordinator coming in. Yeah, there's a lot of change, man. As a Cowboys fan, I'm only somewhat optimistic that we'll be able to get through the season as long as everybody stays healthy. You want to end on a banger?
8-9 is what I saw. Jake is wondering if they even get to 500.
Jeez, man.
I think Dallas is going to be okay, guys. I'm not.
We'll beat all the bad teams,
you guys. But as a Giants, am I still a Giants fan? God,
you got Saquon.
Huh? What?
You got Saquon, who had a bounce back year.
Saquon's no longer on the Giants. Where are you at?
I know. That's why I'm just like, you got nothing now. Jeez, that's all you had. Now you got nothing except for Danny Dimes.
We got the investment. We got the investment plan, Danny Dimes. Now, look, I do think Singletary's a formidable back, but is he the type of sensation that Saquon Barkley is?
No. I feel so bad, man.
The hard running that Singletary did with the Texans last year, I thought was sensational. I was really big on Damon Pierce, as a matter of fact. But the emergence of Singletary last year kind of won me over. I still wish I would have had Saquon Barkley in the backfield for the Giants, but Singletary's a decent piece.
Yeah, man, I think that's a huge loss, especially how the season that he had last year. And it's just like all that money tied up in Danny Jones just not working out.
Mark my words, Saquon Barkley has over 1,200 yards this season.
Total or rushing?
Rushing.
Okay.
And then he'll have 7 touchdowns, only 7 touchdowns. He'll have 6 against the Giants.
6 touchdowns against the Giants?
I'm not messing around. He will have.
No, I know you're not. That's why I'm like, man, you serious?
I guess so. Every other game, he'll Sirianni will run him down. He'll be used to run down and get inside the 10, and then it will be Hurts butt push.
We'll see, man. We'll see. That's the case.
That is what I'm envisioning. Hey, Ike, by the way, hit me up for that fantasy football information that you need me to do for you guys or whatnot. If I'm going to be the MC of your all's league or whatnot, it sounds like a good time, man. Me drinking and announcing football teams. What
and pizza?
Pizza too? Hell yeah! It's
I mean, I'm assuming he's throwing in the pizza, right? Or I'm like your agent. I'm trying to get you a sweet pizza deal here, man. Just work with me.
Before we get out of here, man, let's tell you about audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. The very best in audiovisual automation. Been setting the standard in that industry for 35 years. No job's too big, no job's too small. You guys know all the adages. Whether you want a 2 television setup or a 4 television setup to make that video wall, it's all deadly, man. It's done with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Go to the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years so that you get an idea. It's avconsultations.com. All right. What you got? Any more hypotheticals before we get out of here?
I got one last one for you, real fast. Oh, hypothetical or a smash or pass?
Or a smash pass. My bad.
Okay, last one, real quick though.
Our smash or pass is not hypothetical.
I guess so, but this one's a little bit more straightforward. Real quick though, Double D. I would never be a Texans fan. I don't know. You should be either. And Wags, are we doing a TSU fantasy football league this year?
Sure. Why not? I mean,
because Double D said they're in.
I have not gotten that approved by the boss, but sure. I mean,
but no, I just figured that maybe now time to bring it up since the fans are bringing it up, and I would want in too. But final question is Smash or Pass, and if you guys have seen it, please let me know.
Too. I like how you just snuck in, and I
just saying, in there too. Just saying. But Smash or Pass, MILF Manor 2. Have you seen this? Have you watched?
What?
Are you intrigued? We talked about MILF Manor 1 previously on the Wagner Wire, but there is a second season. I think it just finished.
How did it get renewed?
How did it get renewed? I mean, because obviously season 1 was such a success for TLC.
I honestly didn't go back and watch. I failed you. I did not go back and watch.
Okay. Well, now that there's a sequel and a season 2, are you intrigued now? Do you need me to give you the breakdown? Do we have time for that?
Let me find it. Let me write this down. You know what? I won't forget it. Text me. MILF Manor 1. I'm gonna.
No, MILF Manor 2 now. We're on 2.
What platform is
it on? It was on TLC, but I think you can stream it on either Peacock or Max now.
Where can I find it at to stream it? Because I don't watch.
Paramount. I want to say Paramount, maybe. Yeah. I have to double check. I just know that they had it on TLC. And one of my friends is
Would I know any of the girls?
No, but one of my friends is like a reality TV junkie, so she had me watch it, and I was just like, man. The synopsis is that you got all these older divorcees, right, in a house, kind of like Real World style, trying to find love, kind of like The Bachelorette. But last year, it was just like...
Is this like House of Love?
Kind of, sort of. But last year, they brought in their sons of all these moms and like had them... Basically, Jake's got what I'm saying. It's on Max. There you go. Thank you, Facey Wazy.
You know what we're talking about with Disco Mommy?
Well, it's kind of like more so like the term that he used for that thing there. So it's just like not necessarily anybody on the show.
I thought that was an actual name. It's on Max. All right. It's on. Fozzie says it's on Max.
There you go. So you can check it out there. But quick. So last year they brought in all the kids from the moms that were in the manor, right? And they were competing for love.
Moms.
Yeah, man, like a real Oedipus style thing, where it's just kind of like, that kid's. You're friends with the mom, but then you're like, oh, you're also trying to get with her kid. This year, they brought back kids, right? But then they also brought the ex-husbands to the manor, too. Right. So now you're competing, trying to find love between, like, the ex-husbands and the kids.
We're just picking up everybody's trash at this point.
I'm surprised that this wasn't run by Fox originally.
What are we playing? Go Fish?
Basically is what they're doing, man. They're just trying to make... Basically, man, that's what they got down now. This is TV in America in the future.
You know what? I'm gonna smash on this.
Trickle down
banging. I love it.
I've never heard that before.
Permeating banging. Yeah, you know what? I'm in it.
Okay, well, you check it out. Let me know what you think.
Should I watch MILF Manor 1 before I get into the second season?
Nah, you don't really have to. I mean, you pretty much already know what you're in store for with either season.
All right. Everybody says bring Jordan on so we can ask him about MILF Manor. I don't know if Jordan's going to be in the MILF Manor or not. So what I'm into now is Below Deck. Have you ever seen Below Deck?
No, what is that?
Okay, so you know me. I like being on boats. I like being at sea. It's a reality TV show on Peacock where you have stewards, you have deckhands, and you have a captain, and they take all these rich charter guests, in really exclusive and exquisite places of the world, like Croatia, the Caribbean. I haven't seen any in Hawaii, as a matter of fact, in the South Pacific. But usually it's places that you pay to go on, luxury cruises on yachts that you and I can't afford.
Of course.
And there's a lot of drama that goes down. There's a lot of hooking up that goes down. And then after they hook up, and anybody that's been on ship before, like if you have ever been on a cruise for a long amount of time, or if you've been isolated into a quarters to where all you see is the same people day in and day out, right? Usually you see, or what happens is, you have that one girl or that one, if you're into guys, you have that one person that is just head and above heels over everybody that's on the boat, right? And then once you get off the boat, you're like, is that person really that hot? Or are they just boat hot? Seriously, it's called boat hot for a reason. Like somebody that could be an 8 on a boat might just be like a 6 offshore.
This is true.
I'm serious. I'm not
with you.
Like, you can be hot on a boat because you're the hottest person on the boat, and then all of a sudden you get offshore and you're just like, see ya.
You're not
That's
talking
what happens with Below Deck. What's up, Jordan? Have you seen Below Deck, dude?
You're not talking hypotheticals either here.
No, I am talking hypotheticals.
No, that is not hypothetical. That's just legit. People get hotter when you have less options.
Look, I know exactly what you're talking about. We called that camp goggles growing up. When you go to camp,
goggles.
Yeah. When you go to camp or something, I know exactly what you're talking about. That 5 turned into a 9, stuff like that.
Yeah, real good.
But
the
no,
next thing you know, like everybody's sharing the same camp counselor or some shit.
Yeah, but no, I've never even heard of that show y'all were talking about.
So I've never heard.
Will not be watching.
MILF Mansion. We're gonna get you on MILF Mansion. We're gonna get you on
MILF
that.
Manor.
Now, we're gonna do streaming sessions, Jordan, of us watching MILF Manor. MILF Manor 1 and MILF Manor 2. But no, I was talking about Below Deck. Below Decks, and plus it's very attractive people to look at. Very attractive people to look. Good eye candy. Good eye candy for both you and the missus, if you guys want to get into it. What's up, Jeff? How we doing,
Hey,
brother?
Jeff.
Hey, what's up, Justin?
Good to see you, man.
My old Sports Guys Talking Wrestling co-host. Justin.
Yeah, we used to be in a tag team, bro.
Yeah. It was more like the NWO. It's me, you, and Stu.
Yeah.
Jeff, you're a little low.
I'm a little low. How's that?
Yeah.
Coming up, make it a little bit louder. Talk to me. Whisper
Check.
Sweet nothings into my ear.
1, 2, 9, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Not really much of a difference, but I love the effort.
That changed a little bit?
That actually did change a little bit.
It helps if the mic volume gets turned up. No, I discovered MILF Manor. Turns out Shane Gillis was right because I like John Oliver. If you hear somebody make jokes in a British or Australian accent, it almost doesn't matter what they say. It just sounds funnier. And John Oliver, I even forget what I was watching. It was something, but anyway, he broke the monotony by showing clips of MILF Manor, and I was like, that sounds about as wheels off as I would imagine the name would be. So I haven't watched the full episode. Don't really intend to because those kind of 30-second clips, I think I got the gist of it.
Well, I think I'm intrigued now that they're bringing in the ex-husbands with it. Like that's an added addition to where I'm kind of going to be all on board for. Yeah, I mean, I want to see another woman pick up somebody else's trash. That's kind of what we're here for, right? We just share each other's trash. All right, gents, I'll leave you guys adieu. It is only an hour. It's the crew for Jordan and Jeff here. A lot of J's. Hey, Justin, thank you so much for joining me on Chaos Theory. And for Rodney, we appreciate all the work that you do around Austin and for Texas Sports Unfiltered. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you all tomorrow, man. Be good.
Yes, sir.
All right. It is only an hour. It's Jeff. It's Jordan.
Hey, just want to give you a warning. In like the 10 minutes before we started the show, I could hear the fire alarms going off in my apartment complex. they turn back off. But yeah, they'll randomly go off like probably once a month, and it'll go on for like 20 minutes. It's annoying as hell, but it just happens. But they didn't go off in my unit though. I could just hear it kind of echoing. So just give me a warning if that happens. Yeah, if that happens, I could just get in my car. There's like a parking lot down the street.
That's cool. If you need a few minutes away, I can filibuster. Hey, real quick, I want to mention this because this is going to be part of the show. Here's card of the day. So this is a Colt McCoy rookie card. Nice little rookie card. Jim Mint 9.5 from Beckett. If you notice the back, this is why I got it so cheap. There's like, I don't know, some kind of ink globs on the slab. I'm either going to send that into Beckett for a reslab or send it to a new company to get it regraded. That's going to be a giveaway during football season. So we're going to be giving away some stuff here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, some cards. I got some stuff. It's getting ready to go off to the grading companies. So yeah, we'll be doing plenty of giveaways in the sports car realm, and it's going to be pretty much all Longhorns. So looking forward to that. I bought some cheaper Bijan Robinson and Roschon Johnson lots over the off season. So definitely getting into that. Jordan, let me see something real quick. Let me make sure. Is my mic volume good? Or am I still
I mean, it's fine for me, but I turned it up, so you probably do want to check on that. It is a little lower than usual. I know that.
All right. Well, I don't know why, but okay. You know what?
If you want to try leaving and rejoining, we can do that.
Yeah. Let me do that.
Okay. Little technical difficulties early on, but we move. I don't know. How are y'all doing on this Tuesday? Kind of caught me off guard looking at my phone this morning, being like, holy shit, it's July 23rd already. But I don't know. Year has flown by. So, but excited for the season. Of course, I'm sure y'all are. Played Dynasty, won another natty last night. So, yeah, hey, congrats, Jeff Banks. Yeah, I saw Brett McMurphy engagement farming on Twitter. Not the best look, but
all right. How we doing now? How we sounding now?
Sounds about the same. I'm not gonna lie, but I say we roll it. I'll turn my mic down so I'm not super loud in your quiet.
Okay. I mean, I don't think it sounds any different than normally. I guess was Ike saying that. Okay, Fozzie saying it sounds good. I think Ike was saying it sounds good. So I guess we're good now. Were you talking about Jeff Banks getting married? I mentioned that on the show yesterday because he got married on Saturday and still managed to get to coaching school on Sunday to do the Texas Coaches Chalk Talk after the Division I coaches panel. So, and he was good, man. I'll be honest. I went to Kenny Baker's lecture, which I'll get to in a minute because that's kind of my team topic of the day. That's top of mind for me. I can get with you on a lot of offensive X's and O's, some defensive X's and O's. Coverages is where you kind of start to lose me a little bit in terms of my expertise. And when you talk about special teams, man, you might as well be talking about, I was telling Hank South this, man, you might as well be talking quantum physics because, man, in high school when I was supposed to be learning like safety positions and, proper lane assignments, that was never on the damn kickoff team, so I didn't care. I was over there, playing grab ass or whatnot. I never paid attention to special teams. But Jeff Banks makes it sound really interesting, and you could tell why guys are passionate to play special teams for Jeff Banks. Like he's going over punt coverages and kickoff coverages and different returns and punt block schemes and all different kinds of stuff. So I was like, yeah, it sounds great, but in football terms, even for me, I like to think, Jordan, I'm a little bit educated on football. It might as well be special teams nuances might as well be nuclear physics to me. But
I don't know. I don't know why this made me think of this. But last night in a dynasty game, I played Alabama, and for some reason there was like this glitch where Caden Proctor was in like the second row on kickoff return, and I kept squib kicking it to him, and I would just hit stick the shit out of him, and he'd fumble like every time.
Man, I tell you what, when you're playing 2-player mode, the hit stick can work against you.
Yeah, when you're playing a real person that knows how to use the right stick, it ain't it can go down quick.
So check this out. So I went to Kenny Baker's lecture, and without getting too detailed, I just felt like I was watching a real ball coach. His dad was a football coach. He learned defensive line nuances from Pete Jenkins, who, quite frankly, is one of the best teachers of that position ever. And I was pretty intrigued, Jordan, by some of the stuff he had to say because defensive line play is one of those deals where everybody's working toward the same goal. It's just you kind of have there's a little bit more nuance everybody takes to get to that point. Basically, Kenny Baker was talking about the D-line toolbox and all the tools. You've got your eyes, you've got your hands, everything else. And he said basically and it's now for the Texas defensive line, you basically got 3 objectives on every snap. If you're seeing Broughton or Collins or Bill Norton, Alex January, whoever it is, they basically got 3 things to do on every snap. 1, whoop the guy's ass in front of you. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. 2, peek in the backfield, look for the ball, but do it the right way to where you're not giving up your body. And then 3, make a violent release getting off the block. And I'm like, well, when you put it that way, I like that line play. I've used this word 19 times already. There's nuance to it. It's not just a bunch of meatheads just firing off on the snap, knocking heads with each other. Like, there is some nuance on how to do this stuff. And I thought it was funny. A lot of his training tape, a lot of Kenny Baker's training tape, the clinic tape was of Christian Wilkins. And I leaned over to Hank at one point. I'm like, yeah, just do it the way Christian Wilkins does it. He's an all-pro. He's a Pro Bowler. Just copy him. But here's what I thought about. And I know D-line's been a hot topic of conversation on the recruiting front. But it's also been a hot topic of conversation on the team front because you lose Sweat and Murphy, and you can't replace those 2 guys.
Yeah.
And we've been kind of thinking that Sark's even said this, do it by committee, basically adding more bodies, thinking you can kind of moneyball it and replicate the production, which I don't disagree with. But what if it's not a by committee approach? And I know it's what ifing, and I know it might be part wishful thinking on my end. And maybe they're not Sweat and Murphy, but what if by the end of the year, we look at Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton and say, they're one of the – I think you could make the clear argument Sweat and Murphy were the best defensive tackle tandem in the country last year.
Mm-hmm.
But if Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton, Jordan, by the end of this deal, if you say, man, they're one of the 2 or 3 best in the SEC, that's good. That should be good enough to get you in a position to win the league and definitely get you in a position to make a 12-team playoff. So what – and I say that because a lot of that, and maybe it's just me being prisoner of the moment, a lot of that clinic tape on Texas guys doing the stuff Kenny Baker wants done, doing it right, was pretty much all Vernon Broughton and Alfred Collins with a little bit of Alex January sprinkled in there too, which makes him even more intriguing for me. But what if this, 6-7 deep approach that we've been talking about, what if it is Collins and Broughton that get the bulk of the reps? How much does that change for you? What does that change for you, the ceiling, not just for this defense, but for this team? If I tell you, hey, Jordan, by the end of this season, Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton are going to be one of the 2 or 3 best defensive tackle tandems in the SEC. What do you think is the end result for Texas?
It is a really hard question to answer because I think the surrounding defense, like outside of the 2, like let's take the 2 defensive tackles out and just look at the 9 other players on defense. This year's defense is better than last year's defense. It just is, at least in my opinion. I think there's more talent on paper than there was with last year's. It's a younger group. You obviously don't have a vet like Jalen Ford anymore, but, you have a David Benda. On the back end, you could say, you don't – Jaron Thompson, regardless of what you want to say about him, he played a lot of snaps at Texas. That's not there anymore, but that's okay because you went and got Drew Makuba, right? Jade Barron's still there. So I think the surrounding 9 is better to where they're not going to need quite as much as they did from Byron Murphy and Sweat last year. They're still going to need, impactful players and snaps to, fill the rotation. But, I don't – it's hard to answer. It is hard to answer exactly what the impact would be. But, I don't know. And the thing, too, they're going to have to rotate the young guys. Some of the young guys are going to have to get snaps because after this year, Norton, Savea, Lole, and Alfred Collins are all gone. They're out of eligibility. Mm-hmm. And Vernon Broughton could come back 1 year. I was talking to my dad about this. I don't think that unless Vernon Broughton hasn't come out and said this is his last year no matter what, right?
Right, he hasn't.
Okay, yeah. I don't think there's any way Texas is going to let Vernon Broughton leave. I just don't. Like, I feel like, you know how Jalen Ford had like a day 3 grade and they gave him an NIL package to come back? I don't think there's any way that doesn't happen with Vernon Broughton. I just look at the state of the D-line room and what they're losing after this year. They have 10 guys on scholarship. They lose 4. Broughton will have another year eligibility. Alex January and Melvin Hills will have 4 to 5 years left, depending on if they redshirt. And then Dre Bledsoe, Aaron Bryant, both those guys have 3 years left. And then Sadir Mitchell has 4. And that makes up the 10 scholarship D linemen. So I don't know, but they're going to have to rotate in some of those guys who will be on the team next year because they're going to need experience in the SEC. But
let me ask you, I'll back you up on it like this. So Vernon Broughton's got the COVID year that he can use, right? He redshirted in 2020, but we know basically that year, for all intents and purposes, you basically bank that year as an extra year eligibility, whether you played or not. So he's a redshirt. He's technically a redshirt senior this year, but he could be a super senior next year. Same thing with Jake Majors. I think you would look at it and say, okay, the money we would spend. And I think it's going to depend on what kind of year he has and what his draft grade is too. Because if he's got it, like, let's say he's got a day 2 draft grade, he should go. You shouldn't come back at that point. If you're going to be a top 100 pick, you should go. But if it's borderline, I think you'd look at it and say, all right, what would be more beneficial for us? Where will we? And again, just talking to some people inside the program, they're not calling it this, but they pretty much are managing a salary cap. They pretty much know with their allocated money, kind of what they can spend, what their budget is in terms of NIL money, where they can go. I think you look at it and say, all right, where would we be better spending our money? A 1-year rental out of the portal or spending it on, hey, Vernon, this is what you would have potentially made on a day 3 signing bonus. We'll pay you that to play 1 more year
here. Yeah. I'm paying Vernon.
Yeah.
I'm paying Vernon. You know, he's got experience in the program and all that other stuff. And this by Daryl. This is a great point. A lot of people forget that. Like, Sweat obviously was rotating in before, you know, the amazing season he had last year, but it did take him a long time to put it together. I think Vernon Broughton has a better mental eval than Sweat. I think pretty much everyone can agree with me on that. But, you know, maybe he makes a huge jump as a 6-year senior, even maybe a 5th-year senior. So, I don't know. I think the biggest X factor from that group, as far as like, if he can play to his true potential, the impact it could have on the rest of the team, it's no doubt Alfred Collins. You know, we've been saying the same thing about him forever. You've been saying the same thing about him forever. There's so much there to work with, and there's so much potential there. And he's a draft pick based off how we do at the combine and the measurements he'd have alone. But, like, man, we got to put it together on the field, you know. So that's going to be interesting to me. You know, like I said, he's one of the biggest X factors. And in the SEC, you know, outside of the quarterback position, the most important thing in the game is trench play, whether offensive line or defensive line. So, as we've said, you know, the whole spring and summer, replacing Murphy and Sweat isn't going to be easy, but they're going to have to figure out a way to do it. And the thing, I kind of want to turn it back to Kenny Baker for a minute, what you were talking about at coaching school. And we're going to return to I know we're kind of hitting on a lot of stuff. We're going to return to the questions you'll have in the comments sometime a little later. But I'm really excited to see how Kenny Baker is going to coach next week in fall camp once it gets open and, you know, we get media availabilities, because the different times I've been kind of, I guess, exposed to his coaching and whatnot, was the first spring ball practice he was at where he was chewing out Sadir Mitchell in front of the media for 20 minutes. They were just like doing stretching, and he was just yelling at Sadir Mitchell, and that's kind of what was going on. So didn't really get to see any drills, much coaching. And then I missed the other availabilities because I went back to Dallas, so I didn't get to see him coach there. And then I returned for the pro day at the bubble. And obviously there's not a ton of coaching, you know, at the pro day. They're just showing them how to do stuff. And I'm not going to lie, it was kind of weird seeing the way he interacted with like Byron Murphy going through the drills or whatnot and like Sweat being there and the way like Nansen interacted with the linebackers. It's like you can tell they have love for him, but like they don't want to be too overbearing because they know like that's not their guy, you know. So I thought that was interesting, seeing how he interacted with that and, you know, the different questions he was asked around that. But fall camp, I'm really excited to see, you know, the different drills and stuff he's going to do. Obviously, the media availability is only about 20 minutes, and Sark is purposely having them do like the most basic stuff of all time. So, you know, we can't get a great look on things. But I do remember last year at 2 of the fall camp availabilities, I remember seeing Bo Davis, you know, work with the D linemen and stuff. Yeah. And I specifically remember him yelling at Aaron Bryant for like 5 minutes one of those practices. But
when we talk about sometimes coaches recruit a guy, not that you're wasting a scholarship by any stretch, but you're going to recruit a guy maybe because during recruiting you see an attribute that says, you know what, this guy can get coached hard. He can take he can take it, and you know that can maybe rate the temperature of everybody else in the room. I think Aaron Bryant was that guy for Bo Davis because that wasn't an isolated incident. You know, Aaron Bryant seems like one of those guys that can take hard coaching. So yeah. I don't think there's any question you can do it with Kenny Baker.
Mississippi.
Yeah, man. And Kenny Baker's a Georgia guy, so there's some Southeast synergy there with those two guys. Yeah, when you go to a Texas practice, and this is kind of a little bit of inside baseball, but you go to a Texas practice, the two hardest groups to judge are the offensive and defensive line, because the D-line, because they're where we're situated, where we're allowed to go, they're basically at the far end of the practice fields, and you can't really hear sometimes what's going on. You can see it, and it's kind of like, all right, I'm seeing, but what am I really looking at? That, to me, is why Kenny Baker's lecture at coaching school was pivotal for me, because now when I see it on the practice field, when I see them going through individual, now I understand why they're doing what they're doing. Same thing with Kyle Flood. I went to a Kyle Flood lecture a couple years ago at coaching school, and a lot of it was how he teaches, basically how they teach inside zone, outside zone, basically kind of their principal bread and butter run plays. And you look at the different drills they do with that, whether they're on the Crowther sled or guys are on blocking pads or whatever, and you're like, okay, now I understand why they're doing what they're doing. And now it makes sense why some of those positions are interchangeable and why Jaden Chapman can go from left tackle to left guard to right tackle, back to left guard, whatever. Like, there's some guys on that line that are just that versatile, because depending on what side of the line you're on, the footwork might be a little bit different depending on if you're the guard or tackle blocking a certain play. But for the most part, it's the same principles if you just kind of understand what you're doing. So it helps so much to understand why they're doing what they're doing. And I said, I mentioned yesterday, Kenny Baker said something that I don't know why coaches don't do it more, man. If your drills aren't showing up on game film, then change your drills. You're just wasting time in practice. So really helps me get a better feel, because like I said, those are the two hardest groups to really understand what they're doing. I mean, look, you watch DBs cover the route tree, you pretty much get a glimpse, you get a feel for what they're doing. Running backs, same thing. Wide receivers, they're running the route tree. Lines are a little tough, especially when you're out there just jersey tops and helmets and no pads going on. So that does help. But
I always try to remind people, because like we'll have these fall camp, practices, and again, they're 20 minutes, and Sark is purposely not having them show us much, right? And people are like, well, how did Connor Robinson and Daniel Cruz look rotating in with the second and third groups? And it's like, dude, like I watched Kelvin Banks do this for 10 minutes. I'm sorry. I don't, I'm sorry, but some days you're gonna get lucky, some days you're not. It just depends what they're doing. So
I mean, if they're in pads, usually we get a pads practice or two, and usually that's the day that we'll get to see some tackling. We'll get, maybe not to the ground, but we'll at least see some thud, so you can
some rapping. Yeah,
you got a couple of notes you can make, but like those first couple practices, I'll borrow a term from the t-shirts, the jersey top shorts, and you're not even in shells, you're just helmets only. I'll borrow a term from a colleague in the market. For us in the media, those are what we like to call proof of life practices. that point, you're just making sure everybody's there, nobody's missing. Is anybody injured? Things like that, because there's only so much you're going to glean. You may get a highlight or two here or there. If they're running pursuit drill, if pursuit drill's a period while you're out there, you get to see the first, second, and third defense, and shoot, now they're at the point where they can run fours and have scholarship guys with the fours on defense. You'll get to see the O lines together, but it's just drill work. They're not running plays or anything like that. So I would just keep. But at the same time, I think we have to remember as a media group out there, we still are, even though people can say what they want, we still are the conduit between the fans and the program. We're that intermediary where we're passing along the information. So they want to know how as much as they can. That's why I've gotten in the habit of writing up a practice report, putting up notes pretty quick, and say, hey, any questions y'all have, I can answer. And I'll be on the board for pretty much the rest of the day just answering questions. So I just think we have to remember that, especially those first couple practices, man, everybody's going to want to know as much as possible about everybody on the roster. So, and that's no problem, man. I'm excited for football to be back too. Jordan's excited for football to be back. And we know everybody else is. And we're looking forward to maybe getting out of some practice. And when we watch this defensive line, I've said, I talked to Jim Nagy from the Senior Bowl, and it's interesting when you hear nationally people saying, especially somebody in a position like Jim Nagy is, when you hear the same stuff said about Alfred Collins that we've been saying for 5 years now, it's like, he's like, well, when you grade the flashes, he's a high-end prospect, but it's about more than that. I'm like, that's the preaching to the choir on that one, man. We've been waiting for Alfred Collins to put it all together. There's no question, man. If he puts it all together, he's a day 1, day 2 type pick.
And Snoop Daniel will hit.
I don't think Snoop's prediction is going to hit, but
I'm so curious. What did he just go to some Bastrop Cedar Creek game and see him just destroy some offense or something? Whatever made him say that?
It's a local kid, man. Snoop's going to stump for the local kids. He wants every local kid to be drafted as high as they possibly can.
Yeah, true.
True.
I'm going to give him shit for that next time I see him.
He wanted Garrett Wilson to go number 1 overall when Garrett came out. He wanted Greg Brown to be a lottery pick in the NBA draft.
No, hey, I knew the whole time the Greg Brown stuff was BS. He didn't have a shot. All he could do was slam it on people. And that was very apparent in high school. So I don't know. I don't know how he finishes 24/7's number 3 overall prospect or whatever it was. Basketball rankings are such a shit show, in my opinion. It's all personal opinion. At least in football scouting, you have different testing and stuff you can work off of. And a running back rarely will go in the top 10 in the NFL draft. So we rarely will ever have a running back that high as a 5-star or whatnot. So there's different draft trends you can use. Measurements, obviously, and then it's just easier to tell sometimes who's better on film versus basketball. For basketball, these dudes have 1 year removed from high school to get right before the draft. So, yeah, but
I think sometimes in basketball, I think there can be you can kind of go too far while trying not to do groupthink. I'll give you an example. Go back to the class of 2018. I think everybody kind of knew Zion Williamson was the best player in that class.
Yeah.
But if you look at the top 247, he finished 7, and he was 5 in the composite. And I think there was just, and again, it was not the same rankings team we have right now. It wasn't Brandon Jenkins and Eric Bossy and that crew. It was Evan Daniels, Josh Gershon, Brian Snow. I forget who else was covering hoops at that time, but I think there was maybe just trying to go against the grain a little too much, and you had Zion way lower than he should have. Now, the number 1 player in that class for us, at least, and he was number 1 in the composite, was R.J. Barrett, who hasn't been a bad NBA player. He was a high-end first-round pick. You got Nas Little, Cam Reddish, Bobo, Romeo Langford, EJ Montgomery, and then Zion Williamson. But I think in basketball there can be that where I think you see those kids so much that you almost start to look for stuff that isn't there. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that stuff happens in football. Like that's why, like, I'm never going to say this directly to kids, but it's like, hey, you already have like 30 plus offers and are getting recruited by all the schools you want to get recruited by. You have no reason to show up to an Under Armour camp in the spring of your junior year. Unless you have like over 5 schools being like, hey, are you going to go to this? Like, we really want you there because that means they want your data.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't go to it because it can only hurt your stock. And, it's say what you want about the Arch Manning Elite 11 stuff. I don't remember if there was actually an official excuse that was given, but like Bryce Underwood, the number 1 overall prospect in the 2025 class, he didn't go to Elite 11 either. I'm not saying if he goes, he's going to lose his number 1 spot ranking, but like at some point when you get deep enough into a cycle, we've had so much exposure to these guys. We know so much information about them where it's like you said, we are just trying to find things to nitpick them on because there's like all around are such a good prospect. So,
yeah.
But I don't. Another thing about the basketball rankings that's interesting to me is like, look how many international players are drafted. They don't rank international players. It'd be impossible. It would be impossible. So that also makes it such an interesting discussion for me. Hudson Standish and I actually talk a lot about the basketball scouting team and their evaluation process and such. But yeah.
The other thing I was going to mention, well, no, I wasn't. I do want to get to some questions, but let me finish my previous thought on Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton.
Yeah, that's my fault. Sorry.
No, you're good. Going into last year, this goes off of what Daryl G mentioned earlier about T'Vondre Sweat, like how Sweat didn't make that jump until last year, and even through camp, I think it was the second scrimmage where Sweat had a really good scrimmage, and Sark even mentioned, hey, if we get that out of T'Vondre, when we do get it out, we're really tough to block. But they just didn't know if they're going to get it out of him consistently. I think you can say that about Alfred Collins this year. I wasn't worried about Sweat and Murphy, filling the roles that Keandre Coburn and Moro Ojimo did the year before. I didn't know, and I don't think anybody knew that they were going to be as good as they turned out to be.
No,
the best defensive tackle tandem we've seen since Sean Rogers and Casey Hampton. I don't think nobody could have figured they would be that.
Okay. With Byron Murphy, I will say this. I never saw Byron Murphy play in high school, but I was really into recruiting, followed it. Whenever Texas flipped him from Baylor, I remember watching his film being like, holy fuck, like, holy crap. And then his freshman year, he was getting reps by this NIL agent that I knew that I was doing some work for shooting. And I went and watched him work out before he ever played a snap as a freshman. And I was like, there's no way this dude is going to be at Texas for 4 years.
Yeah.
I remember feeling pretty good about that. Just like the way he worked and went about things and how quick off the ball he was, or off the snap, whatever you want to call it. I was like, this guy's going to be somebody. T'Vondre Sweat, on the other hand, no, I'd be lying if I told you I ever saw what he did last year coming. And I mean, like you said, no one expected that out of him.
I didn't, and I was as much a T'Vondre Sweat stan as anybody. And you couldn't have told me, I wouldn't have put any kind of money down that say, hey, he's going to have this kind of year. No way. I wouldn't have seen it coming.
Yeah, and the thing I loved about last year with T'Vondre Sweat is like after week 3, it's like every pregame warm-up thing, it's like, this is Texas's 6'4", 350-something pound D lineman. He's a effing monster. Look at all these highlights. Can he make another impact tonight? And then it's like the second snap of the game, the fucker's in the backfield just killing someone. It's like he was – like the reason I love T'Vondre so much is the personality, the vibes he always had. But like, I have so much respect for players where it's like, okay, hey, we're lining it up and we're going to run it and you still can't stop it. And you know exactly where the ball is going and we're still going to get this done and get some yards, get a touchdown. I have a ton of respect for like players like that. So it's like T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy were getting completely schemed against, after week 3, and they still managed to be, like you said, the best defensive tackle duo Texas has had since Casey Hampton and Sean Rogers, and the 2 highest graded defensive tackles in the nation per PFF. So, going to be hard to replace and going to be a committee basis.
I underestimated Byron Murphy, the testing numbers, what they would be, and how good of an athlete he would be, because it was really early. I mean, again, I was talking to Jim Nagy at SEC Media Days, because Byron Murphy was going to play in the Senior Bowl. And then you think about how early the Senior Bowl is in the draft cycle.
Yeah.
Byron's agent knew by that point he was going to be in the first round. So it was like, I don't know. I heard you hear the Aaron Donald comps, and you're like, okay, let's just tap the brakes a little bit. But then you're like, you know what? Like, you think about, for me, it's weird. Like, okay, don't think about Aaron Donald, first ballot Hall of Famer at the end of his career. Think about Aaron Donald, Pitt defensive tackle going into the draft. And yeah, Byron was taken right around that same range and had pretty similar grades to what Aaron Donald did. So the comps coming out of college are not as ludicrous as you would think they would be, to compare Byron Murphy to maybe the most dominant defensive player we've seen in the NFL in the last 10 years.
Most dominant defensive player, at least, I think, for sure. I'd agree with that. As someone who had to watch the 49ers get skull-fucked by him. So I need to stop cussing as much. Watch the 49ers get destroyed by him 2 to 3 games a year for however many seasons he played in the league. So
he's on that short list. I mean, my football watching years, I got the very tail end of Lawrence Taylor, so I didn't see full-on Lawrence Taylor. But Aaron Donald, to me, is right up there with, like, I would put, of guys I've seen in my lifetime, I would put Bruce Smith up there. I would put Reggie White up there. I would put Charles Woodson would be one of those. Ed Reed, definitely one of those guys. That, there's
college Casey Hampton.
Oh, dude, he's number one always. Yeah, he's on that short list. Aaron Donald's on that short list of dudes I saw that could just take over a game. And, like, some guys did it in a different way. Like Champ Bailey, one of those guys, because I don't think you comprehend, for you to be a shutdown corner at that level, where the best of the best don't want to throw the ball your way, that says a lot. So yeah.
Hey, the screenshot of the Sunday night football broadcast thing, where it's like Darrelle Revis versus the top NFL receivers this season, and all of them had under 50 yards. Like, that's up there too.
Yeah, I mean, there's some guys that had shorter shelf lives. Like, man, like, dude, you talk about that Legion of Boom secondary in Seattle, talk about Sherman or whatever. Man, I know the end of his career, it was a 4-alarm fire disaster. But, dude, Earl Thomas's peak is as good as any safety that's ever played this game.
Yep. And they had Cam Chancellor, and they had Byron Maxwell.
They had a good, but they put that secondary together, that Pete Carroll, John Schneider, Brain Trust. They only used 1 first-round pick to put the Legion of Boom together, and that was Earl Thomas.
Yeah,
like JJ Watt. JJ Watt's up there for sure.
Yeah, he was always hurt. Aaron Donald was hurt less, so we'll give it to Earl, or to Aaron.
I always have to, I think about those guys, like guys in my lifetime too. I take away slightly from Michael Strahan, number one, because I'm a Cowboys fan, but number two, like, the fact that Brett Favre just took a dive on that sack to give him a single season sack record. I always put a little asterisk next to that. So.
Yeah. Another thing that's crazy about the Legion of Boom is that Richard Sherman wasn't even a DB originally.
Yeah.
He was a receiver.
But no. So if Texas gets, and this kind of goes, we'll start running through some questions, but CB's asked it up here. Will Collins have a Murphy/Sweat type year in his final year? He is capable of it. And if he does, Texas is at least in Atlanta playing for an SEC championship, and they're in the playoff.
Yeah.
If Texas gets to Atlanta, I think the question then becomes, for Texas or Georgia, can you beat the other one twice? Could Texas twice, or could Texas beat Georgia twice?
I had to play Georgia 3 times in my dynasty season. Had them regular season, SEC ship, and the championship.
And hey, tomorrow we'll get into some of the Texas hype because we haven't gotten into the preseason SEC media poll or the all SEC team. I want to get into that tomorrow because I've got some thoughts on that. But if Alfred Collins has that type of year, then yeah, Texas they're pretty much going to be a top 4 to 7 team the entire year.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to scroll to the top and just start answering questions from earlier. So if y'all have any, just start firing them and we'll try to get them. But Antoine asked, is Cecilia Kana actually working at outside linebacker? I haven't been in much communication with folks in Austin as of lately, like we have kind of talked about throughout this week. They've been on vacation and stuff. So
as of right now, that's the plan. Could that change in camp? Yes. I do think, though, Jordan, you probably agree with me on this. I think there was some question about where would his body take him, and I just don't know that he's going to add the mass he needs to be able to play either the Jack or the Buck. He might have to be a second level player.
Yeah, and that was the next thing I was going to bring up. I think it got reported at the time. He showed up at the All-American Bowl about a week before he moved into Texas at 196 pounds.
Yeah,
as a 6'4" edge prospect. So once that happened, and kind of, I mean, I won't lie to you, a lot of the guys at the All-American Bowl like are half-assing each practice, so it's kind of hard to get a great eval of how things are. But like, I watched him a lot that week, and I wasn't super impressed. I won't lie. It was also a really hard setting to judge from. But at the time, we had him as our number 36 overall prospect. And I remember leaving San Antonio and being like, we're going to get killed for this. We're going to get killed for the ranking. There's just such a long way to go there. His body needs to develop, and no one knows how it's going to develop in terms of adding weight, like you said. So I think it'll be really interesting to see how he looks as a second-level backer and off-ball backer. But I'm interested to see it, and with the state of the linebacker room, there's only 4 guys returning on scholarship next year.
Yeah.
That saves you going into the portal potentially, or having to load up on another high school guy or something like that. But
and I think before we move on, I think for him and Leonga Lafau, if you were gonna hire a replacement for Jeff Choate, I think the Johnny Nansen hire was perfect for those 2 guys specifically.
That's a great point. You are 100% correct. And then, Brett McMurphy obviously tweeted about Jeff Banks getting married. I knew, he's engagement farming. That's how it works. I don't know. Shouldn't be too big of a surprise. We do need to get a Texas Sports Unfiltered online dynasty going in some form or fashion. I personally play on Xbox. I don't know about you, Jeff. You're a PlayStation guy, right?
I'm systemless at this point. I played it on the Xbox. I'm thinking about, my older brother's getting one. My man Chris Dukes has one. Which is the Xbox? Is the Series S or Series X? Which one is it now?
I really don't know. I last summer I had to get. I was buying the new 2K, and I was going to Best Buy to get it because they had it on sale. And while I was there, I was like, "Wait, the new college football game is next gen only. I might as well just buy it while I'm here." And so I walked up to the guy and I was like, "Hey, I need a next gen Xbox. Can you point me to them?" And he's like, "Yeah, it's these 2." And then I just chose the cheaper one. So I don't know if it's Xbox Series S or X, but I have the cheaper next gen one.
The only one I know, because my brother and my nephew, I was on the phone with them Sunday night. The only one I know is the more expensive one is the one with that has the actual disc drive.
Yeah, I don't have that because once I got the Xbox and I saw I didn't have a disc, I was like, "Oh, I'll just buy it online then." The 2K game, but yeah,
hey, I can do that because my audio video setup is exactly the way I need it. It's prepared for it. Shout out to Tom McKay and AV Consultations.
Easy. Antoine asks, is Matthew Golden slated to return kicks and Silas Bolden punts? ? Who else ?
Jonte Cook could be in that mix for punts.
Still don't.
Isaiah Bond potentially.
Yeah, I still think it might be a work in progress. I really don't know the answer to this question. But based off the way things go sometimes in the return game, I wouldn't be surprised if they're still kind of cycling them through fall camp, trying to figure out, who they want to be that guy.
That's the one thing, you lose Worthy, Whittington, and Keelan Robinson. That's your 3 primary returners. I wouldn't be shocked. Golden can do both. Silas Bolden could probably maybe do both. I think Jaden Blue on kickoff returns. I just like the violent running style he has. Hell, you know what? I don't know if his long speed would work. Hell, I'd even try Trey Wisner on kickoff returns.
Yeah, he just runs pissed off.
Yeah, exactly. If he breaks one, he breaks one, but man, he's gonna have a hell of a time bringing him down.
Yeah, and this is just completely based off kind of the way I don't know, viewed is the right word, but the based off what I saw on his high school tape, I think Aaron Butler's going to be a really good return man one day. He also is like Trey Wisner, where he runs with the ball in his hands, piss the F off. So
he's Aaron Butler's high school tape was fearless to the point that it scared you. Like,
yeah, there's literally times where he's catching a comeback, and instead of trying to like come and juke this corner, he's turning and running to the safety to like put his helmet in his chest.
Yeah.
He scores, but it's just like he's seeking out contact.
Aaron Butler and Trey Wisner, I think both need to be sat down and told, maybe print this out and put it in their lockers. Sometimes, not all the time, sometimes discretion is the better part of valor.
Yeah, but
I'd rather you not rupture a kidney and live to fight to return another punt than just take some unnecessary risks.
Yeah, on my dynasty team, Ryan Wingo's on kickoff for some reason. He makes every single tackle. Like, he had over 40 tackles in the season I played the other day because he makes every single tackle on kickoff.
Yeah, Daryl G, you had and I think it's gotten back to that. It was that way under Mac when Dwayne and Keenan was running special teams. When you had, the posse was their punt block team. You had Roy Williams wanted to be a part of the posse. And, you talk to Rod and guys that were a part of that. Like, it was a badge of honor, like, to be like that. Basically meant on a team of bad MFs, you were one of the baddest MFs, one of the 11 baddest MFs on the roster if you got to be a part of the posse. So I think it's like that. I think it's easier for guys to buy in on special teams when you see that, like, especially guys that were there for Roschon's last year. When you see a guy like Roschon Johnson was on every freaking special team, it's a lot easier for you to buy in. When guys like Anthony Hill, Jatavian Sanders was still playing special teams last year. He was on a kickoff return team. So they're going to put, I know some coaches give it lip service, like, oh, well, we consider if you're on a special team, we consider you a starter. Like, no, there's a reason the Texas coaches sometimes put their best players on special teams. It's because they consider that third phase. When we talk about complementary football, that's part of it. You think back to 2022, that was part of what that staff sacrificed, taking Deshaun Jameson away from punt returns and putting him up front on the punt block team. It was just one of those deals to say, we're going to use you where you're best. So,
yeah, and kind of a note off what you were saying. Leon Galafau played a lot of special teams last year, and I've talked a lot about him. I'm really excited to see what Leon Galafau does this year. I think you look at the linebackers on scholarship this season, he's definitely in the top 3, if not 2, if not 1, in terms of pass coverage of that linebacker group. Like, he's your perfect modern-day backer to have to defend the run and the pass. He can do it all. So, excited to see that. And he's fun. He's from Hawaii. Met him in person a few times, outside of media events where we actually got to talk. And good kid, good dude. And it's funny, him and Colton Bostic are really, really tight friends. They're freshman roommates. So, yeah. And I don't necessarily
real quick on LaFau. I think it's worth repeating. Just remember the internal chatter when he and Anthony Hill got to campus. He asked people like, "Oh, it looks like you hit a home run, that linebacker." They'd be like, "No, we hit 2."
Yeah,
with Hill and LaFau, we got both the guys we wanted. But whether it's Jeff Choate, PK, like that staff, that defensive staff feels like they got two guys. And I mentioned it a lot, but man, you could just tell. I chopped it up with Jeff Choate at the Sugar Bowl. You could tell he needed to take the Nevada job to get back on track to be the head coach. Man, he really wanted a chance, and he even said it he's really anxious to see when Anthony Hill and Leonga Lafau, when you get to probably like 2025 and those guys are your two starting linebackers, what that's going to look like. And he said, hey, man, whoever coaches those two guys, you're going to get two really, really special players. And he wished he could do it. You know, he needed to move on, but man, that staff could not be happier with those two guys as the future of the linebacker position.
Yep. And what Jake said, am I delusional for saying Broughton, Collins, Norton, Lole, January, and Savea is a pretty solid rotation? I think that's what it'll be. I don't know if January, how much he's going to end up playing. I think he'll appear in at least 5 games, so I don't really see a red shirt for him. I'd like to see Sadir Mitchell get in there too. They got to start working him in. He needs experience, and maybe he's got to earn it, but like you're going to need him to play a lot in 2025. You got to get his feet wet this year.
Yeah, you've also got to figure out whether it's as a specialty player or whatever. You got to figure out how Jere Bledsoe factors into this, and
yes.
What does he do in camp that warrants him being considered a factor?
Yeah,
he's another guy, man. If Sark goes out of his way to talk up guys, then
they're balling.
And Sark goes out of his way a lot to talk up Jere Bledsoe, but it's the same stuff we talk about with like Alfred Collins and we talked about Sweat before. Being able to be in the game consistently is about more than making the splash plays. Jere Bledsoe we've heard about him making plenty of those. It's, can he be a consistent down-to-down player to give him more opportunities to make those splash plays?
Yep. Antoine says, what is the path to playing time for Melvin Hill, Sadir Mitchell, and Aaron Bryant? Of the 10 scholarship D linemen, I think Melvin Hills will have the lowest snap count. He was a June enrollee. Actually doesn't have a ton of high school experience because he was injured for a fair majority of it. Like I talked about throughout the last year, he was a really weird take, but they needed a body. They really needed a body. So, but of those guys, I think Hills will play the least this year. I think if he's at Texas the whole time, he's going to be a 5-year guy, or potentially 6, I guess, if that somehow happens. Sadir Mitchell, like I said, I think that's up to him to answer that question as far as how much he'll play this year.
Yeah.
I really think he needs to appear in at least 8, if not like 9 of the games, because again, that's going to be one of, if not your main contributor in the 25 season, alongside potentially Vernon Broughton.
I think too for Sadir Mitchell, I think bringing in Jermaine Lole and especially bringing in Bill Norton, knowing the need, when Sark talked about a need for a nose, a real legit nose, I think that was a message to Sadir Mitchell, basically putting him on the clock, saying, look, you've got your redshirt freshman year, you got the 2024 season to figure it out, because by the time you get to that portal window in December, you've got to have a good idea of, can we develop Sadir Mitchell? Is he going to be a frontline player, or do we need to think about recruiting another body to compete with him? And it comes time to either sink or swim. I think Sadir Mitchell's on the clock. Aaron Bryant's one of those guys that I just think is going to be just kind of a steady hand. Maybe he'll get some backup snaps. I think he'll be a guy that, for all intents and purposes, for everything we hear, Jordan, about Aaron Bryant, you don't hear much, but just sounds like
I think consistent. Consistency is the main thing we hear.
Yeah, I think he's kind of the complete opposite of Collins and Bledsoe. Doesn't give you the splash plays, but if they've got to have Aaron Bryant play 8 to 10 snaps in a game just to have somebody go in there and be like, okay, we trust he won't screw it up. He knows what to do, and he's not going to be, either run, 10 yards in the backfield, not knowing what the hell's going on, or be on skates in the Anthony Hill's lap. Like, we trust Aaron Bryant to do that. I think that's how the staff views him.
Yeah, great point. Will Broughton perform better now that he's married? Good question. I don't know, potentially. We'll see.
Hey, Malcolm Brown put together his best season at Texas when he was engaged and had a baby. So I don't know, man. Maybe committed Vernon will be a better player than not unmarried Vernon.
Yeah. Well, Alfred Collins have a Murphy Sweat type
I already
year.
answered that.
TBC, yeah, we already saw it. I did see this, not a question, but Joe Burrow shaved his head, and he does kind of look like an off-brand Eminem now. Will Nansen have any influence on the D-line? As the co-DC, yes. Long story short, yes. But mostly just linebackers. Mac Brown wasn't at coaching school, was he?
No. There's the Nansen point. I think Nansen will have influence on the defense just because I think he'll bring some unique looks, some different twists, different stunts. They shifted and ran a lot of multiple stuff at Arizona. Say PK's been, for the most part in his career, has pretty much been a static guy. We've seen him mix it up a little bit, but I think Nansen will bring some of that. So I don't think it's necessarily a D-line influence as much as it's going to be a front seven / front / stem different look influence. But Johnny Nansen's coached all over the place, so he can help you on special teams. I just like guys that have coached on both sides of the ball, multiple phases, different positions. I think Johnny Nansen can help wherever you need him to. No, CB, Mac was not at the convention. So when I talked to Mac last year, he said this during his press conference, and he told me this when we got to talk for a couple of minutes. He basically did this, didn't want to do it, was kind of done doing the clinic thing. He hosts his own like statewide clinic in Chapel Hill during the spring. Is it spring or summer? I forget. But Glenn West of the THSCA, Coach West had gone to Chapel Hill, I think when Carolina played Notre Dame, and they were talking, and he asked him, he said, hey, would you be willing to come back to the convention? And Mac at first was like, no, I'm good. And then Coach West and Joe Martin and the THSCA convinced him, look, you didn't get a proper goodbye when things ended at Texas. You know, the coaches love you. This could be your opportunity to, you know, basically kind of have the send off that they felt he deserved. So that's what it was. He just did it as a favor to the THSCA and did feel like there were some high school coaches that he wanted to see and old friends he wanted to see, and just felt like he didn't get to say goodbye to a group of people that honestly were really important, helped him build a national championship roster at Texas. So I don't want to put words in Mac's mouth, but he kind of felt like he owed it to them to just give them a proper goodbye, a proper thank you for what the Texas high school coaches and THSCA meant to him. So that was a one-off. That's not like Mac's coming back again. And that honestly, that might be the last, unless there's something with like the AFCA or something he's obligated to do. That's probably going to be the last out-of-state clinic you see Mac do, as long as he's a head coach at UNC.
Yeah, and funny enough, I actually noticed this last week. UNC has a offensive lineman committed from Katy. Didn't even know that, but found out last week. He committed in like May, I think. Jordan, what team do you play with in college football 25? I've only done a dynasty so far with Texas. I know it's cheap. I'm going to be a real grinder soon with Tulsa or Texas State or something, but like I've covered all these kids that I'm playing in the game with. Like it's I had to play as them. It's fun. But I will say I use the Arizona offensive playbook. I like that playbook more than the Texas playbook. Antoine, Tavon Jermaine from Huntsville, Jay Brooks from Hansville. It doesn't happen. True. What else we got here?
By the way, Joe Burrow looks more like Devin Sawa from the Stand video than he does actually Eminem, but that's just
Yeah. Antoine said, why the F are some guys like Big Cam and Blackwell not in the game? I don't know. I'm not going to start. Like, if I'm playing Dynasty and I'm playing as Texas so I can play with all the kids that I covered, I'm not starting some NPC right tackle. I'm starting Jaden Chapman.
So here's what I heard. I heard this.
I'm assuming they just didn't opt in. That was my assumption.
I won't say who it was, but I heard this. It was a Texas A&M player. And I think this is probably the case for a lot of guys. Some guys just straight up forgot about the deadline. They don't have like an NIL advisor or anything, and just straight up just missed the deadline and didn't get to opt in time. Some guys just didn't want to, but I think a lot of them just missed that deadline. So they did have a chance to opt in. My understanding is there's going to be a kind of a roster patch coming at some point soon, that the guys who opted in late will be on the updated rosters. That's what I was told. I don't know if you've heard the same, Jordan, but that's what I've heard.
No, I haven't been asking. I've just been wondering. But Alfred Collins isn't in it either. I've noticed. I don't think anyone who was a 2024 recruit that enrolled in June, not January, but June. I don't think any of the June enrollees are in the game for either school, but I might be mistaken on that. I know none of Texas's June enrollees are in the game from the 24 class. Yeah, DeAndre Moore could potentially return kicks, I guess.
We forget about him and we shouldn't, because he ended spring as a starting slot receiver. So we shouldn't forget about DeAndre Moore. I think I said this. We picked like a guy that's kind of a now or never guy. DeAndre Moore was mine because it's like we should be talking about him more, but maybe there's a reason why we're not. It's because maybe we think like somebody's going to beat him for his job, but maybe he ends up hanging on to that job and being a really big part of this offense.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Antoine, you are right, because Michael Kern is in the game, and he was a June enrollee, if I'm not mistaken.
He was.
I don't necessarily. I see the vision and what you're coming from here. I mean, maybe it's a strat that'll work. I don't know. We'll see. Sadir Mitchell. I might write a story on like 10 players on the Texas roster I'm most interested to see how they do in 2024. Sadir Mitchell's up there. He's definitely going to be on that list. This will be the last thing I answer for bringing the guys in.
I'll say this about that JW Crunch's plan for Sadir. Look at who the second game of the season's against. That's not a game where I want to be experimenting, letting someone get their feet wet. That's going to be grown ass man football for 60 minutes. So
rock fight.
Yeah.
But yeah, UTSA, I think it's considered grinding. They are 1-star. They're my second next game in Dynasty, and they're currently like the number 13 team in the country. So someone's got them jumping. But
y'all need to get on that Texas State Dynasty with GJ Kinney.
I might, if they ever, give y'all some respect and don't put you on a high school stadium.
Well, I can't help that the previous AD was a dumbass. So
well, no, but you know what I'm talking about. They put the upper deck on.
Not in the game. I just meant in real life.
Yeah, that's Jeff. Did you notice how the Texas State Stadium is missing the upper deck in College Football 25? Okay,
I haven't seen it yet. Is it really?
Oh,
it is.
Yeah, it was a huge because whenever the trailer first came out or they were showing like different stadiums, all the Texas State fans were like pissed off about it, and EA just never said anything. And all the Texas State fans made themselves feel better. They're like, "There's no way they're not going to fix this before it drops." And then like the game's been out a week now, and it's still only one level. So I might use Sam Houston State because they have Fatu Makuba, Drew Makuba's little brother, at receiver. So I don't know, might make him a monster before he leaves me for the portal.
Antoine, that's a yes to your question about Glenn West, the former Brenham head coach. He's I think second in charge with the THSCA. But Eric, you'll appreciate this as a G5 football connoisseur. I remember this was back in the 90s. Dennis Franchione's first stint as Texas State head coach, back when he was the Southwest Texas State head coach. He made a comment when he left that, hey, this place needs to get a football stadium that you can't see through it from the road.
Jeff, let me ask you this, just out of curiosity.
Honestly, true.
Okay, but sorry, that's so different in San Marcos because it has that bridge that's high up.
No. This was before you had the Wonder World overpass. This was like you could drive down Aquarina, and it was like looking into a high school field. Like it was just chain link fence, like you could see all the way through it.
Jeff, what's the worst stadium that you've covered a game in? Now I'm talking about, this isn't that be just related to Texas. College stadium. What's the worst stadium that comes to mind? Because obviously covering G5s, I've got a few, but I'm just curious what comes to mind for you.
The worst stadium. We talking about just press box or just like, man, this is just pretty low rent?
How about this? I'll give you a second to think. But I would say to answer your question, I would say just all around. I mean, press box included, with just low rent.
It's not. I covered a college game there. It's not a college stadium. FedEx Field is the biggest dump I've been in.
Okay.
Yeah.
I heard stories about FedEx about it leaks.
Oh yeah. There was
yikes.
It was Texas and Maryland had a weather delay, and like coming out of the Texas locker room, like there was like, I don't know, 6 inches of standing water in the tunnel. Yeah.
So this is why, Jeff, Jordan, Keenan, don't get me wrong, I've been to Bobcat Stadium. I've been there post renovation. I was there in 2022. So I mean, not bad. But you got to remember, like, I covered a school for 6 years in which the auxiliary press seating was a makeshift tent with a white picnic table, the picnic table that you do like a family barbecue.
Nice.
And they just throw like a power strip on there, which as you'd imagine is amazing to be in when it's, rainy and windy and thunderstorms in South Florida on a Thursday night and you feel like your equipment's going to get struck by lightning. So I had to work my entire first year to get out of the auxiliary tent and into the 10-seat press box.
Yeah, no, that you basically did just describe the House Park media setup as well. At least House Park has a cool view, but that's about it. And it's Ed Small's playground.
Probably the most low rent when I haven't covered a college game. There was a high school game, but Bauer Stadium in Huntsville was it's pretty primitive.
Yeah,
just got a lot of just no frills. But yeah, man. I mean, I feel I'm kind of spoiled because I've covered two, power conference programs. I've covered Baylor and Texas, and not a lot of the one place that I heard could be like that I never went to, the old Fouts Field in Denton where they filmed Necessary Roughness.
Yeah,
Fouts Field was one of those that was like it went well after its life expectancy by the time they UNT moved into Apogee.
Now Dak, but I did notice.
Yeah, go ahead, Jordan. My bad.
The UNT Stadium, or did they change the name from Datku again?
No, you got the new name. I remembered as Apogee, so you got the new name.
Yeah. The new name is Daku, but in the game, it says Apogee Stadium on like 3 different parts inside the stadium. And like it's funny how they didn't miss that, but they have the little eagle statue at the back of the end zone. And they have the windmills that are right next to it also in the game. But they couldn't change the name of the stadium inside it. So maybe Jeff, I'll bring that up with Wags tomorrow.
Jeff, I was going to say this really quick. Speaking of stadiums, you see Mizzou heads to UMass this year. And I think that's got to be – Keenan and I are going to talk about that a little bit. But that's got to be the most random P5 going to just a middle of nowhere stadium. Because I've been to UMass Stadium. FIU had – a 7-game series with UMass guys that ended in 2021. 4 in Miami,
baseball. Like the World Series.
Football. Yeah, right. Yeah,
is that what they called it? The World Series.
4 in Miami, 3 in Massachusetts, and only one of them was in Foxborough. So one was in Gillette in 2017. The rest were at UMass's home field, and that place is a dump. So Missouri heading there is going to be hilarious.
Drink is such a joke. That is some weak shit. I bet after he curb stomps him, he's gonna walk up to him like he did Hypo. We stand on business, Josh. I hate that. Y'all know what I'm talking about? That clip.
Eric, did you think of that because you saw Jake Bayless's comment that UMass?
I did. Yeah,
probably.
Yeah. And that and Keenan.
I brought it up earlier today. We were talking about it over text about like weird because we're gonna also talk about. Florida State goes to SMU for an ACC conference game this year, and like that's just so bizarre. They are going to destroy SMU, man. Did you see that clip today? Did you see that clip today about that guy saying SMU is a top 5 job in college football because of the coin they have? I thought that was a take. I don't know.
Yeah, who said that?
Somebody on a major podcast. It wasn't anybody. I can't remember who, but yeah, that was an odd take. I was like, I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, I will say all everyone talks about is Preston Stone. Kevin Henry Jennings is the guy at SMU.
Logan Parr too. He's pretty good.
Former Texas Longhorn.
Man, I'll say this before I get out of here. In terms of Florida State, now we know the Seminoles can party. Eric, you know the real reputation in Tallahassee. Seminoles, as a Texas State alum, we set the bar for drinking beer at Gerald J. Ford Stadium. So
you did. You drank them dry. You drank them dry literally by the third quarter.
Eat them up. Gerald J. Ford Stadium out of beer.
I'll say
that was so impressive.
It may be the most impressive feat that happened during bowl season, Keenan, if we're being honest.
I'll say this real quick as we take over, boys. And this is Jeff, Jordan. You'll appreciate this. My favorite Tallahassee story. Florida State and Florida A&M are right next to each other in terms of campus.
Yeah.
I had a buddy of mine I went to high school with, played for Florida State. I'm not going to mention his name here. but he earned the nickname, boys, the United Nations, because he could bring girls of every race and background together. He had an HBCU, white girls from from overseas, all at his apartment. He was the United Nations.
Amazing. That's a great nickname. I love that.
Sounds about tally.
Anybody that goes on an OV to Florida State, you don't party at Florida State. You go over to family room party.
Correct.
Oh yeah.
No, Jake, Eric's from Tampa, so that immediately eliminates Jameis. And good luck trying to match it up with Eric's time in college and Florida State guys from the Tampa area. That's going to take. If you start now, you might finish by, I don't know, next Thursday. Trying to figure it out.
But hey, we're gonna get out of here and give y'all some time. But we'll see y'all tomorrow.
We'll see y'all.
Peace, G's.
That was It's Only an Hour. Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs taking you up to noon. We are false start. It is July 23rd. I am Eric Henry. Horns 24/7. He is Keenan Womack of various outlets. Keenan, where are you at? Are you at the office again? The thing that I
am.
The thing that's so hard for me, first off, like, you shave and do you just grow back a 5 o'clock shadow like instantly? Because you look like a different person you did yesterday.
Yeah, it takes about 3 days to have 5 o'clock shadow like fully grown in. It's pretty wild.
Between that and just that background, dude, like, you gotta talk to your boss and like, look, I appreciate you letting me do the show. I need to just throw a Texas Sports Unfiltered flag up there because you just look like you're a hostage.
I know. There's like a gun. I'm reading off a piece of paper because I'm being threatened.
It's the hostage or interrogation because you got the light that shines right down on you. You know what I'm saying? So it's virtual like interrogation.
It's not a good look, but it's the only thing I have right now. So I'm just gonna have to keep doing it. I mean, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But yeah.
Hey, K-Wo, before we get into the show, man, I want to show you a clip, and I didn't show you this before. This tweet's from Le'Veon Bell, and I'm sure our audience will appreciate this as well. It just makes me so romantic about football. Like, this is everything in a 6-second clip, Keenan. It is everything that I love about the game of football. I'm going to get this queued up right here, and we will run it. If I can just find the clip. Here we are.
Get out the break. Good job. I finished.
I'll run it one more time, Keenan, to get it.
Get out the break. Good job. I finished.
That is running a drill using a tree as a defender. And then you got the gate for what look like a basketball court or a tennis court right there. I mean, that's everything I love about football, man.
It's a uniting thing, isn't it? It really is. It's something you can do, practice all the time, and there's never a wrong way to do it if you're going hard and you're with the right coaches and you're with the right people, man. There's always something to gain from that, you know.
I mean, it's just let's just take the kids out. We don't have, and maybe it appeals to me. And I'm not shading Texas high school football, you know, because I think it's great, the facilities that Texas high school football has and middle school and so on and so forth, right? But growing up in Florida, you just don't have that, right? It's a lot of backyards. I mean, I'm talking about especially South Florida, you know, where guys like Lamar Jackson, Antonio Brown, I mean, all the studs come out of. That's what practice looks like. And to Daryl's comment, and that's the first thing that came to mind there, that'll make you learn sideline possession catches right there, right? Like you will learn the toe tap. You will learn to not, you know, just run out of bounds. I mean, that's it. And of course, the finish at the end, our guy Jake Bayless notes that, right? Finish. You got to finish out the play, right? I mean, that's everything I love about football right there. See what's going on. Rob says, BK, send him a banner. Yeah. Keenan, did you leave? Oh no, you left Dallas on Wednesday, so you did not get any Texas Sports
Thursday morning. I'm gonna snag a hat from BK at some point.
Well, I mean,
that's a good looking hat, dude.
You left SEC Media Days. I'm sorry, on Wednesday. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I did the Globe Life thing Wednesday night though. That was really cool. I hadn't been actually, which makes me a terrible Rangers fan, but I hadn't actually.
You hadn't been to Globe Life, really?
No, I haven't. I just haven't had any opportunities to get up there, but I'm going to make it a point to go to a series this year, go to a couple games. And then what I really want to do is the next time Dallas or the Rangers play the Astros in Houston, I think I'm going to go down for that too. I think that'll be a lot of fun.
So the last Rangers game you saw was at the ballpark in Arlington.
Yep.
How long have they been in Globe Life again? I mean, I'm not giving you shit.
Last year was their first year, I think, or 2 years maybe.
No.
Last year was the second year. How long's Globe Life been around?
Globe Life, okay. Anyone can get it before me. I'm just going to guess here, and I'm not even from Texas. I'm going to guess that Globe Life Field has been up for half a decade.
You are right. It came out in 2020.
I was going to say, they've been out of the ballpark in Arlington for a while.
Yeah. Wasn't a lot to watch.
Jam-packed show today. Keenan, let's dive into things. I sent you a tweet. It was something I just saw on the internet, and it kind of appealed to me. And I'd love to get the perspective of our listeners and our viewers as well. Who was a Texas player that was a fan favorite, but their actual output did not match the level of fandom that they received? So does that question make sense? Meaning that they were someone who fans just truly loved, but in terms of the actual output on the field, which is kind of like, all right, like you get, or maybe I should say playing time. Maybe we'll put it to you that way, right? Like, because I mean, Arch Manning would fit in that category, right? Like someone who is a fan favorite, but hasn't seen the field, of course, for good reason. But just curious in your Texas history, right? It doesn't have to be anyone on this roster, just someone who total fan favorite, but didn't always see the field.
I think Major Applewhite would have to be my choice.
Really? I mean, Major Applewhite started a couple years, didn't he?
Well, but like Chris Sims took over for him, and like I think Major Applewhite should have been the starter that whole year. I think a lot of people would agree with me that Sims got the start when Major probably should have. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think of guys from when I was in college, because I had some friends on the team who didn't play much. I was a fan of them because they were like friends of mine. But I don't know. There were a few guys like some guys who were like high 4 stars that didn't play much that were really hyped. Bryce Cottrell, he was sort of a friend of mine. He didn't play a ton. He was pretty hyped coming in. Dajae Johnson got some hype. He didn't end up panning out necessarily. Those are a couple guys. Let me think. Give me a second to think on that. I don't know if you have an option.
I guess, like I said, for me, the question, and you would know those guys better than me, the question is, were those guys fan favorites? Because I feel that every school in the nation has that guy, particularly football and basketball, right? Those are the two guys that they're a fan favorite. I'm going to jump to some of our comments in a second, some of the guys that they've thrown up there. But, Keenan, I was at the obviously covered Texas's NCAA tournament run, was in Charlotte, and who fit that to a T was Tom Izzo's son. And I do not remember Tom Izzo's son's first name. I apologize. But Keenan, Izzo's son looked like a milk bottle that he just threw a jersey on. No, like you're seeing premier athletes look like they've been in shape. Izzo looked like, Izzo's son looks like he doesn't even know a guy named Jim, let alone ever stepped in one. And he looked 40. I mean, his hairline, I saw him run around. His hairline was just rough. And I hate to pick on the kid.
Sure.
But obviously, Michigan State loses that game to Carolina, and he's doing the little wave, and he's getting all the fans, are supporting and whatnot. But it was just funny because it's like, who are you to come out for the standing ovation? Like, dude, it's your last game. You probably played an 8, and I see him doing this and blowing kisses, and I'm like,
what a legend, dude.
I mean, I guess that's the way to do it, I'll jump to some of the comments here. Our guy Jake Bayless throws out two. It says Kai Money and John Childs.
John Childs is a good one.
Go ahead, King. I'm sorry.
John Childs is a good one. I just agree.
No, your internet, it's fine. It's just a little choppy. That's all. So that's why I missed it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Antoine says Case McCoy. Did Case McCoy not get a ton of time?
He got too much time, if you ask me.
Antoine says Major Applewhite had over 8,000 passing yards, so he gives you a little.
Yeah, maybe he's proving me wrong there. I just think of like that season where he should have started and like against Oklahoma, and they just kept switching quarterback. Got beat by 50 points. It was not fun. I was a child.
Rob says Super Bowl champion Garrett Gilbert having the hype but falling short. It's probably a good one as far as maybe the potential not matching the hype there. Which I mean, there are a ton of guys you could put in that category. Jake says Chance Mock as well. Would that be
that's a good one? Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
Who fits that bill for basketball? Because like I said, I feel like you get a lot of that with basketball.
There was a transfer from Texas Tech that I really liked. Avery Benson. People loved him, dude, but he didn't play at all. He was had long hair and a handlebar mustache and loved Coors Light. He was awesome, dude.
Nah, dude. I mean,
that would be my pick probably.
I'll say everybody loves the walk-on. You know, it's the same thing when our favorite walk-on. We actually, you know what? We didn't talk about that on the show. Quick side note. Who's your man who was the walk-on from last year who basically was beating his chest talking about, RT was stifling him. RT was keeping him down last year.
That's not my guy, first of all.
I'm being sarcastic when I say your guy, but you want to tell that story real quick to the audience before you transition?
Jackson Prince, man. Yeah, he was scout team and he was jacking threes, and it's dude, that's not your job. And then he aired it out on a podcast. It's man, what are you doing? I don't know where he is these days. I have no idea what he's up to other than going on podcasts and airing out other people's business. That seems to be his main role.
For the audience who doesn't know, I'll give the context. So Jackson Prince went on a podcast, and I don't know if this is a podcast that he's on, because I looked it up. I think he actually may be hosting the podcast or be one of the major people on it. But he's telling a story about one of his early practices at UT. And he doesn't say RT by name. He says the coach, right? So you would know better than me. Could this have been Chris Beard?
No, I don't think so. It could have also been an assistant, though.
Sure. But he basically says that,
or somebody, but
he basically says that, in high school, coming down, right, you don't get picked up. You get that 3-point line. If they don't pick you up, you take that shot, right? And he talks about taking that shot and just getting ran through by the coach about what are you doing? But he's telling the story in a way as if he's Steph. And it's dog, that's not your role on this team. As someone who was a scout team player at the Division II level, I can tell you it's not your role on the team. You know what I mean? So that's a pretty funny one there, Keenan. Really quick before we transition, let's give a shout out to some of our fine sponsors. Let's give a shout out to the folks at Centex Tickets, your trusted source for tickets to all of your favorite events, including Longhorn games. They've got Astros tickets, Keenan's beloved Rangers, who he has not yet seen at Globe Life Field, Cowboys tickets, Texans tickets, any team, any sport, they've got you covered. Plus tickets to ACL, concerts, even Broadway shows. All their tickets are 100% guaranteed. Don't deal with scalpers outside the arena. Get your tickets when you want them, where you want them. Go check them out at centextickets.com. As we talked about in the crosstalk with Jeff and Jordan, there are a couple of major Power 5 teams that are heading to some pretty obscure places. We talked about Mizzou heading to UMass, and that's going to be really interesting. Just from a logistics perspective, I'm going to be intrigued to watch that one on TV. Keenan talked about Florida State heading to Gerald J. Ford Stadium in Dallas, Texas, to take on SMU. And that kind of led me to get me thinking here, Keenan. You talked about Texas went to Wyoming one year?
Yeah, 2009. And then also Alabama went to South Florida last year.
Well, see, that one's not a bad.
It's not as bad, but it's still kind of interesting,
The reason the Alabama USF one doesn't really stand out to me, because at least you go into an NFL stadium, right?
Good point.
You're going to Raymond James Stadium. That is
recruiting.
It's a glorified recruiting trip, right?
Yeah.
So that got me thinking. I'd love to get your thoughts. Where's somewhere that you would like to see Texas play? If our audience has anywhere as well, somewhere that's off the beaten path that you think would serve a purpose, right? I mean, for me, what stands out, I've seen Texas play at UTEP. Now, obviously, the Longhorns don't have to go to El Paso to recruit El Paso, right? Any standout that's worth a damn in El Paso that Texas wants, more or less, they should be able to go out and get. I mean, sure, they'll have competition with Texas Tech and Texas A&M, but it's not like they got to go there for exposure, right? But I'll give you one. I'd love to see Texas get in the state of Florida.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
I'd love to see Texas play at USF. For me, the criteria for that game has to be a game that you're not putting yourself in danger, especially with the Horns being in the SEC. You don't want to take road trips for no reason that are going to, endanger your season, right? But when we're talking about for the purposes of, hey, I've talked about it on this show. CB's noted it. I've talked about it. Texas wasn't a big brand in Florida for me growing up, right? That exposure, you can't really do it in South Florida unless you could get Florida Atlantic or Florida International to play the game at Hard Rock, in which case, then I would say do it, right? Because there's none of the G5 stadiums outside of South Florida, Keenan, could handle, quite frankly, the media that Texas is going to bring. So it wouldn't be worth in that sense unless you can get that game at Hard Rock, which has happened. Florida International has played a home game at Marlins Park, and they've played a game at Hard Rock. So that's one that jumps out to me. But what about you? Where would you kind of like to see Texas play? And what, in your mind, would be the reasoning that'd be off the beaten path?
I agree with you. State of Florida, man. Go to Tallahassee, brother. Play Florida State. Like Jake said, they've never played. I think that would be an awesome road game. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I think the media trip would be awesome.
Yeah.
I think the recruits would come out in droves for that game. Look at how how many guys look at Cedric Baxter, man. That kid's from Gainesville, isn't he? Isn't he like from around US?
Ced's from Orlando. CJ's from Orlando.
Oh, he's from Orlando. Okay. Either way, just the state of Florida, look at the talent they produce. It's Texas and Florida and California. I'd also like to see them go back out to California, play maybe USC, play Stanford, something like that.
Sure.
And yeah, I like somebody suggested Nebraska also. I mean, that's not a recruiting trip, but it would just be kind of cool to renew that game. The last time they played, Texas beat them, I believe. It was weird. Even when Texas was really bad, they were still able to beat Nebraska like every single time. They really owned that series in the same way that for a long time, Kansas State kind of owned Texas series. Like it was weird. Like Texas would beat Nebraska every year, but they would lose to a worse Kansas State team. So I like that idea, but yeah, at Florida State would be so much fun. I think that would be like ideal for me. At Wisconsin is an interesting one as well. Texas actually did play South Florida at South Florida, I believe, in Raymond James in maybe 2007. It was right. I remember because
are you confusing South Florida and Central Florida? Because Texas played at my alma mater to open their stadium in 2007.
I'm so sorry, dude. I'm so sorry for mixing them up.
No.
What is it with me mixing things up? I
was genuinely asking because I don't remember Texas ever going to USF, but I think
maybe it was Central Florida. Yeah, maybe it was.
I think what you're talking about is one that lives.
Because I remember there was a big video. There was a video of when Crank That came out and the whole team's doing it on the sideline. Like the whole team is doing it. It was a very fun, very, very fun video. I got to find it and post it. It was UCF. Okay, you're okay. I was wrong. So it was UCF. My apologies for mixing up your alma mater with your arch rival. That would be like saying, oh, they played at Oklahoma, right? I'd be like, no, they played Texas. They played Texas A&M, right? No, they played Texas. Oh, same thing. No, it's not the same thing.
Yeah, no, that's, I really wonder. I CB may know, or any of our historians, I'm sure Jeff would know, just how that series came about and how the hell, Mac Brown, talking about doing UCF a favor. I don't know if Mac Brown had any history with George O'Leary, and it was like hey, we'll throw you a bone here, because talk about you're getting Texas with Colt McCoy now.
Yeah.
To come open up your stadium. And that's one that lives in UCF lore. Like UCF fans still talk about that game because it was a close game. UCF, if my memory serves me correct, had gone 0-12 the year prior.
They were terrible the year before.
And then ended up with George O'Leary that year making a bowl game. So yeah, that's the one that still lives in lore there. So I definitely am curious how that one came about. But no, to your point about Florida State, see, like, if we're just talking of an atmosphere, hell yeah, But like I said, for me, it's tough because, especially with Texas being in the SEC, I don't necessarily want to keep tacking on games that are tough. Now, granted, right? Texas is facing Michigan. They've got some pretty high profile contests. I'd love to see Texas face a Miami, but do it in Orlando, right? Like here's the rub. Like maybe we don't go to Hard Rock Stadium and go to your home stadium or Florida State at Doak Campbell, but we do it in Orlando, right? Or do it in Tampa at midpoint like that, right? Like that'd be interesting to me. You know, I would love in terms of going to California, playing some of those teams at like a SoFi or maybe in Vegas. You know what I mean? Like I think that would be good. Also, another sneaky good recruiting hotbed, Keenan, Las Vegas.
Bishop Gorman.
Bishop Gorman, yeah. A lot of kids coming out of Vegas. I'll run some of the comments here. Antoine says, UT should play in Hawaii. I will tell you this much right now. Until they get their stadium situation squared away, because they're not playing at the old, God, I can't remember what it's called now, stadium. They got like a makeshift deal on campus, and there's no way that they could handle the amount of fans who would want to come make that trip. Rob raises an interesting one, KWO. He says Texas at Texas State. It would be a home game.
It'd be a
home game. But they also just played at DKR. Also says going to Miami or Florida State would be interesting there. Before I run through the rest, your thoughts on just heading down to San Marcos and kicking the Bobcats' ass?
I mean, they play in basketball. I don't know if that would be worth it. Like, just play at home. I don't know. Not trying to be like arrogant or elitist. It's just like, you know, why would you go down the road when you can play that game at home? And honestly, the Bobcats players would probably prefer to play at DKR. It'd be really cool. It'd be a cool experience. You know, it's like when I was watching some documentary a few years ago, or like a ESPN piece about Georgia State, and they played at Alabama, like at the peak of Alabama, you know, like 2014. Yeah. And they scored one touchdown. They lost 63-7, but they were like, that one touchdown was the greatest moment ever. Like just scoring in that stadium was awesome. Yeah. It's like Make-A-Wish kid stuff, but Texas State's actually more legit than that. I think Texas State, GJ Kinney's a good coach, man.
What I could see, to be honest, what I could see happening more likely than that game is you head down to UTSA and play in the Alamo Dome, because at least it's 60,000.
I can see that,
right?
I can see
like
that.
That's the rub there. That's the only benefit in my mind is it's the 60,000 seat stadium. Yeah, Jake, Aloha Stadium was the stadium I was thinking of. They're undergoing renovations there, so Hawaii is actually playing on campus. That one, and yes, Texas State does come to Austin next season. Rob raises a good one. That'd be a hell of an atmosphere. Going to Wisconsin, night game at Camp Randall. Like, they play jump around right at Camp Randall? Like that would be.
They play that everywhere, but that's like their thing, kind of.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That would be super interesting for sure. Keenan, if you are in the market for a new vehicle, you can't go anywhere else, folks. We cannot let you go anywhere else. We'd be doing a disservice if we did. Please go to our friends at Covert Bee Cave, because they will get you the best deal on a new ride. Let's let the folks at Covert tell you all about it.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Okay, well, for the second half of the show, we're going to dive into some Longhorns, and I know you have a couple hot takes that you need to get off of your chest. CB, I saw your comment. I will address that in a second. But in your mind, what's the biggest trap game on Texas' schedule this year?
Florida.
Why?
Just because nobody's expecting them to do anything, and it's still a team from Florida. Like Central Florida and South Florida have talent. That team's going to have talent. They're going to be overlooked. When is that game in the schedule?
The Florida game? The Florida game is after Georgia and Oklahoma. It is right before Vanderbilt, if memory serves me correct.
Yeah, I think that and Mississippi State are your trap games. Luckily, you get both of those at home. I also think Kentucky could be a trap game, man. Kentucky's scrappy, dude. They always are. They always have good running backs. They always play good defense. Stoops is a great. They have what's that? Maxwell Harrison. That dude is a freak of nature on Kentucky. So I think those 3 games, but I would say Mississippi State probably number 1 just because it's right before those games, and then Florida is right after those games. You don't have a letdown, you know.
So you think Mississippi State is a trap game?
Not because I think they're going to win. I just think it's going to be tougher than they think. I don't think they're going to win that game by 50, you know. And but my pick would be Florida just because it's right after those 2 really high emotion games. I would say that game you're at risk of. The thing is though, like Texas is so good. I don't see them losing any of these trap games, but I think Florida can make them sweat.
The reason why I don't think Florida's a trap game is because of how freaking torturous their schedule is. There's a real chance that they're going to walk into DKR 3-5. They got to play Miami. They got to play Central Florida out of conference. They're going to lose
both of those games.
They could lose both. They're going to lose one. I'm forgetting their SEC schedule off the top of my head right now, but there's a real chance that they could walk in 3-5. That's the reason why. If Florida for some reason walks in 5-3 per se, and they look better than we expect, then I'm 100% with you, trap game. But I think Billy Napier is probably going to be out of a job by that point in the schedule in my mind. The one that I'm going to go with, and you kind of talked about it, Jake Bayless talks about it here, is Kentucky. I think Kentucky's a trap game just because the style of play that they face. You and I did a lot of talking last week about Kirby Smart's comment about the humility of the SEC, that you can be humbled in any week. And Steve Sarkisian talked a lot about respect in terms of the SEC schedule. That's the type of game that both of them are referring to. Mark Stoops in Kentucky, again, are they going to be a 10-11 win team? No. Are they going to have the most talent on any team that Texas faces here? No. But they're going to play physical football. They're always going to have 2 or 3 NFL guys who can affect the game. And they're going to run the football. And if you don't come right facing Kentucky, then that's a team that hangs around. It's a 17-14 game at halftime. And then you make a mistake here or there. And then it turns into, it's a 1-score game in the fourth quarter and crazy things happen. So that to me, I think is by far the biggest trap game. CB talks about DJ Lagway being the only hope for Billy Napier. I think we agree there. Ricardo V says Florida will be beat up by the time they play Texas. 1,000% agree there. Roy says Vandy right hot after take. That's a hell of a hot take. Roy, I will say this, and I noted this in my I won't say Vandy preview, but kind of 3 things from what Clark Lee said at SEC Media Days. Yes. They are the only team. They're one of 2 teams that has a winning record versus Texas. I don't remember the other team off the top of my head, but they're only SEC team as a winning record versus Texas. However, Roy, and I'm sure you know this, the forward pass was only 20 years old the last time Texas and Vandy played. All right, so it's not like they've done this in recent times. Our guy Travis Johnson says that Kentucky has to be the trap game. Sam's in Arkansas and A&M on the road. Go ahead, Keenan. What do you think about that, really quick?
The Vandy comment. I think Texas wins that game by. I think Texas wins that game by 5 touchdowns at least. I just Vandy's like worse than the worst Big 12 team last year, probably. I mean, they won 2 games last year. I think they won 5 the year before that. They were okay, but yeah. That's a little confusing. I do like the energy there, Roy. I love the hot takes in the chat. Always fun. Yeah, I think that Kentucky's probably the right answer then. I didn't really think about how late in the season the Florida game was. I just thought like LJ McCray is going to probably start on defense. That could defense. That dude is a game wrecker, but he'll be going up against Kelvin Banks. So, I don't know how effective a freshman will be against Kelvin Banks. Man, I think Kentucky's probably your answer. I would say Arkansas, but they look bad, man. Even at Arkansas, I just don't. I don't really trust Arkansas. I don't know.
Yes, Rob, for some reason, there are 2 media members who picked Vandy to win the SEC. All that tells you is that there are too many people credentialed for SEC media days. Because I don't know how the hell you could pick Vandy to win the SEC. Roy, it's all love. Not
it's love. It's all love. Boy, we love it.
All love. Keenan, one more Texas topic before we transition to a few others. We're going to continue kind of our position grades with the Longhorns. And let's go to the tight end room. What are your thoughts there and maybe your grade for Steve Sarkisian's tight end room, a position that we know he values a ton?
I like Amari Niblack a lot. Jalen Milroe talked about him at SEC Media Days, says some very positive things. Of course, I mean, Jalen Milroe is going to say positive things about anybody. He's like a great dude. But, yeah, I mean – Hearing he's kind of JT Sanders-esque, which would be awesome. Maybe not. He won't produce as much probably as JT did like a couple, in the last couple of years, I guess. But because there's so many mouths to feed in the wide receiver room, I don't know how many attempts he's going to get. But I love him. And then I always forget the other dude's name.
Gunnar Helm.
The other tight end. Gunnar Helm. Yeah. So Gunnar Helm, I really like as well as a more of a blocker, but he can catch passes too, more than he was expected to last year. I think he made some plays. Yeah, I'd give it a B, I guess. I don't really know what they're expecting out of the tight end room this year, considering how much they're expecting out of the wide receivers, running backs, and other skill positions. So I'd give it a B just based on incoming talent and the return of Gunnar Helm.
I'll be quick because we got to go O-line, D-line as well. And I know there's a couple of fun topics you want to dive into to close up the show. But I would go B+. I think Niblack hasn't been a full-time starter, and that's the only thing. But I think his skill set, quite frankly, you could say he's more athletic than JT Sanders, and that's saying something. He's smaller. JT's a legit 250. Niblack listed at 231. I'm going to guess maybe gets like 235 by the time the season starts. But just in terms of speed, I mean, he's faster than JT Sanders, and that's saying something. I've talked about it over at horns247.com. The way he's used a glorified receiver, you split him in the slot. He spent most of his time in Charlie Weiss's offense last year. I said Charlie Weiss. I'm sorry. Tommy Rees.
I was going to say.
wrong Notre Dame.
Wrong Notre Dame guy.
Yeah. Tommy Rees's offense last year lined up in the slot. Gunnar Helm, one of my favorite guys on the team. I've talked ad nauseum about the role that he serves, in terms of being a blocker, someone who, as you talked about, an improved receiver, caught 14 passes for $191 and a touchdown last year, someone who at least can threaten you in the receiving game. But I actually got a column that's coming out tomorrow, and I will plug the column here. We're going to be doing daily columns, I should say, over at horns247.com. My column will be on Wednesdays, and it's just going to be 4 things around the 40 acres that catch my eye. This is the year, Keenan, that they play more receivers. Steve Sarkisian knows it. He's got to get those guys more touches. This is no slight on Gunnar. Gunner's going to show up and work regardless, right? Like, he is a whatever the team asks him to do guy. Like, he is not going to come in there and start pounding his hand on, Jeff Banks' desk and saying, hey, I need more targets, right?
Yeah.
So Sark knows he can, I don't want to say sacrifice Gunnar, because he wouldn't do it if he didn't think it was best for the team, but as much as he'll be able to rotate in more receiver packages, and maybe that'll come at the expense of one of the tight ends' time. Who knows? But no, you're going to get more receivers this year. Shift to offensive line. I'm going B+ again. I want to go A-. It's just that, quite frankly, the sack numbers were a little high. It kind of surprises you how many sacks that Texas gave up last year. They got to come back and prove that they're not going to get confused by the Joker front, right? Like, teams saw that last year. They're going to stand up the bucks, move the edges around, shift some guys, kind of be creative with the blitzes, and do that again. But I give it B+. Listen, you got Kelvin Banks. That guy's a first-round pick. Jake Majors, one of the most underrated players in all of college football. I'm a big Hayden Conner guy. I think DJ Campbell's going to progress second year at right guard. I think Cam Williams, who was not in the NCAA game, ironically enough, as the guys talked about, I think he's going to He's going to progress there at right tackle. The thing that gives me pause, and we've talked about it, just no depth behind them, right? Cole Hudson, Connor Robertson, the two guys with any real experience. But outside of that, knock on wood, Kelvin Banks cannot get hurt. You do not really have experience here at tackle. But what about you, Keenan?
I think Kelvin Banks might be your most important player
on the team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because at least, if Ewers goes down, you at least have Arch to throw in there.
I
if
agree.
Kelvin Banks goes down, you have Brandon Baker, but he's a true freshman, man. Who do you throw in there at left tackle? I don't know. I would say B because of the depth as well. I love the starters. Jake, I love the starters, but they have to stay healthy. It's just like any sport, But knock on wood, Kelvin Banks has been healthy. He was last year at least. And I like Jake Majors a lot. He's, like you said, very rated. And that speaks as well to the ability of Flood, man, because Majors was getting eaten alive his freshman year.
Yeah. No, I was going to say with Majors, to your point, right? That's development. That's playing. Chris Bennett just talked about it. Can break the record for most starts by a Texas player this season. He's got 41 starts. He's a vet. The thing that Majors does, and this shit sounds so, academic or so basic, but he helps set the line, dude. You saw it against Oklahoma when Connor Robertson stepped in. I mean, not that Texas O-line hadn't had struggles earlier in the year, right, with some fronts.
Yeah.
But Jake Majors helps set the line. He helps call the protections, him and Ewers, right? Those things matter. So that's why Daniel Cruz, I don't know if Cruz is going to open as the backup center. I mean, a young freshman who probably is the heir apparent at center at that position. But between him, Connor Robertson, like I said, Cole Hudson, and Cole started, right? It's not like he doesn't have experience, but he's probably better as a reserve. But yeah, man, to me, and I'm sorry, Jake, about saying that loud, I'll knock on some wood here, but between he and Banks, right? Those guys are just super important because of what they do. Calling out the protections, identifying the mic. Obviously Texas doesn't play LSU, but I would hate to have to, put the responsibility on a less experienced player or a Daniel Cruz if you're facing a Harold Perkins, right, who can line up at different spots all over the defense and rush. Things like that are important. So I would give them a B+. We'll flip to the defensive line. And I guess we can split this, Keenan.
Yeah.
Kind of like we did as far as our position previews over Horns 24/7. We won't go DT and edges combined. We'll just go edges first and then go DTs tomorrow. Your thoughts on the edges? I know both of us are really high on those guys.
Yeah, I think Trey Moore is going to be really good, man. He had how many sacks did he have last year?
I think it's 14 and a half and 17,
double-digit sacks.
17 and a half tackles for loss, if I'm remembering off the top of my head correctly.
I know he's playing at a lower level, but that is nutty production. That's crazy production for one guy. 14 sacks is nuts, dude. I think, there's a lot of talk about who's going to actually start at the edge. I just think he's going to take one of those spots. I really do. Love Sorrell. Think Burke is going to step up. He's a really good athlete, really tall, can knock passes down at the line of scrimmage. I like having tall edge rushers because they can affect the line of scrimmage when they're trying to throw short passes, batting the ball down. That is so effective. I really like the edge group, man. I think those three guys will be your main three, and then you'll rotate in some other guys, obviously, as well. But Colton Vasek and guys like that will probably get some snaps as well. But I think Trey Moore is going to take that spot, and he will be one of the starters. I really think that.
Listen, Steve Sarkisian has been effusive in his praise of Trey Moore. I was at his address at TD Club of Houston where he said Trey Moore, a guy to watch, a guy that you might not know right now, but is a guy who's going to contribute a lot for us come August. I'm with you. I think if I had to give it a grade, I would give the edges an A. Big Barron Sorrell. We've been hearing over at horns247.com that Barron Sorrell is having a hell of an offseason. So keep an eye on him for sure. Of course, with Ethan Burke, love his game. Someone who is framed is going to grow into that, make plays. You talked about Colton Vasek a little bit, someone who was banged up last year with a back. That's the only hesitation I have with Vasek. Even though he's a young guy, just, at his length, his size, you hate to hear anything back related, right? Just back is an injury that can follow you for a while. So hopefully he's 100% healthy. Trey Moore, as we talked about, going to be a game wrecker. Justice Finkley, is a guy who's just in terms of his rotation, plays his spot really, really well. Can't forget about Colin Simmons, right? He's a guy who you think early in the year just going to say, hey, just go be an edge rusher. We don't need you to come in and play a big time role just like Anthony Hill did last year. Anthony Hill, second game of the year against Alabama, 2 sacks, right? Because he just said go out and rush, be an edge rusher. So I am with you. I am going to give that group an A. Keenan, 2 more things, 2 fun things we close up. 1, where should I eat? Or not where should I eat? What should I eat at Bucky's? Because I have not eaten Bucky's food yet, and everyone keeps telling me that is phenomenal. I will pause and let you give me some thoughts.
Barbecue chop sandwich is very good. That's one.
You broke up. What was that?
The barbecue sandwich.
Barbecue sandwich. Okay, sorry. Okay, got you.
No, am I still breaking up? My internet's
you're good now. So. You're good now. You just broke up on that answer.
Okay. Let me know if I'm breaking up, and I'll stop. Barbecue chop sandwich is very good. Their brisket sandwich is very good. Their just all their barbecue stuff is like actually very good. Kolache is basically a pig in a blanket, right?
No, you can't ruin the lead. You can't ruin the lead, sir.
I'm sorry. Did I bury the lead? We're still on Bucky's. I thought you were going to ask me that. Well, those are good there. They have those roasted chestnuts are really good, actually. I love those. They have a bunch of sweets like donuts that are really good. I know you're a healthy guy, so you don't eat a ton of crap, I guess, but I do. So I love all their sweets. It's a pretty cool experience, man. I mean, it's a gas station, but the food is really good. Yeah, the pulled pork sandwich is really good as well. Go with that.
Jeff Howe being my elder, the second elder statesman of Horns 24/7, right behind Chip Brown. He decided, as the good Texan that he is, to take me to Bucky's. But I just didn't get any food. We stopped. He asked me on the way to the Baylor game. He's like, yo, you been to Bucky's yet? I'm like, nah. He's like, well, you're going now. And we stopped at the Bucky's. What is that? Bucky's kind of more Baylor. Is that Kyle? What is that? Do you know offhand?
Where the Bucky's is?
Yeah, what little town that is?
I don't know. I drive through it multiple times a year. I don't know. I go to that one too. I can't remember. It literally is right between Austin and Waco, though.
Yeah.
It's like the middle point, actually.
I went there, so I did get my Bucky's experience there, but I didn't get any food. So I am going to try, since of course, got the trip up to Dallas this year and got a couple of trips around Texas to get to Bucky's. It just sucks that is that the closest Bucky's to us? Temple. Yeah, Jake, you're right. Temple. Yeah. Is that the closest Bucky's to us?
There's one on the way to Houston that I think might be close.
Maybe a little bit closer.
Maybe not closer, but like equidistant. Maybe I don't know, something like that. But there is one in between Austin and Houston as well. I mean, they are making stupid money. Good God.
So yeah, the other question I had for you is, what the hell is it? Kolache? Is that how it's pronounced?
Kolache, yes, sir. It's like a roll with a sausage in the middle of it that has like cheese in it. It's so good. It's like the best thing. So, little history lesson. There's a ton of German immigrants in Central Texas, right? Like from the 1800s, a ton of German immigrants. That's why you see, and Czech immigrants and like German, like that kind of area in Europe. There's a lot of immigration from there that happened a long time ago. So there's a lot of that culture there. So there's a lot of like Czech stops. There's a lot of places that do pastries and sausage and do that kind of German food. You can find a lot of that in the Central Texas, South Texas area. So a little history lesson for you.
That is, I did not know that. Did not know that for sure. So that is interesting. No, yeah, like I had one today. And maybe I didn't get it from the right spot. I'm not going to name it on the air because I don't want to bury them. But
don't bury them. I'll tell you where to go off the air.
Yeah, man. I was like, yo, did I just eat like a hot dog with right on a roll? Because that's all mine was.
I mean, that's what it is, but you got to get the right kind, brother.
Yeah,
I'll tell you how to do it. I'll send you some places, my friend. Yeah,
right. Yeah. Because I'm not gonna lie, I had never heard of a Kolache until I got to Texas. I was like, bro,
it's a Central Texas German thing.
Yeah, bro. I see the signs everywhere. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is It's a Kolashi, bro. All right, yo, before we get out of here, let's give you some time to take off. Pat McAfee, Stephen A. Smith, on your nerves. Keenan Womack.
Oh, my God. Yeah, they're very annoying. I just don't like when national guys step in and try to do local. Like Trey Johnson went on Pat McAfee and was like, he was talking about the Olympics, and he just has no idea what he's talking about. Can I take off on golf for a second? That's sort of where I wanted to go after this. Is that cool?
Yeah, but hold on really quick. You said Trey Johnson.
So Trey Johnson went on Pat McAfee to announce his commitment last year.
Oh, okay.
Texas.
Okay.
And Pat McAfee called him the number one point guard in the country. Trey Johnson isn't a point guard at all. He's an off-ball wing guard. Like, I know that's a small distinction, but that is crazy. And you can see Trey, when he says that, Trey just goes like, all right. Yeah, like, sure. That's sure, man. Close enough. You know, you said guard at least, so I guess that counts.
but yeah. Go ahead. Get the golf in, my guy.
Yeah, real quick on golf. Xander Schauffele, man, what a hell of a last round. No bogey 65 to win the British Open. His second major of the season. He just won the PGA Championship at Valhalla. He's starting to challenge for the number one spot in golf. I don't know like official rankings. I'm just thinking of in my head who the best are. And it's like him and Scheffler, man. And like, I think that's going to be a battle. Like Xander Schauffele switched coaches this year and just took off. So we have no idea like this could be the beginning of a historic run. And it's just really cool to watch. I don't know. I'm a big fan of his play. He's from San Diego. His dad was his coach for a while, switched coaches, and now he's just tearing it up. I mean, that last round was freaking nails, man. Absolutely like beautiful golf. And he said in the post game or the post whatever it's called interview, He was like, yeah, winning the PGA Championship really helped me win this because I wasn't nervous. It wasn't my first championship. Like, he was like, I felt calm, cool, collected. That's what he was able to just absolutely tear it up. So that's all I got on golf, but I just fired me up.
Okay, well, I'm sure you probably got to get back to work, right?
We can let the guys on first.
Yes, no, I'm gonna bring in Zay. So just in case you got to run, I'll let you get back to
Peace
work.
out, gentlemen. Sorry, Zay, I gotta go back to work.
You good, man. Get it how you live.
Love you guys. Y'all are the best, man. I'll talk to you all soon.
You too, man.
I will handle the crosstalk. Zay, what's happening, brother?
E. Henry, just another day in paradise, my man. How you doing?
Oh man, I can't call it, brother. Like you said, another day living the dream. Blessed to be getting a paycheck to yap about sports. Going to go ahead and bring in our guy, Cole Thompson, as well. Before I run, this is kind of a funny conversation. Oh, wait a minute, Cole, your birthday, bro?
No, I have no idea what happened.
Okay, I was actually throw balloons up, or what's up? Like,
bro, when you throw up the piece, dude, I think it happened.
I kid you not. I literally was trying to pull up my notes. I come back, I see balloons. I'm like, okay, well, I guess it's a party today. You don't know what to expect when I come on air. So one day it's balloons, the next day it's gonna be a disco dash. We don't know. It's all good though. It's a positive.
Hey, Jose, I was talking with Keenan about this, and one of the things, I now it's the 23rd, so I think I'm at my 1 year anniversary, officially 1 year anniversary of living in Texas, because I moved this week a year ago. So
there we go.
I'm still figuring some things out, fellas. What is a Kolashi?
So, if you ask a true Texan,
yeah.
It's the pig in the blanket, bread around it, sometimes jalapeno and cheese inside, but mostly like a breakfast sausage link. But if you ask a real like Czech or German, wherever it comes from, it's the fruit ones. They're the ones that have like the fruit inside, more like a Danish or pastry. So what a lot of people consider kolaches is called something else. And I try not to disrespect it. Like, I try to call it a pig in the blanket, but people be like, what? Don't you mean kolache? And I'll be like, well, you're wrong if you're talking about the sausage jalapeno stuff, but that's what most people in Texas know what it is. It's called something else. I forgot what it is, but if you're really in the know, you know what it's called. And it's not the fruit kolache. That's a kolache. The sausage one, that's called something else.
An overrated piece of bread that's filled with meat that's probably way too dry. That's what I call it.
See, he hasn't had a good one. He hasn't had a good one.
Oh, I haven't had a good one. I've lived here my entire life and I've never found a good one. You're right. I haven't found one that I truly enjoy. I just see the sausage links and you take a bite out of it and immediately the entire roll of pork comes out with it. You're like, well, that was $3 down the drain and now my mouth is dry. Where's my water or chocolate milk that I definitely want to have?
See, you got to chomp it down, so you can keep everything together. Like you got to act like you have Buddy Hield teeth and chomp that thing down to keep it right. You know what I'm saying? I can throw shots at Buddy Hield. He's a Sooner. Damn him. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. But he's making millions.
What did he do to you?
Yeah, he's fine. He's a Sooner. He's fine. But it depends on everything. The bread, the sausage. The ratio has to be good. Like Bucky's, they got a solid one. They got a solid one. But I get cold not feeling it as much. I'm a kolache connoisseur. You find me a good kolache, I'm good.
I'm gonna link up with you after the show, and you let me know the spots to go to because I had one this morning, and I wasn't really feeling it. But if I've heard, just like barbecue, right? Like I had my first true barbecue experience in Texas, from my opinion. Up in North Texas, up at Hutchins, and that was fire. Listen, I'm just
okay.
Okay, am I good? I'm good with that one.
No, Hutchins is good. That's not. But that's the first place you had,
bro. The only place that I've had here in Texas. I have not made it to Terry Black's yet. I had County Line on the Hill.
Where,
bro? Listen, I'm not from here.
County Line.
I'm not from here, dog.
You had County Line.
Yeah. I'm not
okay.
Bro, have you had Salt Lick yet?
No.
Okay, you gotta do Salt Lick. See. Here's the thing: when you have Salt Lick, you kind of become an asshole to all other levels of barbecue out there because there's very few and far between that come near it. Like that's the epitome, and then afterwards you kind of become a barbecue snob. Like there's no good barbecue in Houston. I'll be completely honest. I got truth, and that's about the only truth that I can give when it comes to barbecue. That's the one place I'll go.
All right. So see, now I know because that's why my goal camp starts on the 30th, or actually press conferences, start on the 30th. PK and Kyle Flood. So that's when it's going back to work time. My goal is to get a real kolache, try food from Bucky's because I haven't actually had food from Bucky's yet, and find real barbecue in Austin. So that's the goal, fellas. So I will leave you with that and turn it over to y'all, Mr. Cole Thompson, the great Cole Thompson, pinch hitting for Chip Brown, Zay Collier. Y'all have a good show, fellas.
Thanks, E. Henry. Appreciate
you.
All right. We are here. No Chip Brown today, but this is Chip and Zay. And my guy pinch hitting once again for the next 2 days. He was awesome yesterday. He's going to be awesome today. He's the managing editor of the Texas Wire. You hear him on SEC Unfiltered. He's had his own show. He's one of the best in the biz. So top-notch energy. I already see him with the energy drinks now. He's already prepared. He's already locked in. Cole Thompson, what's happening, man?
Brother, here's the thing. I need one today because I was running late in traffic to get to Texans. It was raining. It was hot. It went from muggy to murky to right out in the sunny of everything. So the water saturated up, which also took up all my caffeine. I was literally running behind by 2 minutes because I was turning in a 300-word article. Like my brain has been moving and grooving all damn day. And yet here I am. Still, it's only 1 o'clock. We got 2 hours of nonstop action to talk about. We got a fun one today. You and I have talked off air what we're going to be doing today, and I'm excited for today's show because if I get to kind of get to control what we got going on, and let's see where Zay's brain is today. So if you haven't checked it out yet, make sure that you hit subscribe, and also make sure that you check out Zay and Chip every single day, 1 to 3 p.m. Even when I'm on, because when I'm on, I'm more fun than Chip. He's not going to pay attention.
Oh, wow.
I can say that because he's never going to hear this. Do you think he's going to hear this? You think now he's sitting up he's sitting up in Wyoming right now like, I must text Cole, you're not more fun than me. How dare you?
He's probably on his whitewater rafting up there in Wyoming, doing some big, trails, seeing the buffalo and bears and shit. Chip, he's a fun guy. Come on, man. Taking shots at my man. But
I love Chip Brown. I think Chip Brown is the most resourced man in the city of Austin. But for energy level, you got to match me. And he and I match, and we match well because if we got old man yelling on lawn and old man yelling on lawn with two different old men yelling on lawn's energy. One is about ready to call the cops, and the other one is about ready to go grab the chainsaw. You decide which one of us is which.
Yo, man, I hope my man Chip ain't snitching on nobody. He's from Detroit, so he got a little toughness in him. You know what I'm saying? A little toughness, a little, hardness that will, surprise some folks. But yeah, as Colt said, appreciate everybody for rocking with us for the next 2 hours, 1 to 3, Chip and Zay. Appreciate all our terrific sponsors who make it easy for us to come on here and talk our sports, and they do a terrific job for 34 Wine and Spirits, Relax the Back, Sue Patrick, Cover 3, Ollie Pop, Circa, AC Woods and Plumbing, 7-Eleven, Syntex Shooters, Brain Vault, Allstat Brewery, Covert BK, Salt Traders, and Tom McKay at AV Consultations. Hit us up on the Covert, the Coda text line 512-222-9328, and hit us up if you're watching on YouTube in the comments section. All right, Cole, let the people know and myself. You said you got something for me that introduced me to the SEC and a little bit of other stuff going on that we'll get to later. It's going to be a long, terrific show. I'm not going to lie. I'm probably not up to par when it comes to my SEC knowledge. Like, I got to get put on game, and that's what guys like you and Chris Phillips are for, to put me on game. Us newbies, us Texans who are coming to the SEC, even though with all that optimism and anticipation, I still got to catch up on my Southeastern Conference, knowledge and just game. So that's where you come in. I'm excited. What you got for me, my guy?
So everyone's been talking about Texas having to earn their stripes in the SEC. They're going to join the conference that just means more. They better be ready to take on the Bowl because they're going to get the Horns every Saturday. The Horns are going to be making moves, but they got to earn their stripes. Zay, you got to earn your stripes in the SEC. So we're going to go ahead and play How Well Does Zay Know the SEC 2024 edition. 10 quick quiz questions that will determine, is Zay an SEC connoisseur or an SEC slowpoke and needs to go ahead and brush up on his history. Don't worry, I made it fair. I got a couple of easy questions to guide you in. I got some questions that are also going to be added in. I got 12 questions for you, 2 bonuses. So we're going to hold out hope. All right. You ready?
All right. So back in my school days, I did the best on tests when it came to true and false and multiple choice.
Okay.
When it was just straight up, you got to answer this question. I struggled a little bit. So I feel like that might be the pattern during this, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm very eager to see what you got.
There's a few of each. Okay. All right. So let's get this thing started. SEC question. Question number 1. In 2013, Cole Thompson's heart was broken after watching Auburn run back a 99-yard kick return for a game-winning touchdown that sent the Tigers of Auburn to the SEC championship. Who was the returner for Auburn?
Nope. Really? Yeah, man. I remember that play
in SEC history, and you don't know who did it.
I remember the play, but that was a real dark time for the University of Texas. So I'm not.
But you hold out hope for the other people.
You're right.
Okay, I will give you multiple choice. Let's see if you can guess it.
All right.
All right. Is it A, Adam Griffith? Is it B, Trey Mason? Is it C, Nick Marshall? Or is it D, Chris Davis?
Jeez, man.
This was given away because I'll give you a hint. One of them is not even a player that was on Auburn's team. So that's already a hit right there. That should be a hit.
I might go 0 for 12 on this thing.
We're gonna find out.
I remember the moment. Like it was yesterday. I remember seeing Nick Saban's face, like one of the best moments in Iron Bowl history. I'm just gonna say C, man, and that's not even close to
Nick Marshall.
Yeah.
He was the quarterback. It was D, Chris Davis. Chris Davis, 99 yards, 108 yards, ran it all the way back. Broke my heart and nearly broke my hand because I got in a fist fight afterwards dealing with Auburn fans. So, yeah, that was where it was, baby.
Hold on. You were out here fighting because of that game?
Oh, brother. I have never seen so real fast. I am a twin, which is really funny in itself because the guy looks nothing like me. He's 6'1". He's got the olive complexion. He also is a pilot. I talk about sports into a microphone on the internet for a living. So two vastly different styles. But my brother got so drunk, he went over to the Auburn bar and immediately started picking fights. So naturally, as a good twin, I had to go stand up for him. And then somebody from the Auburn side said, "War Eagle, bitch," to my mom. And I'm like, oh, well, that's where things really get out of control. So it got bad really, really fast. It was one of those games where you just go, nope. This is where, when I talk about the SEC, the rivalries are at an all-time high. We are in Texas, and the Auburn bar is next to the Alabama bar, and they already knew, all right, let's get the cops ready because there's about ready to be a crap ton of arrest.
That is so nuts, man. But that seems common. Like our guy, Lance Taylor, that joins the show as a guest from Next Round Live, he said that he's been into a fight before. Just because somebody on, like, I want to say the Auburn side, since he's an Alabama guy, scoped him out and he ended up getting into a little squabble. So the fact that both of you guys fought because of the SEC and
because
just how.
That's what you're getting. Like, honestly, like people, like the reason why I say all the time, oh no, Texas, Oklahoma, they're going to be fine in the SEC because you want to know why? Deaths occur over Red River. It's the same notion. It's just you move over a couple states. It's not Alabama, but you know what? Still the same volatile nonsense that we see on Saturdays in Dallas, Texas, which might be even worse this year because we got a 2:30 kick and not an 11:30 kick. So pace yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, you can start drinking at 5 a.m. if you want, but you better be able to make it inside the building at 2:30 and also not sweat and die completely from a heat stroke.
Yeah, you got to eat good. It's the state fair. You got to get the crazy, quadruple bacon burgers and, the Philly cheesesteak funnel cakes. I don't know what the hell they have. They have ridiculous things at the state fair. But if you eat and pace yourself, as you said, I think 2:30 will be just fine. I'm really looking forward to 2:30. So, all right, 0 for 1.
All right, let's see.
Rolling.
Let's go with an easy one. Who has won the most? To you. Let's go with an easy one. The SEC championship game has gone on in Atlanta every year since 1992. Who has won the most SEC championships in that span? And I will give you an extra point if you can tell me if their win total is over 70%.
Okay. See, this can't be a trick question. It has to be Bama, right? But
is that going to be your final answer?
That's what I'm saying. Something about this seems real just fishy. Florida had those good runs. Spurrier, obviously Urban Meyer. Oh, my God.
Georgia had some good runs, too. We got to talk about
some good runs. Yeah, you ain't lying there. Oh, damn you, Cole. I'm just going to say
I thought this was an easy one.
Huh?
I thought this was an easy one.
Bama?
Correct. There you go.
Okay.
Now, you get a point. You get a point.
All right, cool.
Is their over-under win total in Atlanta higher than 70%? True or false?
I'll say false. It might be like a little bit below. Lost a couple times. Yeah.
Zay, that is true. Their win total is 73.3% when they go play in the SEC championship game. So almost 25% of the time they lose. The other 75% they win. 73.3%. But you're on the board. Yay! Zay Collier, everybody. He's on the board. He's on the board, and he didn't overthink it. So we're good there. Let's see if he overthinks. Go ahead.
Who's number 2?
Georgia.
Who's number 2? Georgia
and Florida. No, Florida, my bad. Florida's with 3, Georgia's with 2.
Okay, I was cool in the ballpark for all of them.
And LSU, and LSU's also LSU. My bad. LSU's 2. LSU is 2. My apologies. Ooh. LSU's got 3. LSU's got 3. Florida's got 2. Florida's got 3, and Auburn has 1, and Georgia has 2. So, all right. Let's see if you overthink this one. Cam Newton started his career at Florida before transferring to Auburn and was a member of the 2008 National Championship Gators. Name the starting quarterback for the Gators that season.
2008?
2008.
Tim Tebow.
See, you know your history a little bit.
All right.
That's
what I'm talking about.
Because
That's what I'm talking about.
Because people always forget and they think that he was on the team with Chris Leak in 2006, but he wasn't. He was on the team behind Tebow in 2008. Now, does anybody remember what he did after that performance? Where did he go to college between? I'll give you a point if you can tell me where he went to college between Florida and Auburn.
Cam Newton?
Yeah.
Blinn Junior College.
Blinn Junior College. There we go. See, Zay's getting some points back, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and answer the comment section. What's the over-under? Zay's going to get this next question right. I'm going to say it's about a 5, but let's see if he can guess it.
I'm on the heater.
Everyone knows the Iron Bowl is the greatest rivalry in the SEC. Maybe you could throw in Red River. Maybe you could, but we're going to say for right now it's Iron Bowl because that game has not been played yet in the SEC. But what is the first major rivalry in the Southeastern Conference? Who's it against? And what is the nickname?
Wow. First major rivalry. Was it Florida, Georgia cocktail party?
You want to lock it in?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
You said name. You said name. I don't know the name of them all, but that kind of feels right, but it doesn't at all at the same time. Yeah, let's go cocktail party.
You want to go cocktail party? Yeah. All right. It is the Deep South old rivalry between Auburn and Georgia.
Okay.
The Deep South old rivalry, first matchup in 1892.
You know what? I've heard that before. It didn't ring a bell when I was thinking about it, but now that you said that, I've heard that before because everybody talks about how important keeping that game together is. So, okay.
All right, now real fast. Now, true or false? What happened first? The Iron Bowl? Which one happened first? I'll give you a point. Iron Bowl or Red River?
Oh, shit.
Which happened first?
Iron Bowl.
I gotta find it. I'm gonna find a sound for this. But
you gotta look it up.
No. I'm trying to find a bell noise to be able to not make sounds every single time. But yep, you're correct. Iron Bowl, 1893. Red River first matchup was in 1901. So
okay,
you're good. You're wrong pretty good. You're not doing bad. You're not doing bad. Now
I'll take it.
Let's see if you can get this one right. Peyton Manning started 4 seasons at the University of Tennessee before going number 1 overall to the Indianapolis Colts. During his time, he was a Heisman finalist and was considered a lock to go as the first overall pick. But before he ever started a game, there was another famous athlete that started in his place. Can you name which athlete it was and what sport he is famous for?
It's a baseball player, isn't it?
Is it a baseball player?
I feel like it is. Why do I want to say Scott Rowland? I don't know why I want to say Scott Rowland. That can't be it. It's somebody like that, though.
Are you?
Yeah, let me just. Scott Rowland just comes to mind for some reason. I don't know why. Who is it?
Damn it! It didn't play in time. Todd Helton.
I knew it was somebody like that. I knew it was somebody that was cold as shit, but still kind of underrated at the same time. Yeah, Todd Helton. Man, Chicago Rockies. He was nice.
Chicago
Colorado,
what?
Colorado.
Say, what are we doing here, my friend? What are we doing?
He was nice.
Ended up playing baseball for the University of Tennessee, came in second place in the Golden Spikes Award, eventually went on to have a hell of a career in baseball, recently inducted into the Hall of Fame, like Scott Rowland, who last year got in the Hall of Fame. So you got a good mindset. You're not doing terrible. This one might actually end up being a little bit more painful. There's a famous trophy named after a certain walk-on given out to walk-ons every year. Can you name the name of the trophy, what position he played, and where he went to college in the SEC?
Jeez, man. I have no clue. Trying to think of the awards. Dick Bucket seems like the right answer, but that can't be right.
There's no way that is right. I can promise you that. It is not Dick Buckets. Do you want me to give you multiple choice?
Yes, go multiple choice.
All right, fine. We'll go with A, the Bolitnikoff Award for walk-ons at the University of Oregon. B, the Burlsworth Award given out to an offensive lineman named Brandon Burlsworth at the University of Arkansas. C, the Dick Butkus Award given out to linebackers from the University of Tennessee. And D, the Doak Walker Award handed out to running backs named after someone from the University of Oklahoma.
So it's B.
You think it's B?
Yeah.
Whoever. You sure?
Yeah.
You want to go to Brandon Burl? You want to go out to Brandon Burlsworth?
Because that's the only person I don't know.
Boom! You got it right. There you go. There you go. Brandon Burlsworth.
I mean, that was a layup, but I'll take it.
So walk on offensive lineman. What?
For best walk-on, there's really
that's walk-on named after Brandon Burlsworth, who was an offensive lineman who was fat as all hell, got told by Houston Nutt to lose a crap ton of weight, goes out, makes it as an all-SEC, all-American, drafted in the 3rd round by the Indianapolis Colts, and days before training camp, dies in a terrible car wreck, does not make it to the NFL. The award is named after him for walk-ons at the University of Arkansas.
Wow. That is nuts. Who the hell won it last year?
I'm trying to remember. That's the thing. I have no idea who won it.
Like how? Because you're not getting playing time. So what are they basing this on?
No. It's to the best walk-on, so they have to get playing time. There's
have to get playing time. Okay.
Yeah, there's somebody who had to break out the way that Burlsworth did. So this is somebody that earned their scholarship.
I bet it went to Bert Auburn. Auburn was on walk-on last year.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, it went to the Washington kicker. I think it was the Washington kicker. I'm not entirely positive on that one. You may have to look up that. But I do know that is what the award is named after. Anyways, Quinn Ewers set a Big 12 record in conference championship game last year for the single most passing yards in a conference championship over Oklahoma State. Can you tell me who is the single game leading rusher in the SEC championship and what school did he play for? Hint, I've already named him in this video.
I'm trying to go back to who you talked about.
I'll give you one more hint. It happened in one of the first 3 questions. His name was mentioned.
Dadgummit.
Gotta be paying attention at all times, Zay. I'm telling you.
Oh man, I got ADD, ODD, EDD. It's gonna be tough for me to lock in, especially something like this. But man, we're talking about running backs here. Let's go multiple choice again. Come on, man. What are we doing?
Multiple choice? All right, I'll give you multiple choice. Is it A, Mark Ingram in 2009 with the Alabama Crimson Tide? Is it B? Sorry about that. Is it B, DeMarcus Ware from the University of Missouri in 2013? Is it C, Sony Michel, the University of Georgia in 2018? Is it D, Trey Mason, 2013, the University of Auburn?
Okay, we talked about Trey Mason. We said Trey Mason. We talked about Trey Mason. Damn.
You gonna lock it in?
I would have said, yeah, get that locked in. I would have said, if you didn't do multiple choice, Todd Gurley or Mark Ingram or something. Wow.
Trey Mason with Trey Mason, 304 yards against the University of Missouri in 2013 is the record for the most rushing yards in a single game of SEC championships.
Good grief, man.
Zane, I think you're going to enjoy this next question. I really do. I have a good feeling you might like this one a little bit more. I think the audience is really going to enjoy this one because I see some people answering and helping Zay out, but I'm not sure you're going to be able to. Zay, since 1902, the University of Vanderbilt has stood tall as a member of the Southeastern Conference. How many winning seasons have they had of over 8+? since 1902. I will give you a hint. It is the smallest number of any team in the SEC.
Yeah, it's not shocking. That Jay Cutler year, they've had to have won 8 that year, right? Or those couple of years, you would think. I'm gonna say 6.
6 championships. 6.
Oh,
8
no, not championship. I thought you said over 8 wins.
6 8-win seasons.
Yeah, 6 8-win seasons.
17.
Okay, wow.
17. I read that. I lost my mind. I absolutely lost my mind when I saw that. There was no way. So Zay,
when was the last one?
Their last one was in 2012.
Okay.
2012 was 2013 was their last time that they won more than 8 games a season. They won 9 that year.
I'll be damned.
9. Yep.
Who was
that's
quarterback and stuff?
I'm trying to remember. Here's what I do remember. It was James Franklin. It was Jordan Matthews. It was that squad. It was the last time they got it. And because that job, that led James Franklin to Penn State in 2014. So that's how I know it was him. Zay, I got 2 more for you.
All right.
See if you can end it on a positive note. How many teams have never been to the SEC championship game before? Game in general, including Texas and Oklahoma.
Okay, so there's 2 right off the bat.
I will give you multiple choice if need be, but
okay.
Try and think this through. I think you might be able to.
Yeah, I don't. All right. Missouri's been. I can't remember Kentucky ever going, so I'll put that in there for 3. I feel like a South Carolina team went, so I'll leave that out, but I'm not feeling good about it. I know A&M hasn't.
Okay.
So we'll say that's 4. Damn.
Do you want multiple choice or do you want to try and guess?
Now I'm just trying to make sure I got all the teams.
Okay.
To be honest.
I'm going to be completely honest. You're doing pretty well right now. You're feeling hot. You're feeling hot.
Okay, bet. All right. Gosh, Dak didn't go to the SEC championship, did he?
Did Dak go to the SEC championship, ladies and gentlemen? Let us know.
I don't think so. I'll say 5. That's
6.
all right. Oh, man.
6.
Oh, man.
Now,
okay, so let me tell you
I'll tell you the 6. But I'm going to give you a bonus. I'm going to give you a bonus. See if you and this may help you win. So here are the 6: Kentucky, Oklahoma, Ole Miss, Texas, Texas A&M, and Vanderbilt have never been to an SEC championship game before. Now you will get a point, and I'll double the point if you can tell me how many teams have never won an SEC championship game. So you're on 6. I'll give you a hint. There's a couple more teams that have been, but have never won. How many have never won?
Okay. South Carolina's never won. Mississippi State's never won.
You got
and Arkansas.
They've been.
They've been. Won. Yeah. I say 9 now.
You say 9?
Yeah.
10. You forgot Missouri.
I forgot
Missouri's been twice, and they have not won every time.
Right.
So Tennessee has won 2, Auburn's won 3, LSU has won 5, Florida's won 7, Georgia's won 4. Missouri's been twice, lost back-to-back in 2013, 2014. Arkansas has been 3 times, 1995, 2002, 2006. Mississippi State went once in 1998. And South Carolina, you were right, has gone once in 2010.
Okay.
So you're feeling pretty good about yourself.
I feel pretty good. I'm not gonna front.
Zay?
I'm feeling pretty good about that. You know what I'm saying?
Right now,
there's no such thing as bad losses.
Oh no! Just still one more question worth 5 points.
Okay.
So right now you're at 4. You're at 6 points. You've done well. You've done okay. You're not passing the class, but you're doing okay. So I think that you're fine on this.
All right.
This one's worth 5. This one's worth 5 points. You'll pass the class. You'll be able. We'll throw a party. We'll have the balloons come flying down. I'll go ahead and I'll bring the diploma over to you. We'll pop the bubbly. Everything will be good. In 1992, 2012, and 2024, the SEC welcomed in 2 teams each season. South Carolina and Arkansas in 1992, Texas A&M and Missouri in 2012, and Texas and Oklahoma in 2024. But before those 6 teams joined the SEC, 3 teams departed the SEC. Name the 3 teams that departed the SEC.
Oh my gosh.
I will give you a hint. 2 of them are very well known. Think in the Southeastern Conference region, and it will help you out a lot.
Okay.
The third one's going to be very hard for you to get. I'll just throw that out there. I will zell someone in the comment section also if you can name what are the 3 teams and the nickname of one of the schools. I will zell you $1.
Okay, so I feel like the easy way to go would be Florida State and Miami, but they were Big East back in the day. So
Got things.
That ain't right.
You're in the right region. It's actually in the southeastern region. So you're feeling good.
Okay. And they're still not there.
They're not there. They both departed. All 3 have departed.
Was Clemson?
You want to lock it in?
No.
You say you want to lock it in?
I'm just trying to think of schools, man. I can't think of any schools.
I'll give you one hint. You named 3 ACC schools. You're in a very good spot with one of them.
All right. See, I see somebody in the comment section messing.
Don't look. Don't look. Don't look. Don't look.
It's already ruined. Once they came in, because I don't want to say it now because I've seen it. Because I didn't know. I'll admit that I didn't know Georgia Tech. I thought Georgia Tech is always ACC school.
Yep.
Always.
Georgia Tech was 1. Tulane was 2. And number 3, Swanee, the School of the South.
What?
Swanee, the School of the South. I promise you, if you go drive there and you actually see the campus like I have, you will never, ever believe it. Ever. You will never believe that's an SEC school. It is so small. Jake Bayless, send me your Venmo. I'll sell you $1. Congratulations. $1. Send me your Venmo. I will sell you it.
Wow, man.
I promise you. You would never have guessed Sewanee. Let me tell you
where's that at?
It's in the middle of Tennessee. That's all I can say. I have no idea how you get there, but it's in the middle of Tennessee. I drove through there one time going to a game to go visit a friend that went to college there. She was playing in a soccer matchup. And so we stopped on there going to covering a game in Knoxville for Alabama, Tennessee. I just remember I had a detour to go through there. And I remember going on the campus and this was an SEC school. I'm like, that is the biggest lie I've ever heard in my entire life. This small ass school would never even sniff the SEC. And they're even like, yeah, we don't believe it either.
So what is it like, NAIA or D2, D3? Can't be D1.
It's a D2 school, at least for athletics when it comes to women's soccer, because she played on the soccer team. So that much I know. But they were at one point back in the 1900s, Sewanee was an SEC school.
Wow.
So you got 6 out of 13 technically, right? You're doing fine.
I'll take that. I'll take half.
You'll have to earn your stripes in the next round of SEC quiz trivia with Cole Thompson. But thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for playing along. Give it up for Zay Collier. He did as best as he could. It's okay. We can't all be geniuses like Jake Bayless and Cole Thompson here. So I can't blame you.
Yeah, I like to thank SEC legends like Nick Saban and John Calipari. Those legends, Adolph Rupp, guys like him. That's legends like that have helped me know a little bit about the SEC. And with the Horns coming in, I couldn't be more excited, man. Like, I feel I've been saying this a lot on these airwaves, but I feel this means more vibes.
You understand it now.
That ain't no bullshit. That ain't all the heavy hitters that I saw last week at SEC Media Days, all the guests that we had and stuff. It ain't no bullshit. So yeah, I'm ready. I'm absolutely ready. But yeah, appreciate it, my guy. I know you have other things to talk about today. Get a little bit more college football talk. Before we get to that, though, I want to get your thoughts on Big Ten Media Days.
Okay.
And the Big Ten, they came out with their preseason rankings of top teams, who's going to win it all that, this, that, the third. We'll pull up your tweet, Cole. You have it all down here on
Twitter. Mine right here.
Yeah. Follow our guy, Cole Thompson. But is there anything that shocks you? I mean, we knew Ohio State would be number one, had a big feeling that Oregon would be number two, Michigan losing John Hardball and losing JJ McCarthy at number three. That makes sense to me. Penn State, number four, even though a lot of people are optimistic on James Franklin's team this year. But after that, USC at 7, Lincoln Riley.
Zay, real fast. This is my poll.
This is your poll?
This is just my poll. This isn't
okay. We'll leave it though. Let me pull up the real one in a second.
So,
all right, cool.
Let's start with this. For starters, Penn State's actually at number 3 in the media poll. Michigan's at number 4, fresh off of winning a national championship.
Ooh, okay.
I don't get that whatsoever at all. Let's start off with the fact that I have never once seen Penn State in the history of the James Franklin era live up to the expectations about being a playoff contender outside of 2017. The 2017 year where they played USC and they went down to the wire, Sam Darnold versus Saquon Barkley, great matchup. That's the one time we have actually seen Penn State look like a competent roster on both sides of the ball to where they are going to compete. They bring over Andy Kotelnicki. You know Andy Kotelnicki. I know Andy Kotelnicki. We all love Andy Kotelnicki now that he's no longer playing against Texas, where his offense won a game with Kansas. We're no longer rooting against Andy Kotelnicki. But Andy Kotelnicki also had a really good mobile quarterback by the name of Jalen Daniels that sliced and diced up everybody. On top of that, he also had a very stable rushing attack headlined by Devin Neal, and he had some wide receivers. He does not have wide receivers in State College this year. He still has question marks on the offensive line this year. They still have question marks when it comes to the aura of the squad, and they still have matchups. So you're telling me that Sharon Moore, that last year, balled out as the offensive coordinator, as the offensive line coach, built a mentality in Ann Arbor to where you didn't need to worry about having any kind of accolade or dialogue or whatever it is, whatever it's surrounding a roster, so much so that they were able to beat up on everybody with their head coach suspended. And they carry that same mentality back this year. They're the fourth place team. They're the fourth place team ahead of a Penn State that has constantly shown you that they are the kicks of the Big Ten. Yeah, they're fine. I mean, everyone loves kicks. No one's going to complain about having kicks, but you really want the Frosted Flakes. You really want the Lucky Charms. You really want the Cinnamon Toast Crunch. You want them at the very top. You're really going to say that kicks is fine and that Michigan's behind that? No.
If you had the kicks for 2 weeks, them things would get stale as hell. You better eat those.
You would hate yourself. You would hate yourself. You would starve if you could. And you want to know how I know this? Because I had kicks before for a week living at my grandpa's house, and I stopped eating them and switched over to Honey Nut Cheerios because I thought Honey Nut Cheerios was an old person's food. And I was like, no, I can't have this anymore. And that is Penn State. That's been Penn State. Show me I'm wrong, James Franklin. Show me I'm wrong, State College. I understand why the fan base is furious at you because if you're supposed to be competitive. Like when we talk about tier 2 teams in conferences, what I love to say is that there are teams that belong in a certain aura because of every year you know what to expect. Penn State is a tier 2 team in the Big Ten, and they're their own tier 2. And the reason I say that is you know what you're going to get every single year. They're good enough to beat up on everybody below them. Michigan, Ohio State, they're going to lose those games 10 out of 10. They do it every year. And now all you got to do is switch out one of the squads with Oregon, and now it's the same thing. They won't be on the schedule. They're still going to be 10-2. This is a year I got to see it. I know I can expect a little bit of regression in Michigan. I know I'm going to get 10-2 once again from a team like Penn State. So I'm sorry. Until you prove me otherwise, I got to go with it the other way.
Yeah, I hear you. In Penn State, they have a pretty favorable schedule. If you look at the whole Big Ten, I mean, you got Ohio State coming to your place. If that's a night game, we know how ruckus that crowd could be. And besides that, you avoid Oregon, you avoid Michigan. There's no excuses for James Franklin this year. I mean, you go to Wisconsin, that's always a dogfight, but Washington comes to your place, so that travels easy. You go to Michigan or Minnesota, excuse me. You play against Purdue, which poor Hudson Card, they got my guy last in the Big Ten. Like, I love Hudson Card, man. That Lake Travis alum, obviously his time at Texas was very up and down, but I wish him the best. And for him to lose Deion Burks to Oklahoma and lose other guys on that squad, the Boilermakers are going to be trash, man. Drew Brees.
To be fair, I have them dead last too. So
I don't like, I can't knock it. I can't knock it.
But I have to. I have valid reason. I'm not allowed to root for Purdue in my household. I'm never going to root for Purdue in my household. So they're always going to be
that mean?
My entire dad's side of the family went to Indiana, so they always got to be ranked above Purdue in our preseason rankings. Sorry, I'll pull a Vandy and come clean and admit I have them dead last. I have no problem admitting that in person. They will always be dead last, and I love Ryan Walters. I thought that was a slam dunk hire, and I'm like, nope, always going to put him preseason last. Gotta do it. Can't let the Hoosier blood come out.
That's such an underrated rivalry.
That
Purdue,
Bucky,
Indiana.
It's dope.
But maybe in basketball, you really feel it. Like in basketball, it's there. Basketball, it's super intense because Indiana, it is hoops, but that's a underrated rivalry that a lot of people don't talk about. And it's interesting that your family's a part of it so much that you put Purdue dead last, not because they deserve it, even though they probably do, but out of straight spite. That is very petty of you, Cole. I admire
It's one of the random things in life. Why does Cole hate Purdue? It's because he got raised on it. Let me ask. UCLA at 12 or at 14 or 15. Is that too much love?
Yeah.
I think it's way too much.
I think so. I mean, what Chip Kelly left, and I get it, Ryan Day, he's so high on Chip. I know, like, if it wasn't for Chip Kelly, Ryan Day wouldn't be the coach he is today. He was under Chip, and now Chip's under him. I know that sounds weird, but whatever. We're talking sports here. But yeah, but like, it's all that travel, Cole, like USC too, and Oregon and Washington, they're all going to have to deal with this, but we clearly know that Oregon's the best prepared out of all four of those former Pac-12 teams. But man, going from LA to possibly New Jersey, I haven't seen UCLA or USC schedule, like having to go to those games, deal with that cold. Maybe if you're going to Madison or something, maybe if you got to play against Minnesota, which is a beautiful campus. My wife, her family, they're from Minnesota, so I've seen that campus plenty of times. I love that campus.
Do you like that it's now outdoors, the stadium, and then it's not the dome? It's not the bubble.
Yeah. I mean, I got to be there. Yeah, I love that too. Like, you need an advantage some way, and my wife's completely against that. She thinks every cold city should have a dome. And yeah, I could get what she means, but also there's something about playing in the frozen tundra and the snow and the sleet. Like, bad weather is football. So the more and more that we're getting away from it, that kind of sucks. That's why I love, Lambeau and where Buffalo play in the NFL. But that's a huge concern. Like, Lincoln Riley, he had his chance to get out, go to the NFL. He didn't. He ran away from the SEC with Oklahoma, thinking that there was, greener grass on the other side, going to Los Angeles. And now, Caleb Williams, even though their quarterback's supposed to be the real deal. Like,
Miller's good. I'm not gonna lie. Miller is really good.
Okay, so you're high on Miller too.
I I can see what the hype is around Millard Moss. I can. And the kid that transferred on over from UNLV also freaking balled out last year. There's at least going to be there's going to be intrigue there for me. I'm going to be intrigued with it.
So is 6 too high or too low for you for Southern Cal?
Way too high. Way too high. I'm sorry. You're really going to tell me that when you look at offensive linemen that were built and bred in Michigan, in Minnesota, in Iowa, in Indiana, in Wisconsin, in Nebraska, stop me when the corn-fed beef stops calling, because that's the level of offensive lineman you're going to face off against, that you're prepared to go up against that. Regardless of the weather conditions, I could give a flying care in the world about weather. I care about the size of the squad. I know that we always say it's all about the fight in the heart, and it's always about the heart, the size of the heart, not the size of the football player on the field. Bullshit. Bullshit it isn't when it comes to the Big Ten. They are Big Ten bullies for a reason. Purdue has dudes that would pancake block most of these defensive linemen from USC. So I love the hire of D'Anton Lynn. I'll be completely honest. Zay, when I look back at this offseason, my favorite hire, period, of any single move, besides probably Bo Davis, was D'Anton Lynn going on over to USC. I absolutely love that. If you can't beat them, steal them. Do that. Just do that in the middle of the night. Give them a pay raise. And you know what? D'Anton Lynn knows what it takes to make it to the NFL. He was studying defensive linemen back with Baltimore for years. He established himself as a guru in the trench plays. This is a dude that will get the best version. If you don't believe me, UCLA had a worse roster in every sense of the word last year and beat USC. And that's because their defense was damn good. And that's because their defense has been damn good underneath him. But it's going to take a year minimum just to be able to get the guys up to speed, get the guys up to the weight class, get the guys up to the physicality, the brand. So for this season, no. That's why I had them, I think, at 7 or 8 on my poll, because of, even if the offense is very explosive, what's going to change until we see it? What is? Nothing.
Yeah. Right. I mean, Lincoln Riley, he had to do something with that defense. That defense just absolutely atrocious these last few years. And look, we know they're going to be able to score points. I think Lincoln Riley, he can't cook a brisket, but he's a terrific offensive mind. So they're going to score points. You know, I definitely buy what you're saying with their quarterback. I've heard multiple people say that Miller's the real deal. But if that defense could pick it up, then they could surprise a few teams coming into the Big Ten. Last, before we move on, Cole, Ohio State, Oregon, everybody's picking them to be in the Big Ten championship, that game in Eugene. I want to say, is it October or November? I don't know, but either way.
I think it's late October. October.
Cool.
So it might be,
yeah. Okay, well, the Buckeyes, they go to Eugene. It's going to be a hell of a matchup. I expect Dylan Gabriel to be in New York this year. I really do. I think Dylan Gabriel is that talented. Maybe I'm a little biased with what I saw in the Cotton Bowl last year and how he completely took over that game in Red River. But that guy, even though he might not be the best NFL prospect, as a college player, the coaches that he dealt with, he could spin it. He could run a little bit. And if he could figure out all of those weapons around him there for the Ducks, then I could see them beating Ohio State at least once. And yeah, Will Howard, I don't know if I'm sold on Will Howard, man. Will Howard's tough as shit. I'll give him that. He is tough as hell. And I thought that in 2022, Cole, when the Kansas State had Will Howard and AJ Martinez and they couldn't figure out which one to play, which was one of the dumbest things that Chris Kleiman could have ever done. I get it. He's a good coach. That was a dumbass move. I'm sorry. AJ Martinez, he showed us at Nebraska. He was just an okay player. Will Howard, he could do a lot of the things that AJ Martinez could do with his legs, and he could spin a little bit more, and he just has a good build, moving forward. So there's a reason why he took that Kansas State team to the Big 12 championship and beat TCU. So Will Howard, he's a good player, but for all those guys at Ohio State, can he figure out Chip Kelly and Ryan Day's offense to where they're expected to be? And that's what everybody has them, winning the national championship. Like, it's national championship or bust. That's very rare. Like, I kind of put Texas at that mold just because Texas is at that standard. But if Texas were to lose in the national championship, it wouldn't be that big of a blow. If Ohio State were to lose in the national championship, that's a huge blow that I don't know if you fire Ryan Day, but that seat's a little bit hot, a little bit more hot than it was before. And if you don't beat that team up north and you don't win the national championship, like, you'll probably still be in the CFP, but if you don't beat that team up north and then win a national championship, oh, he gone. He gone after that. I don't care if they get second, third, fourth. If they don't win a national championship and he loses to Michigan, he is gone. If they beat Michigan and get to the national championship game, I think the seat is hot, but I think he'll be able to live a little bit in Columbus a little while longer. You know?
Okay, so hold up. So real fast. So you're saying if they go to the national championship this year, now of course you got to throw in that they beat Michigan. Let's just throw that out there. They have to beat Michigan. I don't remember the last time that you have seen a team in this rivalry win 4 in a row. I don't remember it from the Michigan side when Michigan's won 4 straight times over Ohio State. Not the point. The point is that you're saying that his seat is hot if they don't win the national title. I mean, Zay, there's 3 coaches right now that have won national titles that are active in college football. And one is out the door because if he's old as all hell, and we know who he is. And the other one may be out the door because he doesn't want to embrace NIL. So we're saying that one coach right now could potentially in 2 years be the only active coach to win a national championship. And he's on the hot seat? No, he's on the hot Ryan Day, I get being on the hot seat for not beating Michigan for the 4th consecutive year. I get that. It's egregious that we have to have this conversation for a dude that has won over 88% of his games, but I get it. It's the most important game. It literally, the way that you talk to people from up north and the way that you talk to people about this matchup is there's the season and then there's the game season. And that in itself is a 1-win, 1-loss season. You're either undefeated that year or you're defeated and winless that year in that version of the season. That's how much they care about that game, which is why I completely understand when you say, yeah, he's going to be on the hot seat. But hot seat if you go to the national championship and you lose to, let's just go with Georgia, another team that's right up there with you. I don't think so. I don't see it. I see where you're coming from. I get where your brain and your logic is because of it's Ohio State. Find a flaw with this roster. And also remember what happened this offseason. They lose to Mizzou. They lose to Mizzou in Dallas, in Arlington, and they go back home and you automatically see Kyle McCord leave. But everyone else is basically back besides Marvin Harrison Jr. You don't lose JG Tuimalau. You don't lose Jack Sawyer. Denzel Burke is back. Donovan Jackson is back. Travion Henderson is back. You keep Emeka Ibuka. You keep most of your linebacking core. You keep both your safeties. You get the number 3 transfer portal. I mean, the number 3 recruiting class. And on top of that, you have 5 quarterbacks, including one that did win a Big 12 title with a lesser tier unit. And arguably the best running back in the SEC coming on over. And you get the number 1 recruit in the country, the number 1 quarterback in the country, and the number 1 transfer in the country at a position that you don't really need him for, but you said, screw it, Jim Knowles loves his safeties, Caleb Downs, come on down. Like, that's what you had. So it's like, I get your logic here, and I completely agree that Will Howard will make or break this team. But the way that I view Will Howard this year is like getting a banana split with sprinkles, and he is the sprinkles. You can do with it, you can do without it. Just don't do too much to put the oversaturation of the sprinkles on it. Like, if you have enough sprinkles on there, it's a really good recipe. If you oversaturate with the sprinkles, overcomplicate the playbook, it's going to lead to multiple mistakes. So that's how I feel about it.
The quarterback's the hot fudge, man. Even though we could be the sprinkle, the quarterback's the hot fudge, whether you like it or not. Like, you need that. You gotta have that hot fudge. And there's
but hold on.
Let's say right?
You gotta have the hot fudge. But what if the hot fudge overcapsulates the ice cream and all your taste is just hot fudge? It's a bad problem. It's a bad deal, right? It's awful. It's disgusting. It's the worst type of banana split you could ever have.
Hey, man, from experience, look at your boy. They don't turn down the chocolate. I'm just saying. You can't, there's never too much chocolate. You know what I'm saying? Never too much chocolate. But I hear you.
I politely disagree.
So, okay.
I politely disagree. There's never too much chocolate. I am awful, but yeah.
Oh my God, this is hilarious. Okay, so all right. Let me throw this out at you. If Ryan Day doesn't win this year, even if he loses to Georgia, and I'm not saying you get rid of him. If they lose to Georgia in the national championship, you for sure keep him. But if they don't win again next year, the following season, 2025, whether you beat Michigan, lose to Michigan or not, at this point for Ryan Day, these next 2 years, he has to win a national championship in one of them. Because I can't see him coming back. There's something seriously with that roster. You just named all those heavy hitters, and he's doing a great job at recruiting and stuff. Like, it is Ohio State. When it comes to revenue, resources, and stuff, like, they're right there with Texas. They're the cream of the crop. But with all of the losses to Michigan in the past, and now you have all this talent, you gotta win one of these next 2 years at least.
Yeah, but
and you're right. I don't know where they would go. Where would they go? That's always the scariest thing. Like, where do you go? How do you get better? If you get rid of him, you have to have that guy that you know is going to come in and be able to dominate, because those shoes, if Ryan Day were to leave, would be some big ones to fill.
But like, here's the way that I put it. We're viewing Ryan Day in a completely different light if Noah Ruggles makes that field goal. Because if Noah Ruggles makes that field goal, the same thing that you saw in the debauchery that was TCU versus Georgia is what you see with Ohio State. It's the same thing. And then so now we're talking about him having a grace period to get back there. What if, and just humor me, he goes to the national championship in back-to-back years? What if with these rosters, regardless of who comes back, regardless of who leaves in the NFL draft, they recruit so extremely well, Kelly at this point feels like he just wants to call offensive plays. He doesn't want to be a head coach, because why would you leave a prominent job in the now Big Ten to become an offensive coordinator unless you were planning on going back to the NFL? And I don't think the NFL is going to hire him right now. So in my opinion, if you have everything in place for the next 2 years and you go to the national championship, and let's just say it's the same pattern that happens the way that it did against Georgia, game-winning field goal against you, game-missed field goal against you, you lose both national championships. Are you really going to say that Ryan Day, you can replace someone like him when he's had an average of 1.3 losses per season? I mean, like, that's where your brain's got to go. Because of, again, he doesn't have double-digit losses yet. And we're talking about him being on the hot seat. Can you imagine any other program in all of college football saying that kind of sentence and going, yeah, we 100% are buying the hype that he needs to be on the hot seat? Has still 9 losses in his career. Yep, no, hot seat. Hot seat.
Yeah, you're right. It's a double standard, man. It's just like Ohio State just is that place. All the talent that comes out of there, man. And you're right. It is crazy to think, but sometimes things can, even if you're winning, that's still not their standard. So you just some people might think, okay, we just need a change. You know, and you're right. It is crazy. It is a wild thing to think. And I think Sark could get there. Hopefully not. Hopefully Sark could win. But I think Texas is another place where that type of stuff could happen. And Kalen DeBoer is going to have to deal with it at Bama. All of those unrealistic expectations when you're coming in third. And obviously a lot has to play into that. Like you said, if you're losing off field goals and stuff, there's a certain, sympathy that you have with that. But there's also a difference when you're getting blown out and teams where, you should win and Vegas is picking you to win, but you lose.
Sure.
Things like that. So
I'm not disagreeing with you on any of that. But what I am saying is the theory is for me kind of like Billy Napier. Billy Napier this year, let's just say the man ends up going 5-7. And for some people down in Gainesville, that's too little. We can't bring you back when it's 5-7. This is Florida. But what if they lose to all these teams by one possession, and some of them they're fighting their way back, they have a sluggish start, they find their way to get in. Some of them they lose on game-winning field goals. That 5-7, you feel a lot better than, only because of at this point you're saying we were in that game against the toughest schedule in all of college football, which by the FPI rankings, by fan rankings, by media rankings, have all said this is the toughest schedule in college football this year. And you're 5-7 and you lose 4 matchups by a combined 11 points. I mean, you feel a lot better about the direction that Napier has the squad going in versus if they were getting blown out by 32. If they get blown out by 32 and they finish 5-7, yeah, it's a whole different story. There's problems internally with the roster. There's things not going right. They got to be able to make those type of changes. But Ohio State, if you lose on game-winning field goals in the national championship, how do you upgrade? How do you justifiably say we're going to get somebody better? And also, who are you going to get better? Because if I understand the whole Nick Saban thing, you're replacing a legend, you got to go ahead and get some changes. How do you replace somebody like Ryan Day where you have 10 losses in 6 years? Who is actually going to sign up for that? And let's just say that also, none of those losses are to Michigan anymore. Like the losses are now in the national championship. But no, you didn't win the Natty. So automatically we got to go ahead and turn the page.
Yeah.
Who's taking that job?
Yeah.
I can tell you I wouldn't.
Yeah, they live in Columbus. Those people are nuts. I definitely wouldn't take that shit. But yeah, well, we'll see. Ryan Day, he's in a different position than a lot of guys are. And this team is super talented. What will Will Howard be able to do with them? But before we continue, let's get a shout out to our sponsors. Shout out to Circa Resort and Casino. Cole Thompson will be down there the same time we are. Chip Brown, Brad Kellner, Rodney Rodriguez, and myself will be up there August 21st through 24th. We got shows there on the 22nd and 23rd. And get down there at any time before September 6th to sign up for the Circa Millions or Circa Survivor contest right before the football season starts. You got to register at the Circa Casino down there in Las Vegas, downtown Las Vegas. And once you do that, you're good. You could be at home wherever the hell you are. Sal, I know you're in New York. You could play from there once you sign up. CB, I know you're down there in the Northwest, that Seattle area or Washington area. You could sign up after you come to Circa. It's that easy. Circa Casino, they got the best sports book in the world. And hey, you don't want to listen to me, listen to this guy.
Biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back. Circa Survivor and Circa Million are now up to a record $16 million in guaranteed prizes. 2 ways to win and no rake. Circa Survivor contestants select one team each week with no point spread. Last the longest to win it all with $10 million guaranteed. In Circa Million, make 5 picks against the spread each week for your share of $6 million guaranteed through quarterly and full season payouts. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. Visit circusports.com for details.
Y'all heard the man. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. Shout out to Circa Resort and Casino. Shout out to Circa Millions and the Circa Survivor contest. All right, Cole, you got more juice for me, my guy. Appreciate you today. Cole Thompson rocking with us on Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. The great Chip Brown is with his lovely wife up there in the mountains. Grand Tetons, Wyoming, Yellowstone, which I don't know if he's at those specific places, but when I hear Wyoming and stuff, I think of Yellowstone, Grand Tetons, real Kevin Costner. I used to call myself, the black, what's my man's name on Yellowstone? The hard ass.
I don't want to make this, I don't want to guess wrong because then I come off as the terrible person. So hold on.
I haven't watched it in a minute. Oh, it's going to drive me nuts.
It too. It's not. I know it too. Hold up. It's not.
It's the sex symbol. The badass. The one that's with the black Rip Wheeler. Man, that's
what
it.
What the hell is his name? Yeah, sure. I mean, you're not wrong.
Cole Hauser. Yeah, the black Rip Wheeler. Hell yeah. Yeah, man. Black.
Not Jimmy. No, it's not.
No, not Jimmy. No, Jimmy a little slow. He ain't all there. Hell
That's
no.
right. That's who Jimmy is. Okay, hang on. I will find this out because this is gonna bother the crap out of me.
Yeah, it's Cole Hauser, Black Rip Wheeler. That's what I used to call myself back on the other station. I haven't seen Yellowstone in a while. I got a little commercial for my liking, but that's still my shit, man. Beth Dutton, always liked me a good redhead. She's a little scary, but it's that like scary hot type thing that's where she'd rock my world, but she'd also beat the shit out of me. Like there's something
No, she'd rock your world in two different ways. Just one's
Yeah,
good, one's
exactly.
Depends on the mood that she's in that morning.
Yeah, my mama always told me to watch out for those women. That's why I married a nice, wholesome girl. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's. I don't know if Yellowstone's coming back, but if they bring it back, okay, November.
Yeah, November.
Yeah, Kevin Costner, my guy, shooting people as the governor and stuff, real corrupt. That's my joint. But let's get back to this football talk. Cole,
Real fast, I'm glad that you mentioned that you didn't that redheads, because I also made sure that I avoided a redhead because my mom is a redhead and I don't need to have two of them in my life. So just already all day, like I'm good. I got one of you. I don't need a second. Control my life.
The redheads that I have met, they were cool, but you could tell I never got too deep to really experience, the things that people say be careful for. But yeah, man, they different.
I dated a redhead in college. It was awesome.
It was awesome? Yeah,
for 2 weeks.
It was.
2 weeks, and then the cops got called. And then there we go. I don't know what she's up to these days in Santa Monica prison, but we'll figure it out. I should
Santa Monica prison?
I don't know where she's at. I just pretend. Let's hope that she's doing well. And
yeah, I bet she's doing just fine with her. Just the new black, I bet she's doing just fine. But yeah, let's get into this football talk, man. You got something for me about the ACC and the Big 12? Lay it out for the people.
I have a theory. It's a very interesting theory if you are a fan of these two conferences compared to the SEC. And I might be alone on this one, but I want to test it out, trying some new stuff. I'm filling in. Let's just see if I can get the wheels turning. If you are an ACC squad, you're rooting for the underdog. You're rooting for the underdog to win the conference this year. And I can explain why in 2 main points. Number one, do you first off agree with me that you want the underdog to win the ACC?
Who would be considered the underdog? Not Florida State, not Clemson, not Miami?
Not Florida State, not Miami, not Clemson. Take those three.
Okay, so anybody besides that?
Yes.
I mean, I am biased towards North Carolina because I love me some Mac Brown, but after that, I don't know, man. Is Michael Vick coming out of that tunnel for Virginia Tech? I don't know, man. You're gonna have to elaborate more so I can see what you're talking about. Because right now, I can't see. If not those 3 teams, Clemson, Miami, Florida State, then who?
So let's start with that. By the way, Jake Bayless, go Who's. They are not who I'm talking about, but there could be another school in that conference that we are talking about from the same state. Think about this for a second. Everyone's wondering about what the future of the 12-team playoff is going to look like. Everyone is trying to have a conversation. What is the fair amount of teams that get in for the college football playoff? So let's just say that you are a Big 12 school or you're an ACC school. Let's just go and start with the ACC for this one. You get Clemson in the college football playoff because they win the ACC. And let's just say that now you have a 10-2 Miami squad, or you have a 9-3 Florida State squad. Well, you're probably not going to see them get in because you have one of the main 3 representatives. Meanwhile, in the SEC, you got 6 squads that all are 10-2. Well, they're going to play the card of, well, we got to be able to have the top teams in the top competition be going up against each other. So now Texas, Mizzou, Ole Miss, Alabama, Georgia, and I'll just throw in Oklahoma. They all get into the playoff. And then in the Big 12, you get the Big 12 champion, whoever that is. And then the Big 10, you get Oregon, Ohio State, and we'll just throw in Michigan. That's your 12. And then, of course, you get the group of 5 school. So you add all that together, only one school from the ACC gets in. But when you get an NC State, when you get a North Carolina, when you get a Virginia Tech to go in, but they beat an 11-1 Miami squad, Miami's revenue is going to drive up through the rankings to where everyone is going to want to be able to see the Hurricane on national television, where everyone is going to want to see the Seminoles on national television in the playoff, where everyone is going to want to see Clemson in the playoff, where everyone is going to want to see the top schools in the Big 12, probably Oklahoma State and probably Utah as the front runners in the playoff. If they don't automatically get the bid, now we have to have that conversation. because ratings are going to play a factor in any sense of the word. And so a program like Clemson, that ratings are going to be through the roof, and a program like Miami that ratings are going to be through the roof because of their fan bases are going to care. If they're not guaranteed a spot in, well, now you have to say, we did our job. We played up to standard. We went 11-1. We are a big brand school. We belong in the playoff over 10-2 Mizzou because it's Missouri. Name fans outside of Missouri who care about the Tigers. Name fans outside of Lexington who care about the Wildcats. Name fans outside of South Carolina who care about the Gamecocks. People care about Miami. People care about Florida State. People care about these bigger programs in the ACC because of we know that they're going to draw in revenue and attention. So my theory is, if you are an ACC fan, for the most representation, you want an NC State to win. Because then you get to say, well, who was second? Was it Clemson? Are you really going to keep Clemson out of the playoff with Dabo? You're really going to keep Miami out of the playoff with how much money they've invested with NIL? You're really going to keep Florida State out of the playoff? Because now you have to have that argument. Now you actually have to sit down and say, what is truly the difference and what's going to build a better product like we've seen in the past? A better product is always going to take precedent in the college football playoff era. Wouldn't you say that there's an argument that a 10-2 or an 11-1 Miami squad, a Florida State squad, would automatically get the nod over, say, a 10-2 Mizzou? Because you can't flip it and say that an NC State at 10-2 that did its job, beat up on everybody, forced their way to Charlotte, is guaranteed that same luxury. But if you get them in the playoff as the automatic qualifier, well, now you get to have that conversation.
Okay. I like it. I like it a lot. Now, I don't know if that's possible. It seems like when it comes to tiers in the ACC, Clemson, Florida State, and Miami are so above everyone else. But if you were to have that team, obviously your example was NC State, is that the team that you would have possibly making that run to Charlotte? Or would it be Virginia Tech? Or...
I think it's them and Virginia Tech that are going to surprise people this year. I really do. I think that when you look at what they've done, either by returning talent or what they've added in the portal, their schedules are manageable enough to where you could see both of them get to that 10-2 record. But 10-2 is not guaranteeing you a spot in the playoff in the ACC, like it can in the SEC. But if they were to win in Charlotte, they get the first round bye automatically because they're the conference champs. Yeah. That's just the way I feel about it. Where I know for a fact.
Same with the Big 12 too. You feel the same way. Like, which again, who would that team be? Because all of those teams,
Arizona.
Okay.
Arizona. I honestly think that when you look at the fact that they kept their three main stars for Brett Brennan to come on in and work with, they're in a really good spot. And also you got to remember that one game on Friday night against Kansas State, that's not a Big 12 matchup. That's a non-conference game that they never changed for this year. So they could lose that game and it be a non-conference loss and not hurt them when it comes to their record for getting to Arlington. So they're in a really good spot right now, in my opinion. They're in a really good spot. And you know that Oklahoma State, with Ollie Gordon, with Mike Gundy, with what they've done over the last few years, you know that Utah, with Kyle Whittingham, what they've done, they're the new head honchos of the Big 12 with Texas and Oklahoma gone. So there's a conversation that if they're 11-1 or they're 12-0 going into Arlington and they lose to an Arizona or a Kansas State or a Kansas squad, you're not going to keep them out because of they lost one game. And then you again can have that conversation of, well, we know for a fact that we want fairness. We just don't want to be all SEC, all Big Ten. You do that by getting an underdog to win the conference. That automatically does it, in my opinion. It's like every few years when you see in the Big 12 championship game for basketball or in the ACC championship, NC State goes on a run, or like you get like the Kansas State squad that go and they cut down the nets in KC. And then it's like, oh, well, now another team gets represented in the tournament. That's how you do it. Because they weren't supposed to be there, but then they got that win. And so now they're good. They're a 7 seed, or they're a 9 seed, or they're a 10 seed, but they're in.
Yeah. I think that's the beauty of a 12-team playoff. I've been all for a 12-team playoff. I know they're flirting with 14 in a couple of years, which that seems like a little excessive for me, but
I think
12 was too. You think 12 is too many?
I thought 8 was the perfect number. I thought 8 was perfect.
Yeah.
because nobody loses at that point. You think about it. The Pac-12 stays intact. Everybody gets one representative. Nobody's going to complain that the Big Ten and the SEC have the two teams that usually are the second best. And then you get the group of 5 school. So everybody wins. You get 2 extra squads in, and usually it's going to be either an Alabama and a Michigan or a Georgia and an Ohio State.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the way they could have went, but clearly they did not do that. We ended up with 12. We'll see how that works out. But yeah, Cole Thompson rocking with us, man. Appreciate you, Cole. That's great shit right there. But let's move on to a little bit of Texas football. Steve Sarkisian and a whole bunch of college coaches in Texas was at the coaches clinic in San Antonio. And I would like to, say this about the Jasper coach who lost her life at a club or at a bar in San Antonio. My heart goes out to everybody in Jasper and her family. That's absolutely tragic. And yeah, just a horrible story. Like, she just went out with her friends and maybe co-workers and was gunned down, unfortunately. But yeah, heart goes out with them. But also at the coaches clinic, Steve Sarkisian, he was on the podium and he answered some questions that a lot of Texas fans currently have. His thoughts on recruiting, especially with all the guys that decided to go elsewhere. Sark said, "I've never been one to panic in recruiting. I think history kind of shows we usually close pretty good as we get into the season, as we get into December. I do believe a lot of times in the summer right now, a lot of recruiting is kind of the hype machine, but you actually have to put the product on the field. You have to play. You have to perform. How do certain players in your program develop that they sold you on? You're just like him, but actually, how does he play? So we kind of believe in our process." And yeah, Cole, that's what Sark should be saying. Like, a lot of these guys, I know Decorium Moore, the guys that Bo Davis has got recently, it happens. You're not going to be able to get everyone. And that definitely hurts when you don't get those guys in state. But he goes on to mention guys like Kelvin Banks. He goes on to mention guys like Anthony Hill, who were late flips. Like, a lot changes from now to December. These guys are still talking. These guys are still in contact. There are a lot of guys on this current Texas team that knows a lot of the guys that they're trying to get from the high school rankings and in the transfer portal. Like, by week 2 or 3, if you're going to be in the transfer portal or not, or if it's a possibility, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, there's tampering out there. I think everybody tampers. It's just degrees on it, and I think Sark said all the right things there. Like, stay patient, stay the course. We understand that we're still Texas. We understand that things change. Coaches get fired. Coaches move on. And a lot changes from now to then. So I appreciate Steve Sarkisian saying, we're not panicked here. There might be some guys that we lost, but once that transfer portal opens, once time moves on, they got to play their seasons too. A lot's going to change, and they're going to be prepared for it. So, yeah, this is what I said when all this stuff came out, and I'm glad that Sark has kind of established how he feels about his current recruiting state.
Zay, let me ask you, how many times have you seen a kid enter the transfer portal, or more importantly, decommit from a program weeks before early signing period?
Ton.
Countless. And on top of that, you see them eventually either go back to the same program because they just want to see what else is out there for them, what's the most they can get in terms of NIL, especially at this point, or they want to be able to see if maybe somebody else is willing to give them an opportunity to start. What are the things they were hearing behind closed doors? They're still technically being recruited, even if they are committed to a program. They haven't shut it all down, but then they realize home is where the heart lies. It's with the same program that initially I always want to play for, and I go back to it. Do you want to know why a place like Texas shouldn't be worried about it? Because it's Texas. Because if it is Austin, because of it is a program of pristine excellence, and it should be treated as such. The players that were added in this offseason via the transfer portal were all proven commodities and standouts in their own right at their respective schools. They were hand-selected by a coach who knew that they could handle the daily duties of playing in the SEC on the regular and be able to contain that same mentality in the locker room that had already meshed with the charisma and the character and the chemistry of the squad that last year won the Big 12. They know what type of players that they want internally in terms of mind, soul, body, and also physicality. They don't want to be able just to bring in names because they want to bring in players. They want to bring in the right players. And those right players, when they end up decommitting, if they truly are fit for Texas, Sark gives them a spot right back on the roster. Because you want to know why? He knows that their DNA is going to be better because of it. And it's July. It's July. What are we talking about? A kid decommits in July, recommits in September, decommits in November, re-signs on National Signing Day in February. We see this every single year where a kid is trying just to play the game as well as coaches are trying to play the game to put themselves in the best situation possible, not just financially, but also fundamentally. And so right now, when I look at this, I don't care to hear about the outside noise regarding anyone on recruiting. Because of today, a kid may say, I don't want to play for the University of Texas. He goes on 2 visits. He sees the way the program and the organization is moving. And then afterwards, he's like, you know what? Let me go call back up the recruiting director, make sure that I still have a scholarship if wanted. And so that's where Texas is. Right now, your internal conflict is making sure that you carry that same aura and energy that you had last year in the Big 12 over to the SEC, and that you're not going to be on the walking doormat of everybody that has been making fun of you. Like Quinn Ewers, when he said a couple weeks ago at the Manning Pass Academy that we're going to be everyone's biggest game, he didn't lie. At all, he did not lie. But it's different because people are going to say, that's really cocky of Quinn Ewers to say. Why is it cocky when it's right? Because if there's going to be teams that see Texas and they say, we want to be able to beat Texas to show them that we are better than them in the SEC. And then there's going to be teams in Texas that play Texas that are underwhelming compared to them, but that's their marquee win that they get to hold their hat on this year. So it is the biggest game for everyone this year. And so right now, that's the energy and the ideals that I need to see from Texas going into sprint ball camp. I don't need to worry about recruiting in July. I worry about recruiting when the season starts to wind down, when I know early signing period is coming up. Right now, that is nowhere near the case. If there's a kid that wants to commit to me, that is awesome. I'm excited that they're going to be a part of our program. But if not, okay, I have other fish to fry, and they're a little bit more important, like making the college football playoff and setting a standard in the SEC.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's so easy to look at Texas's schedule and say 11-1, 10-2. You could go 8-4 this season. You know what I'm saying? That Michigan game, yeah, Texas is picked to win, but you're still at the big house. We know Red River could be anything. Following week, you got Georgia coming into town. Last game of the year, you go to Kyle Field. Didn't mention going to Fayetteville. So this team, at worst, in my opinion, could be 8-4. And if that product isn't good, why would you want to come to a product that's bad, even though you might be from Texas and you bleed that? And then you see Ohio State go undefeated. You see Georgia go undefeated. You see Oregon going undefeated. All schools that got money of their own and will throw it around if need be. So, yeah, Sark, I like what he said with, our product should show what we're really about. And like you said, Cole, we're Texas. Like, come on. Like, there's certain things that we don't even have to say that's just already known.
What's so funny is you just said that, Oregon and Ohio State, and you're seeing Florida State, all these programs, they're winning games and they can throw the money around in the NIL. The other part that's really important here is that they also are interested in the same players that Texas is interested in. So it's not like you're going for these kids that are interested in Texas Tech and TCU and Baylor. No, you're going for the cream of the crop, just like everybody else. And you have the resources to offer them it. So they're going to see who is performing. Bearing the fact that they don't want to be a part of the system, they're going to be a part of it. 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. And I love how recruiting's looking right now. I know the 2025 class, they're at like, according to Horns, 24/7, 24/7 Sports, 15, 16 ranked. That's going to change. That's going to change, man. There's some big time wide receivers out there. And yeah, like no panic. Like this team is deep. The current team that we got coming in 2024, they're a very deep team. So like we've been saying, if you're someone like Decorian Moore, who's the best wide receiver in this 2025 class, and you look over in that wide receiver room and you see, oh, Ryan Wingo, he's coming back. They're very high on Ryan Niblett. Aaron Butler, they're very high on. DeAndre Moore, they're very high on. Like all these guys.
Jonte Cook's not going anywhere next year.
Yeah, Jonte Cook ain't going no damn
where. Ain't going nowhere. So
and a lot of people think that he might be the number one. We talked to Fozzie Whitaker last week at SEC Media Days. He said Jonte Cook might be their number one option, which I'm like, man, where Isaiah Bond, Silas Bolden, Matthew Golden? Like, what about these guys who everyone's playing with on College Football 25? Those are the main dudes you play with that start. They're all 86 overall ratings and above. But Jonte Cook, the DeSoto product, could he be that guy? And if you saw the catches that he had in the spring game, he might be that dude. He might be him.
I'm already going to put a bet down that he has more receiving yards, catches, and touchdowns than Isaiah Bond this year. I will make that bet right now. I have been on this program before with BK. I've been on with Chip. I've been on with you. My guy is Silas Bolden. I think that everyone, the way that we're talking about Isaiah Bond, we'd be talking about Silas Bolden if he was here in the spring. I believe Jonte Cook's number 2 on the squad. I 100% believe it. You watch that kid play. That's rare talent. That is special talent. That is something that is unteachable. And the fact that you're able to keep him around for last season to where it was okay being a secondary guy, knowing that eventually he was going to fly. I think he's number 2 on the squad. I full-heartedly believe that.
See, man, when they talk about him, they say he's like an Xavier-worthy light. But when you look at his measurements, Cole,
I don't see it.
He's so much bigger than X, man. He's over 6 foot. If you look at the Texas roster, they got him at 190. X was a $165 on a good day. And that's if he ate a good meal. He was a $165. Still with the Chiefs around there.
What was he, 5'10"?
5'10", maybe. That sounds
if they didn't
right.
lie and say that he wasn't actually 5'9", and they just
they always lie. Yeah, they always lie about that shit.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. Like Jonte Cook, if he's around what we think he is, and he does look like that, like when you saw him in the spring game and you saw him last year, I could see it. Now I think it's going to be tough for anyone, like whoever's the number one wide receiver, kudos to that person, because you got a lot of guys that could possibly be that. And that's where Steve Sarkisian and Quinn Ewers are probably licking their chops, because just the parity in that wide receiver room, I think they're 6 and 7 deep to where you could rotate those guys. And Sark, thank goodness he talked about that at SEC Media Days. He said that, you're going to see more of a rotation. Not just because that we got a lot of guys that are capable, but we got to be realistic. This is football, like this is such a contact sport. Who knows where you're going to be once that Texas A&M game comes around? Who knows how durable your guys are going to be, after you play Georgia and the week before you had Oklahoma. You know what I'm saying? So those things, got to think about that, but those are good problems to have, to feel comfortable, even in the quarterback room. Quinn Ewers, first 2 years, he's missed games.
Yeah.
So now when Quinn Ewers misses games, how much a drop-off is that going to be with that SEC royalty last name as the backup? That's now we're cooking with grease. That's why everybody's so high on this Texas team, including myself. And yeah, man, they screwed my dude Gunnar Helm on the video game, by the way. I haven't got a chance to say that. My dude Gunnar Helm is 77. How we doing? Well, payback, Gunnar Helm. Amari Niblack, okay, 85. I get it.
I'm okay with him as an 85. I'm sorry.
I'm good. Yo, that dude, I said it. People kind of looked at me crazy. After Brock Bowers and JT Sanders, he was the best tight end, in my opinion, last year.
Gunnar Helm or
no, Amari Niblack?
For a receiving standpoint, yes, I will give you that. I think from a receiving standpoint. But Kyle Pitts is a great wide receiver in the NFL. I'm glad that he carries the tight end brand, but he is a great wide receiver in the NFL. By the way, Jack just brought this up. We should play over and under on height claims. Let me ask you, do you ever lie about your height whenever you go in to do government documents?
No, because
you don't do it. I do.
I'm my license says 6'3". I've always said 6'4", so I guess yes. I always say 6'4" just because it sounds better, but my license says 6'3". Now that I'm in my 30s, I know you're not one to talk about your 30s much. I'm proud of my 30s, man. I'm aging gracefully, but I'm saying 6'3" now. I've matured. I'm saying 6'3". I'm going to go what the license says. You know, I'm pretty tall as it is. I don't need to lie about it, but I know some short things out there that do.
I am proud of my 5'6", actually 5'8" on my license branding. I'm very proud of being 5'8" of what my license say. If I ever get arrested, trust me, they're going to ask me what happened. Somebody kicked me in the shin. I lost 2 inches. That's what happened, guys. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. A leprechaun stole 2 inches off of me in my sleep one night. Like, just find some bullshit reason to come up with. Because no, I will always say I'm 5'8" until otherwise. Short Kings want to be at least somewhat moderately short. I'll give it that. Zay, let me ask you out of curiosity.
Go ahead.
What's the best way to put this? Am I wrong to say that the most important player in college football this year is Quinn Ewers?
Ooh. No. I don't think so. I've said on these airwaves, he has the most pressure on him than any quarterback in the nation. If you count being the quarterback at University of Texas, having Arch Manning back you up, and then just all the optimism that this Texas team has going into the SEC, I think he has probably the most pressure on him than any quarterback in the nation, which to what you're saying makes him the most important player in college football to me.
He is, in my opinion, the most pressured player in college football this year. And for every reason that you said, but also because of the fact that last year, there will be people that will bring up that one throw to A.D. Mitchell in the back of the end zone and say, Arch could have made that throw. And there's still people out there that will bring up that nonsense and say, that person could have done it. That person could have done it. He didn't. And he was a throw away from going to a national championship in the Big 12. And can you imagine that atmosphere? Just imagine that atmosphere at NRG Stadium, where it is only a 2.5 hour drive, maybe 3 hours, depending on where you live, in the state, clad in burnt orange throughout a Lone Star spectacle. And Quinn Ewers and this offense that had all gas, no brakes, just like Stark has always preached, is playing against Michigan, and they are able to stop the run with that defensive front. And the way that we talk about it, it's not the same as Ryan Day, but it kind of somewhat feels it when you say, if you make that throw and that catch, you're going to the national championship. They don't make that field goal. I feel like both ways. They both win. I feel like Texas would have beaten Michigan in the national championship last year. And so now you go into the SEC. On top of that, you also have a ton of great talent coming in, like at wide receiver. Like, so many people want to talk about what you lost with Worthy and Mitchell and Sanders, but it's not like the cupboard's bare by any means whatsoever. And you have a good offensive line, and it's year 3 in the system and the schedule. There is a difference between logo and logic, as we talked about, but the logos and the preseason rankings by the SEC say that Texas is in good hands when it comes to the matchups. The 2 toughest games for them are going to be against Oklahoma, who is the 8 seed, and Georgia, who is the 1 seed. Then you got Michigan, but Michigan's going through a bit of a rebuild. Doesn't it feel like right now that Quinn, because of what is waiting in the wings and how close it was last year and the way that we're talking about Texas, that feels like one of the most pressured players in all of college football this year?
Yeah, it's not even close. He's number 1 for sure in my book when it comes to pressure. And man, seeing him at SEC media days, he looks like the guy that can handle that type of shit, Cole. Like, he's he's so comfortable with himself. That's the biggest thing for me. Like, he understands that he's not a rah-rah guy. I know we talked about yesterday, and I always talk about when there's certain players that play a certain position, you always look to who's the standard at that position, which is Tom Brady. And Tom Brady yell in your face, cuss out the coach. He's going to the, before the game, he runs to the end zone and yells and stuff. Like, Tom Brady just had that fire. And Quinn Ewers doesn't have that. It's a different type of fire, but it's not that big rah-rah, I'm going to cuss you out and maybe embarrass you on the sideline. Like, he doesn't have that, but he's a leader in a different way. And just how relatable he is to his teammates, the confidence that this coaching staff and Steve Sarkisian have with him, like, he's taking that and he's running with it. So I'm really confident in the year that Quinn Ewers is going to have this season. Does he still have to get rid of some of those ignorant throws?
Sure.
That he has? Shout out to my guy Ryan Watts for making that, statement a thing. The ignorant throw. We trying to make him have that ignorant throw. One of my favorite statements of all of college football last year. I'm going to be using that for the rest of my life. But sometimes Quinn Ewers has those ignorant throws. As good as he was in the Big 12 championship game, he threw a pass right to the Mike linebacker where that dude barely even had to move. And that's the thing with Quinn. Sometimes those eyes don't move. Sometimes you got to throw off those guys that are just watching you, that aren't having to deal with these wide receivers. They're just looking at your eyes and seeing where your decision is going to be just from that. You got to play with him. You got to be looking crazy, man, cross-eyed and stuff when you got the ball. Like, oh, who the hell he throwing to? Quinn Ewers just gets so locked in on that number one option, he has to clean that up. He threw a horrible pass in the TCU game. He threw a horrible pass against Houston. He threw a few horrible passes. Well, one horrible pass against Oklahoma. The other one, JT Sanders, I don't care if it's Billy Bowman or not. He might be one of the best safeties in the league. You got to make that catch. But those passes, we can't see those no more. I'm not saying he's not going to make mistakes. I mean, the dude's playing in the SEC. You're playing against some of the best, cornerbacks and safeties in the nation, but you can't make a lot. And what he did last year, coming back from those mistakes, that showed the growth. That showed the maturity that we didn't see in year one. So we're expecting an even bigger jump in year three, which stats show quarterbacks in year three, that's when, the big time ones, especially the 5 stars like Quinn Ewers was, that's when they take that huge step on showing, okay, now we're flirting with the NFL draft in the first round. So that's obviously the goal. Again, Quinn Ewers, love the way that he's handled himself and carried himself and the presence that he had last week at SEC Media Days. Everybody knows there's no doubt that this is not his team. Like, this is his squad. He's the leader, and we'll see what he could do this year. I expect him to be in New York.
Which, again, it's why it bothers me so much when Paul decides to go ahead and run his mouth about Arch. Listen, I get it. I know that Arch is the most polished backup in all of college football. He's the most popular backup in all of college football. But this is a guy that has earned his stripes over the last 2 years underneath Steve Sarkisian, the head coach, to call this his team. Nobody in Austin is going to argue that this is Quinn's team. Nobody. The national media may try and come up with narratives because if they're bored, they're trying to get clicks, they're trying to get content, which is why you come to hear Texas Sports Unfiltered, where we just keep it a buck and we're going to say it exactly how it is. And that's what it is that Ewers is the guy, because if he's earned that right. But like, that to me, I think is really interesting, because I see in the comment section someone saying, how can he be so cool and nonchalant about being a starting and when the most famous backup is behind him in all of football? Doesn't that make it that much more confident that what's sitting behind you, who is waiting in the wings, what he's been able to learn just off the field in just phone calls with family members, like that level, and you still feel that confident about the direction of where the team is going in. To me, that stands out even more. Like, to me, that's what makes Quinn that much more special, is that he gets who's sitting and waiting and trying to get ready to eventually take over. And until further notice, he's going to be held off because of, I'm here and I'm going to deliver as much as humanly possible. And so, yeah, you bring up a lot of good points. It's the SEC, number one, nobody goes unblemished. Even Carson Beck last year, who had, in my opinion, the most consistent season in the SEC, had a few mistakes. It happens. It happens. It's part of the game. In fact, if you didn't make a mistake, it would make it seem like that the SEC isn't the toughest competition in all of college football, which then would make it feel like a down year, which is not good for the conference morale. In fact, it's actually not good for anybody if you don't make mistakes, because you want to show the level of that competition. But it's not how many mistakes you make, it's how you respond. And I feel like that right now, that's going to be the measuring stick for Quinn Ewers. How does he respond in the SEC when making those errant throws? How does he make it when he makes those errant throws? When you have that type of moment? Like, what happens in those times when you know that you have to respond quickly and you have to let that kind of roll off your shoulders? Because again, in the Big 12, you can play B football and be okay on most days against opponents when you have the talent that resides in Austin. That's not a guarantee in the SEC. And I'm not saying this as a Texas person. I'm saying this as anybody. Like, Georgia played C+ football against Mizzou, and they nearly lost. They played B football against Auburn, and they nearly lost. Alabama played D football against South Florida and nearly lost. You have to play up to a par if you want to win. That's just the name of the game. So how quickly do you respond when you make those mistakes? I think we'll decide it for Quinn Ewers.
Yeah. Great head on his shoulders. I think he'll be fine. And it's up to Sark and AJ Millie to put him in those situations where he's not going to have to force the ball. And kind of what we talked about with the wide receivers, when you have all those weapons, CJ Baxter, we expect him to take a step. Jaden Blue, we expect him to take a step. And what you referred to yesterday, they have one of the best offensive lines in the nation. So all of that misdirection, deep cross stuff, you got to have time to make those throws down the field that Steve Sarkisian loves. If Quinn Ewers is running from his life all the time, then it's hard to make those throws downfield. But if he's comfortable in that pocket and he can allow those plays to develop, then you're going to see those big time deep shots. But even if they're not there, take what the defense gives you. You can dink and dunk your way up the field. I mentioned this to Chip a few weeks ago, Cole. You go to Ann Arbor, and on your first drive, you give me an 11-play, 6-minute drive, straight down their throat, about 82-yard drive early to start the game. Yo, that sets a tone.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you want that big hitter, home run play. We'll always take that, but when you could slowly gut a defense up the field, just straight up moving them where it might not be the best highlight tape for some of these guys that are trying to get to the NFL or just the sexiest play calling. Hey, Meryl Streep, she got all those awards just for straight up talent, which, I'm a different type of cat. I thought Meryl Streep during her day, she was a looker now, but you know what I'm saying? You cannot have.
That's the worst take that you've had.
What do you mean?
No, God, no. No,
88 Meryl Streep. No. Stop playing with me.
I'm not playing with you at all, brother. I am telling you straight up. God, no. God, no. Meryl Streep to me has always looked like the witch from the one that she played in Into the Woods. That's always
how you're so disrespectful.
Did I say talent-wise that she wasn't good? Hell no. She is one of the greatest actresses of our generation. But just because of you have a great voice doesn't mean... Listen, we all say that we have faces for radio. She has the face for voice acting.
Come on, man. I ain't letting that ride. Meryl Streep was a looker. You know what I'm saying? I can't. I'm talking about 88. She's still a looker too. 2000s Meryl Streep. She had that one little rom-com with Alec Baldwin. She was doing her thing. Cougar and stuff.
Hold on. No. You want to talk about Cougar in? You want to talk about what? Have you ever, the name Mary Steenburgen?
Yeah, is that? Oh, what is that?
That's Step Brother's mom.
Step Brother. I was about to say.
Step Brother. That's Cougarin. She was in Sarandon as Cougarin. Those are the Cougars that I go ahead and attack on.
Okay, Susan Sarandon.
Susan Sarandon can still get it. I'm not.
That's Bull Durham. That's Bull Durham, right?
Who's Bull Durham?
Bull Durham. Yeah. Susan Sarandon. Yeah.
That is 88. That is straight 88. You do a double take. That is what I'm talking about there.
Susan Saran, yeah, she's that's solid. That's solid.
Meryl Streep is one of those women that you have to bring on 17 dates before she even lets you inside the apartment for a cup of tea. Like that's the level of.
I'm talking about the 80s. You're talking about now and stuff.
I'm talking about in the 80s. She would have in the 80s. It would have been 25 dates before you went up for a cup of tea.
Nah, man. If it's a nice day, she can see that you're wholesome, see that you're, not a player or anything. 6th date, maybe.
6th date. Okay.
Third date, you at least go on the 2nd. You might have to steal that thing, but you at least go on the 2nd on the 3rd date with old Meryl. But she's a classy
thrown
woman.
out. I promise you that. I promise that she's got the couch loaded. He already knows that it's going to be a pitch to the outside.
Oh my God!
He already knows that somebody's going for 2nd. He's not letting anybody swipe that bag. That's Meryl Streep on date number 3. Maybe date number 4 you catch her off guard for a second. But date number 3.
I'm playing my girl Meryl, man. But let's get to a sponsor before the right call. Shout out to Covert Bee Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership. They've been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years and been doing it very well. High quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, 7 terrific brands to choose from. Cadillac, GMC, Buick, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, and Chrysler. You're going to find what you want at Covert Bee Cave. Go to covertbeecave.com for all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Cole. Right call today, man. Just got to piggyback off of what the right call was yesterday. Team USA basketball got another squeak by win against the Germans, 92-88. LeBron James saved the team once again. He saved the team against South Sudan, saved the team against Germany. Had 20 points, 13 points in the 4th quarter. I heard what you said yesterday. All those things are facts. They should be blowing these teams out, man. And, I tried to give these countries more respect. I mean, I saw a graphic earlier. 92 Dream Team, when they played against the country, they only had to face 9 NBA players. This 2024 Olympic team, they're going to have to play against 61 NBA players. So the game has changed so much. The USA team, they just got together where these other country teams, they play in the FIBA World Cup together. They play in all these other side tournaments and events. And the USA, a lot of the time, they get automatic bids, so they don't have to play in some of the tournaments that the other teams have gotten. But all in all, they just don't play hard. And maybe that's just because they don't play hard. And that they're relying on talent. They're not relying on effort. And that's why the games are so close. And if they bring that same energy to Paris for the Olympics, they're going to get got. And it's going to be a real shame. You know what I'm saying? Like said yesterday, they're worth all this money. You don't want to put it out there. But like you said, bring somebody that's willing to do it. One thing that LeBron's diving on the floor when he loses the ball. LeBron's chase down blocking. LeBron's average of 20 at age 39. Well, not average of 20, but had 20 these last 2 games at age 39. Like that dude, that dude, what he's doing is pretty remarkable, And I'm out here looking at Joel Embiid, who had a good game yesterday, but his injury history, I know in his mind, he's like, ain't no way I'm diving for no loose ball. And it's just like, bro, you're not even American. So, like, you playing on this team thinking that it's going to be easy just because you have all this talent. To what you said yesterday, these guys playing for their country, they're so prideful. Germany was playing like it was the gold medal game yesterday.
And it was an exhibition.
It was an exhibition. Like Franz Wagner, who plays for the Orlando Magic, who just got a smooth $229 million for 5 years, which... Man, guys like, Arvydas Sabonis are rolling over in their grave when they see money like that. Those guys
he hasn't stayed in Orlando for his career, so I mean that's a loss.
Yeah, but Orlando Magic, don't sleep on them. That's my guy E. Henry's team. Him being the Florida native.
I'm not creeping on Orlando. The Magic are dope. Jalen Suggs is one of my favorite players I've ever seen play at the collegiate level. I'm saying living in Orlando. I'm saying that you have to. That's the trade-off. $220 million. Live in Orlando.
There's only so many times you can go to Disney World. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. You got Disney and Gators. Decide which one you want to deal with that day.
Yeah. But yeah, this team's vulnerable, man. And again, the talent's so much better, but Steve Kerr really is going to have to find a lineup. Like, you can't just rely on talent with this team. And they're saying that Kevin Durant might miss the first game of the Olympics against Serbia, so that doesn't help anyone. But yeah, it's still fun to see all of these stars playing together. Steph Curry hasn't really found his rhythm yet. You know, Jason Tatum hasn't really found his rhythm yet. Devin Booker, the list goes on about guys kind of struggling to find their role because they were the number one options on their NBA team. And now you're the 4th, 5th, 6th option coming off the bench, something that guys, you know, even though it's still basketball, it's hard to get acclimated to that. It's hard to start your whole career in the NBA and then come off the bench and play limited minutes and try to make an impact with a group of players that you've never really played with before, no matter what the talent is. So let's keep that in perspective. We'll see how it goes. Wish those guys the best, man. The Olympics starts, I want to say Friday, but yeah, the basketball team plays Sunday.
Yeah, okay. Here's my thought process of it. I understand that it's exhibition games, and I understand that you want to be able to rest yourself, and I understand that you have all this money attached to your name. Is that going to translate over to when you start off in Paris, or is it going to be left behind at the exhibition round? Like preseason, perfect example. When we do preseason in the NFL, you know there's going to be some starters that play a drive or two, and then they're done for the day. They see them take their pads off. They're waiting on the sidelines. They're listening to the clip, tell all the OCs what the play call is. That's cool. You don't see that in the regular season. You don't see that when the lights are on, and now these games actually matter towards records and go to the playoff. Well, these games matter to you advancing every single week, every single tournament, every single bubble. You got to advance out of your bubble to get to the semis, to get to the quarters, get to the championship. So is that energy and that aura going to transpire over to what we know is this team going into Paris? Because if that's going to be the case, that's where I have the issue. Like, it's one thing to the whole reason why I think I'm upset about the South Sudan game isn't anything to do with the level of aura or expectations or just the fact that you played lackadaisical at best. It's that it's South Sudan and you're the United States of freaking America. You and them are basically two completely total transpire entities that exist on the planet. It's literally like saying, oh, let's go throw a Major League Baseball team out there against a JV high school squad. That's how it should be. That's how it should be because of the level of talent that you have. And even when you're playing at B- level, you still should be winning by 10 points. Like, it's the fact that you barely squeak by that I have an issue with. But you're going to barely squeak by against other opponents when you talk about them in Paris, against teams that are still playing all and above and beyond. And it's like, Chris and I were talking about this yesterday on SEC Unfiltered Hour. Should there be a preseason for college football where you actually listen? Yeah, where you actually listen to Hugh Freeze and you bring in a Jacksonville State or you bring in an FCS squad and that's their preseason game. And I said no, because of the difference is that it's a lot like in the exhibition for the Olympics. One team is coming out here playing with their hearts on the line, playing with pride and country, pride and true of loyalty for the flag. And the other one's just like nonchalant, whatever. And so you're never going to get a good feel of it, but you also can't tell that one group, that one team that comes in for a spring game, hey, it's a spring game. Take it easy. What if there's a roster spot available and that coach is paying attention to you and they see you clock a wide receiver, knock him cold out, and he's like, I want that kid on my team. Like, it's an audition in a sense for you. So you can't tell him take it easy. It's the same thing here. So are you going to turn it on when you get to Paris? Is that going to be a thing? Is 39-year-old LeBron going to have to be playing the savior role and having to carry the squad all the way to a gold medal? And at that point, why are we not talking about maybe playing people more minutes because they're the ones that are actually giving a damn? Like, the way you brought up Joel Embiid really kind of made a lot of sense to me, but more importantly, it pissed me off. You're not American and you're playing for the American squad. If you don't want to give 90%, Okay. If you don't want to give 50%, get off the team. Just get off. Because if there are full-fledged Americans that would give 85%, 95%, 115% to be here, and they probably would put up the same amount of points as you against the roster that you're playing against. That's all I'm saying. Can you find a way to, over the last 2 games, leave this behind in the exhibition round and turn it on? Because if you can't, then what's the point of even playing? What's the point of going to the global stage to embarrass yourself? And more importantly, embarrass the flag that you're representing. Because everyone's expecting you to do good.
Yeah, great points, man. Great points, and we'll see how it goes. Like Steve Kerr, he should find those guys. Like, who cares if there's politics in it? I don't care if Joel Embiid, in order for him to be on the team, he said that he had to start. Like, screw you, dude. Like, it's an honor for you to be on Team USA, for you to be from Africa in general. So you should just be happy with what you get. But he played hard yesterday. I'll give him that. He played hard yesterday, and maybe he's finally getting it. But who are those other players going to be on the team that actually makes the rotation that you'll see for the next 6 games for Team USA to hopefully get that gold medal? If you're not watching basketball, go ahead.
Let me ask you. Game 7 of the NBA Finals, Joel Embiid is averaging 3.2 points per game, and he wants to play 32 minutes. You're trying to win a championship. I don't give a damn what you say. I don't give a damn if you're the biggest star. If you're not helping the team and we are 30 minutes away from winning a title, I don't care. If I got to put you on the bench because I got other guys shitting around you, I'm going to do that. Treat it like that. Treat it like that.
Yeah.
This is for a gold medal. Treat it the exact same way. It is a distinguished honor.
Yeah. The best coaches do. Are you rolling with SEC Unfiltered today?
No, I am off today.
Okay.
I am off today.
Good for you. You deserve that, man.
Everybody in the comments section, don't worry. You get me tomorrow all day, but no, today you only have me for 2 hours. It's all good.
Okay. Yeah, I see Lucas in the waiting room. We'll keep him there for a little bit till Chris or whoever comes on. I want to ask you about your day down at the Texans facility before we get off. I saw you talk to a couple of guys, Jalen Petrie, who I love. Jalen Petrie, I love him so much, man. He made life hell for Texas those years when he was down there at Waco, playing for Matt Rule and stuff. But yeah, I think they have one of the best secondaries in the league.
They could. Kamari Lassiter is really good. Like, here's the way that I view this. So every once in a blue moon, you'll hear scouts go, don't let this guy go to this team, because the second that you do, it's automatically game over. We talked about this yesterday. Oh, wait, I forgot about this with Xavier Worthy. Kamari Lassiter was one that kept getting brought up with D'Amico Ryan. It's just like, don't allow a guy who loves to hit people go to a coach that wants you to hit people and hit them as hard as humanly possible. And it happened. And so far, he has been one of the biggest standouts. Sting's biggest problem is just staying healthy. Like that's all it's going to come down to. He missed 13. I mean, he missed, what was it? He missed 13 games his last 2 years in college. He's missed 14 games in the NFL so far. But when he's on the field, he's been really good. Like, the way that we talk about Sauce Gardner and the way that we talk about Sting, it needs to be about the injury, because when they're on the field, they're both at a high-end level to where you can barely play and knock them down. But one can stay active and the other one can't. I think that Jimmy Ward is still a pretty decent safety. The question is going to be, if they move Petrie back to the nickel, what do you do with the other safety spot? Because do you just go and swing big and get like a Justin Simmons that's available on the market, pay a little bit of extra cash, throw him back there for a 1-year rental, and truly go all in with the squad about winning a championship? And just do that. Like literally go all in. And then unfortunately have to reap the benefits if you stink and you go 9-8 or you go 10-7 and you an early playoff loss, whatever it is. But if you do that, you're right now leaving a question mark at one spot, which was always a big fear of mine going into the offseason. When you talk to the Texans people, it was like, one point they felt really good at the direction they were going in at cornerback. And then you had your nickel defender with Kamari Lassiter. And then it became, okay, well, Kamari's too good on the outside, so now we got to throw somebody else in the nickel. Well, now we don't have a question of safety. And it's like the same thing with defensive tackle. Like, you're sitting here and you're saying, okay, well, we're good. We feel okay with our roster. Is it championship caliber? That is going to be the biggest question mark I have right now when it comes to Houston moving forward. Who can be that safety if Jalen Petrie continues to play in the nickel?
Yeah. Well, definitely looking forward to it. Cole, I appreciate you today on joining me with Texas Sports Unfiltered, Chip and Zay. You will be back tomorrow, but let's bring in our guys from SEC Unfiltered, Chris Phillips and Lucas Hill. Gentlemen, what's popping?
Why are the balloons coming up?
Balloons? Really? For me? For me?
It's the peace sign.
Let's see. Does it do it again? Come on. Let's see. Again. No, it happened the first time. So when I came on at 1 o'clock, immediately balloons came popping out. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. This is fun. I had no idea either.
Well, Cole's going to be really excited if he can make it, because next Thursday, BK hit me up and said they've got a vacant 9 to 11 a.m. Eastern slot that we could take. And I'm like, who would want to go 2 hours with me? And I'm like, I know exactly who would, actually. I know for a fact. And it works out well, actually. I didn't even tell BK this. It works out well because, and I guess you guys will find this interesting. You're NFL guys. I'm actually, the Panthers have their Fan Fest at, I live in Greenville, South Carolina. They've got their Fan Fest at Clemson that Thursday night, August the 1st. So that'll allow me to kind of slide out, go watch some NFL. I actually went and watched them in training camp last year too, because it was really close. So it's get a look at the 5-12 Carolina Panthers. I think their over-under's like 5.5 or something.
5 wins feels still somewhat too rich. just a little.
Poor Bryce Young, man. Tough.
Don't talk about
so bad for him, but
I know.
Don't get him started on the Texans.
Don't.
Oh, we already went there yesterday. We way there.
But see, Chris, you know what's funny is that because I do Texans coverage, that's the Hall of Fame game that night, and so there's no Texans coverage that morning, which means I'm not going to be going anywhere because I'm not going to the game because I'm not paying to go to Canton.
Okay, so the Texans are in the Hall of Fame game.
They're in the Hall of Fame game.
Who do they play?
I'm going to be free all morning before I have to work all night.
Beauty.
And so look at that. It just crosses out.
Kill
2 birds with 1 stone. Exactly.
Who do they play?
Chicago. Which again, do they play Chicago? No, but do they play Chicago? Or do they play the Bears version of the JV squad because of all the starters?
Will Caleb Williams step foot on the field in a game like that?
Guarantee you, he will not take one single.
That seems crazy to me. I don't care what pick you are. You've never played an NFL game.
Dude.
I feel like you could use all the reps you can get. Am I wrong in that thinking?
On a
That's
field
the training camp, though.
It's not even training camp, Lucas. It's the fact that it's the field. Like, you're not going to play somebody that could.
Yeah, you're playing on a high school stadium.
That's what I'm saying. You're not going to play the number 1 pick on the high school stadium for his debut. You're not even going to let him take a knee in that game. He's not going to come out for the final knee down. You're calling it a day. You're not going to risk him tearing his Achilles on a high school field.
Hey, you know how these players are nowadays about their injuries. They will sit out for anything.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I don't blame them. I'd tell my team to make him sit down if I'm being completely honest. I'd be like, no, you ain't playing. CJ Stroud could be like, all right, let's go, guys. What the hell are you doing? Sit down and stay over there. We're not risking you. We're not risking our championship window because you want to play in Canton. I don't care. But it's been my dream. The dream is dead. Congratulations. And I'm the Grim Reaper.
Zay, do we know if Texas Sports Unfiltered is going to have a fantasy football league?
Oh, that's a good question.
I know you got to go, but I figured I'd ask.
Yeah, that's a good question. We're
getting to that time of year, the draft time of year. That's when like everybody's drafts start happening. So
yeah, I'm definitely down. I won my fantasy league, the real one that I was in this past year. So I'm riding the high right now and some momentum. So I'm feeling pretty good about myself. But Cole, appreciate you today. Chris, Lucas, y'all have a great show.
Yeah, y'all be good, guys. Appreciate you. Lucas, what's going on, man? Guys, we are back. Texas Sports Unfiltered. We're here. SEC Unfiltered, live every single day, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain Time. As well, Monday through Friday, we're rocking, we're rolling as we continue to count down the days to kick off to the college football season, NFL, you name it, everything in between. Guys, we want to hear from you throughout the show, whether you're on X, you're on YouTube, you're on Facebook. Make sure you leave us a comment, a question, whatever. We want you to interact and engage with the show. And like I mentioned, I am Chris Phillips. He is Lucas Hill joining me here on this Tuesday. Lucas, what's up, man? How you doing? Stash is looking pristine, by the way.
Yes. I want to grow it out, see if I can curl it.
The stash is you're giving me big time Paul Skeens vibes. Big Paul Skeens
You
vibes.
do not know how many times I have been called Paul Skeens over the last year.
I mean, I see it. I see it. I mean, I see it firsthand. I mean, absolutely. So it's a good look. Listen, it's a good look. I mean, he got Livy done, so it's not a bad look.
Yes. My chances go up through the roof now.
Yeah, I mean, doppelganger, man. Legitimate doppelganger right here. Lucas, man, again, appreciate you taking the time, man. We're less than 40 days away from kickoff. We've got Big Ten media days taking place right now, ACC media days, which it's kind of funny. It hadn't been lost to me, Lucas, that like the SEC makes sure that nobody else is having their. I wonder if that's something where, like, because I'm sure there's flexibility in scheduling. What do you think would happen if the SEC has media days and the ACC all of a sudden was like, no, we're going to move ours to that week too? Or are they smart enough to know that would be dumb because literally nobody would be paying attention? I mean, people are probably barely paying attention right now as it is, unless you're goalish with South Florida with the comments he made, or I don't know. I think I saw a comment. Dabo Sweeney said something about why don't we have a Paul Feinbaum essentially. So, yeah, I wonder what would happen if they tried to do that. I mean, it would probably be conference suicide trying to go head to head with the SEC, but we'll start there, Lucas. I mean, we didn't get to have conversation with you about it. Did you have any major takeaways from SEC Media Days? You know, it's funny. I'm going on with Matt Moscona after this, shameless plug, to talk SEC Media Days. And, of course, you know Matt. He's an LSU guy. It's funny. It's almost like you forgot Brian Kelly spoke at Media Days because he was the first coach, and that was so long ago. But any takeaways from Kelly? Any other takeaways from Media Days? Did you walk away something sticking out to you?
Well, Steve Sarkisian just stole the show from the moment he stepped on the podium. He addressed the move from the Big 12 to the SEC and addressed the challenges that would come. But when you look, obviously, I've talked about Texas's schedule and I've talked about the amount of talent that he brings. And he addressed all of that. He addressed it well. I mean, he knew that coming into Dallas, he had to make a statement. And he did. He did a fantastic job of addressing their situation, the ties of adjusting their time from the Big 12 to the big boys in the SEC, and how they'll be able to just be able to compete in that sort of environment. And overall, I mean, he stole the show head over heels above any other coach.
Yeah, I thought Sark was really good at the podium. To your point, I thought he was, you know, when you're thinking in terms of the right leader to bring you into a new era, I thought Sark certainly presented himself as that guy. And I think he is that guy, by the way. But I agree with you. I thought he really did steal. You know, and it's interesting, Lucas. I told somebody else this, and, you know, being there in person, normally, and this is only my second SEC Media Days, but comparing last year in Nashville to this summer in Dallas, when it was Alabama Day in Nashville, and of course Nick Saban was still the coach, but when it was Bama Day, you woke up and you're like, it's Bama Day. Like that sucked all the other oxygen out of the room. Like any of the other storylines on that day, they became kind of a footnote because it was Alabama Day. It was interesting in Dallas. I woke up, Lucas, and I said, it's Texas Day. It's Steve Sarkisian Day. It's Quinn Ewers Day. And oh, by the way, Alabama's speaking first. Like it was wild how that was my thought process. Not even intentionally necessarily, but Texas stole the show, man. I mean, again, that's why we were in the state of Texas, though. Let's be fair. We were in Dallas because Texas and OU joined the league, which I learned a fun fact. Oklahoma, Norman's actually closer to Dallas than Austin is to Dallas. So that was an interesting fact I learned. But anyways, it was a really wild vibe. And like poor, like, what was it on Bama? Who was between Bama? I think we had Billy Napier in the afternoon before Steve Sarkisian. And before Napier, following DeBoer, it was Heupel, I think. No, I think it was Heupel. I could be wrong. Either way, though, those two programs obviously just sucked the energy, sucked the air out for everybody else, which was kind of funny. But Texas stole the show, man, for sure. They stole the show. So
and it's funny how, like you mentioned before, you'd wake up in 23 and say, oh, it's Alabama Day and Nick Saban. Now it's crazy how the tides have turned. So it makes you realize that Texas has a real opportunity to become a new blue blood in the SEC, competing with Georgia and obviously with Alabama, with LSU. You know, it's pretty awesome to see that because of where they scheduled media days for this year, it was perfect for them to be put on full display, and they took real good advantage of that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, heck, you speak of Texas, man, talking about blue blood. I mean, our good friend Josh Pates got Texas in the national championship. So
I don't blame him.
Taking on Ohio State winning it all. So
yeah, and Ohio State's got a real good advantage to go to the national championship as well. Even if they lose to Michigan for what could be the 4th or 5th straight time this year, they get that advantage because they're playing a relatively weak schedule this year. That gives them an upstart advantage to get into that 12 team. And if they get Michigan again in a rematch, it's going to be over with as soon as the whistle blows, because you know Ohio State's going to be a hell of a lot better than they were in the regular season. And I do think that this is going to be make or break for Ryan Day's tenure there. I'm not saying he's going to be fired this year, unlike what some other media personnel say. But this is a real good chance for, despite the talent of what Ohio State lost, they have an opportunity to get back into that national title landscape. And I do think they have the right track to win the national title as well.
We just mentioned Ohio State, Ryan Day. Let's jump there, Lucas, because, again, across the college football world, you can tell, by the way, Lucas, that it's talking season, and it's maybe somewhat wearing on some people. I think, hopefully, at least, we're keeping people engaged, entertained. We're doing different things like game-by-game predictions, other talking points like some of the segments you're doing, but you can tell we get to a certain point in the year where people are just ready, even if it's fall camp, even if it's preseason, just get me some football on the field. Like enough with the chatter. And you see some folks in our industry and media that start fishing for things to talk about. I don't know if they don't schedule out their content correctly, or it's just what they do. But our good friend Paul Feinbaum, speaking of that, went on today and had a take saying that Ryan Day should be fired if Ohio State loses to Michigan again. Is he valid in that take? Why or why not? I think it's crazy, by the way. It's insane to me to think that, this is a guy that his record is as gaudy as it gets. Thoughts on Paul Feinbaum saying Ryan Day should be fired if Ohio State loses to Michigan?
Well, you're just looking for another soundbite at this point, because it's unbelievable to think about what he's done since he took over for Urban Meyer and the situations he had to deal with taking over for Urban Meyer in the midst of scandal and in the midst of allegations of sexual assault from one of his former assistants. And he takes over that program and he continues the success that they've had since the 2010s. And they played in the for a national title, I believe, 3 or 4 times during his tenure. And the fact of the matter is, yeah, he may have lost to Michigan 3 straight times, but the fact of the matter is that he's going to be fired after the season if he loses again. That is ludicrous. Michigan is going to take a big step back this year. There's no way you're going to see Michigan even have a prayer of making a college football playoff. Although I will say, you never know what's going to happen in college football. This could be another 2007. We don't know. But you got to be crazy unless Ohio State goes 0-11 this year for Ryan Day to even be fired. He's 56-8 as a head coach. He's won 2 Rose Bowls. He should have won a national championship in 21 if they don't miss that field goal or if Marvin Harrison doesn't get hurt during that game. And I still think that 21 was probably Ohio State's best team that they ever had. When you have Chris Olave, when you have Marvin Harrison, when you have C.J. Stroud, I believe Travion Henderson was a freshman during that time, and he was still a very good back. And fact of the matter is, they just ran into bad luck whenever Georgia came into the playoff. And really, I'm sorry, that was 22 they played. They just ran into some bad luck on a bad field goal that at the strike of midnight, bad luck just decides to fall on Ohio State. But this is just a horrible take from Feinbaum. And I respect Paul. He's been around the industry for the last 20 years and has had some very valid, reasonable takes and has been a very credible source for college football. But the fact of the matter is that he's going to make a take like this is just ludicrous.
What do you think about Paul Feinbaum and Lane Kiffin's little tizzy at SEC Media Days?
It won't be the last time they meet together and do something like that. I mean, I don't know what Paul Feinbaum's vendetta is against Ole Miss, but he's been acting like that towards that program since Hugh Freeze was there. And it's funny to see every time they interact. You're getting the troll of college football against one of the best media personalities in the SEC. And when you get them head-to-head, you know who's going to win that battle anytime. I mean, Nick Saban's had his clashes, and he's called him out on it, and now it's Lane Kiffin's turn. It's just passing the torch on. So it's nothing new. It's what college football is all about, especially during talking season. So it's what you're going to expect a lot during this type of season.
Lucas, I'm jumping all over the place, but I'm curious to get your take because, again, you're down there in the state of Louisiana near Baton Rouge. What's the vibe and the mood down there? Brian Kelly entering year 3, won the West in year 1. Last year, you have a player win the Heisman. I mean, that's really cool, but I feel like most LSU fans look at last year as they'll forever look at it as what if our defense had a pulse? I mean, really, truly, because that was a team that could have won the national championship. What's the vibe you're sensing around Baton Rouge in the state of Louisiana, year 3 of Brian Kelly, now with a 12-team playoff, where I kind of look at LSU, Lucas, as a program that will expect to be in the playoff, if not every year, most years, right? Most years. So are you sensing a pressure? Is there an optimism moving forward with no more Jaden Daniels, Brian Thomas, Malik Neighbors, Blake Baker taking over at DC? Like, what's the vibe you're catching from LSU fans?
Well, let me give you a history lesson real fast, Chris. Year 3 or 4 for LSU has always been the golden year for head coaches, dating back to the Nick Saban year. In 2003, this was his 4th overall season. They go on to win the national championship that year. Then Les Miles comes in 2005. 2007, his 3rd year, they go on to win the national championship. And then in comes Ed Orgeron. In year 3, they have the greatest team ever assembled. They win the national championship. Is this the same trend for Brian Kelly going into his 3rd year? We'll just have to see. They certainly will take a little step back, at least a couple feet, because it's hard to replace a Jaden Daniels that's a Heisman Trophy winner and 2 first-round draft picks in wide receivers in Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas. But there's a lot of moving pieces that are going to be very critical for this LSU offense. You bring back an elite running back room with Josh Williams, with Noah Cain, and guys like that. The receiving room is still going to be very good with C.J. Daniels, with Kyron Lacey, with Chris Hilton, with Greg Clayton, who I think is going to break out this year. You have one of the best offensive lines in college football. On the defensive side of the ball, it's going to be an improvement as well. They're not going to be one of the worst defenses in college football. They'll do enough to help LSU get to a playoff, especially with expansion coming in. You've got a guy in Harold Perkins who should be better this year now that he's playing a Mike linebacker. The biggest concern for LSU, though, and what many fans are talking about, is the interior of this defensive line. Now, you do have some experience with Jacobian Guillory and a transfer from Wisconsin and Gio Paez, who should be a good addition, but it's still a young interior. You're losing Mason Smith, you're losing Jordan Jefferson, you're losing those 2 guys who were an anchor for you last year and actually performed better than expected. But you're still low in depth there. And the secondary still has a lot of work. They're a young team. And one of your young guys that you trusted at the end of the season just got arrested. We don't know how long he's going to be suspended for. So Obviously, there's a lot of pressure, especially on the defensive side of the ball, to improve. You will see a lot of improvement. But for Brian Kelly in year 3, expectation is potentially a national title. But the amount of talent that's on this team, I don't think it's going to be enough to be a national championship player. A college football playoff will be expected. Maybe even get a playoff win or 2, but don't expect anything else much from there. But this will be still a fantastic year and a much improved season for BK going into year 3.
So I would imagine the goal, then, the expectation, double-digit wins. Just got to get a double-digit wins. I mean, is 9-3? How are we feeling about 9-3?
If depends on how bad the 3 losses are. If you're getting blown out in these 3 losses, no. If you're keeping it within 1 possession games, then maybe so. That may be enough to be for the committee to look at and say, okay, they played hard in these 3 games. They kept it competitive during this stretch, but how does it compare to these 10-2 teams that also had similar situations, either in the Big 12 or the Pac-2, as they call it? We'll just have to see from there. There's still a lot of question marks to see if a 9-3 LSU will be in the college football playoff, because for the longest time we talked about a 2-loss team either being in the postseason and for a national title or in the college football playoff. LSU almost did it twice. They did it in 22 before they lost to Texas A&M and Georgia at the end of that season. And they did it in 07 when they went 11-2, lost 2 triple overtime games during that crazy season and somehow got in. Who knows? 24 is going to be a fun year in college football, without a doubt. It might be one of the most fun years we've seen in the last 10 years with expansion, with conference realignment. Hopefully talking season will be over with soon enough so that we can actually get to the action.
I do think you mentioned the 07 season, Lucas. I don't know if anything will ever top that. But with the 12-team college football playoff, so many more teams. I know that some folks think of it as, the regular season means less. I think it means more. I think there's more games that matter. I think there's, obviously the more teams getting in. I think it's the product is going to be the drama for folks like us, especially. There's so much more to talk about, so much more to focus on. We were talking, Lucas, earlier, SEC Media Days and Media Days in general. It is Media Days for the American Conference. And the reason I bring that up, why would you talk about that? Alex Golesh, the South Florida head coach, was asked about playing Alabama, playing Miami, the advantages of that, and getting your team prepared. You have to go play Bama. You have to go play Miami. His response was Bama and Miami, they got to play South Florida. Thoughts on you're a football guy, so I want to hear your take. Thoughts on the confidence from Golesh. And he even mentioned last year's game. Hey, we were a couple plays away from, a positive result in that Bama game, winning that Bama game. They get Miami on their home field, by the way, which kudos USF. Thoughts on Golesh and his confidence entering the year?
Come on, dude. I mean, come on.
You don't like the confidence?
Come on. Like I mentioned earlier,
this
is all about just getting a sound bite out. This is all you have to put your team on display, especially at Media Day. That's what every college football coach needs to do. And I love the enthusiasm from Alex Golesh. And I think he gets a little bit from Josh Heupel whenever he was the OC at Tennessee during his 2 years. It's a bold thing to say that you got to go play, that Alabama and Miami both got to play South Florida. Come on, dude. You got to go play Bama at Bryant-Denny. And, yeah, Miami may have to go to – are they still playing in Raymond James, or are they still –
Yeah, Raymond James in Tampa, yeah.
You're playing in a pro stadium. That's basically a neutral site for both of them. Come on. Look, I think South Florida is going to be a rising team. It went 7-6 last year, and from 2019 all the way to 2022, won 8 games in total. So Alex Golesh has the tools in place to help this South Florida team really reach its full potential and to be back as a contender in the American Conference. And I think they will be this year. But to say that Alabama and Miami have to come play you, you're just putting a target on your back. And teams are going, and they're both going to notice that. That is just going to hype that team up even more. And it's worked really bad in the past. If you look at Vanderbilt, who said, we just beat Kansas State, Alabama, you're next. They put up 55 on them. I'm guaranteeing you the same thing is going to happen this year. No disrespect to Alex Golesh at all. Great coach, great human being. Been following him since he was at Tennessee. But the talent isn't there to compete with the big boys in the SEC and the ACC, respectively. Doesn't matter who's the coach there, whether it be Kalen DeBoer or Nick Saban or Dennis Erickson or Larry Coker or Jimmy Johnson. It don't matter who's there. You're still playing a program that is among the elite in college football. So it's going to be fun to watch those games. That's definitely going to generate some more TV airtime, just like Colorado and Colorado State had last year with the hype that's surrounded there. The exact same thing is happening during media days for the American Conference and what Alex Golesh said.
Jake Bayless in the comments, Lucas had this to say. What else is he supposed to say? Quote, yeah, we're going to get our shit pushed in, LOL. So I get what you're saying. I get what he's saying. I mean, listen, I'm starting to drop game-by-game predictions. I already talked about the Bama-South Florida game. I think Bama's going to, that game in Tuscaloosa, I think they're going to take out some frustration from last year, I think, in that ball game. So I don't think it would have mattered if Golesh said anything. To your point, it puts a little bit of a target, no doubt, puts a little bit more emphasis. They're going to be playing that probably the week of the game, what have you. But we'll see. We'll see how much it really matters in the end. So, like I said, Lucas, less than 40 days away until kickoff. When does it? Are you someone that? Do you look at media days the start of kickoff? Is it when fall camp begins? That's when I guess, I mean, for someone like you and really for us, football season never ends. But is there a moment for you where it clicks, where it's like, okay, it is really, truly like it is football season now. We are in it. Like this is the start of the football season. Is it media days? Is it start of fall camp? What's that timeline for you?
In about 9 days, Chris, August 1st, when fall camp starts for many teams around college football, that is when college football is really going to begin. Yeah. And we love talking about it. We love talking season, like Steve Spurrier says. The media loves it. But for me, a guy that's played college ball before, that has loved the game ever since he was a little kid, when August comes around, that's when it gets real. That's when you have coaches getting up your butt and emphasizing the importance of the season. When you really start to realize that's when the off-season workouts that you grinded all summer for, when you had max days near the end of July, that's when it really gets real at the end of the season. Come August 1st, when college football comes around, when you have a strength coach blowing the whistle and said it's game, it's time to get after it, that's when you know college football is really beginning. And it's a fun time. If you're a part of the media and you get to witness those guys out there get hyped for it, that's when you know that despite the sweat that's pouring out of their helmets, despite how bad they may smell coming off of the field, that's the smell of college football, Chris. And there is nobody more excited about it than the guys that are on the field and us as media personnel when August 1st hits.
Yeah, it's even when just getting practice reports, because it's we used to get a lot more, Lucas, out of fall camp. There used to be open practices, and now not so much. These coaches are so anal; they don't want anything getting out. That nothing, right? But we used to get a ton. I mean, even still, though, you do this long enough, you make enough connects around the SEC, around college football, and you're able to get some kind of practice intel and some tidbits. This guy's popping, this guy's shining, whatever. And again, Jake Bayless comments ask, when does college football season start? I'd love to open this up to everybody. When does it start for you? when the pads are popping. I mean, that's really, truly, man. Like when we get pads popping, that's when football really begins. So I'm someone, Lucas, I was always, doing my I don't, I'm ready for the season to get here, but I love the preseason content. I'm a content guy. I love the content. I love dropping predictions and previews and talking with guests and all that good stuff. But I get about 3 weeks from kickoff and I get really like antsy. I'm like, okay, like we're starting to have the same conversations over and over and over again. It's kind of how I feel at times. And we're just putting different spins and different angles and what have you. Because I mean, again, when you're us, Lucas, it's crazy. We have literally been breaking down the 2024 season in some capacity since February. Literally since February. Whether it's talking about a new transfer portal edition, it's talking about spring practice as a whole, it's what are some bold predictions, who's going to overachieve, underachieve, offense, defense, special team. It's just, it never stops, man. It never stops. Then we got signing day in December. We got national title January 20th. We've got the other signing day early February. It just never really stops. So which we love. So
one of my favorite things that I like to do is I like to go back to old games and I like to look at some of them. What was college football like back in that day? I like to chat with some of the guys that played in those games. And a little sneak peek, I'll be having Jaquez Green, former Florida All-American receiver. I'll be having him on SEC Unfiltered very soon in the coming weeks. And we'll be breaking down a game of his choice. I'm not sure what he wants to do yet, but really stay tuned to that for more. Going to be a fun little tidbit episode to talk with a guy of the past. And that's one of my favorite things is just all of that, getting to interact with guys like that. What did they experience from their past? What was it like, winning either a national title or an SEC title or whatever it was? Just getting to interact with those individuals and hear those stories is so much fun, and that's what's lost in college football. You don't really hear the stories of the past before. Those kind of get lost in history because once that year's over, we're going off to another season. Well, why not dive back into the past? Go talk to some of the guys that got to experience those moments, and that's what I want to do and help them share their stories. That's why I'm going to have a guy like Jaquez Green on, and I'm going to have more on before the season begins, and it's going to be a lot of fun to get to experience those moments with those guys and really have their stories shared on such a big platform,
Yeah, and Lucas, you're doing great work, man. And obviously, guys, stay tuned to SEC Unfiltered, all of our preseason content. I want to shift gears, Lucas. The New York Post just posted this, and Texas fans will be familiar with this guy because they used to be in the same conference as him. The New York Post, this is their tweet leading to an article. Lucas, I'm going to read this off for you. New York Post today posted this. 2024 college football predictions. Avery Johnson will win the Heisman Trophy. Kansas State quarterback, Avery Johnson. So there you go. Speaking of being in prediction season and us needing kickoff.
I'm not even going to lie to you. I've never even heard of Avery Johnson until you mentioned him.
Yeah, and he's a young guy.
That just shows, I guess I'm just ignorant because I don't know who this guy is.
Lucas says football's not played outside of the Southeast.
No. But go ahead, man.
No, I was just going to say, I'm not, I'm not super familiar with his game. I've seen a little bit here and there. I knew who he was, but he's kind of a newer player to college football a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm looking at ESPN Wichita's tweet just now. He was Division I Male Athlete of the Year, according to them, which honestly I've never heard of, but hey, that's fantastic. But looking at what he did against NC State last year in the Pop-Tarts Bowl, he's got talent, but the problem is his accuracy is very poor. And obviously you got to replace a great quarterback like Will Howard, who's now at Ohio State. But he's got a good offensive coordinator in Matt Wells, who's been with Oklahoma. He's been at Texas Tech. He's been with Utah State. He was the head coach there for a while. He had some great offenses during that tenure, and he's under a great system with a great coach like Chris Klieman, who's been around the game for a while, who knows what it means to win. And he hasn't had a Heisman Trophy winner yet from Kansas State, but it's bold to say a guy like that is going to win the Heisman Trophy. But we'll just have to see what happens this year. He's got some talent, but if he gets that passing accuracy up to around 60, 65%, his chances are going to go up pretty well. So we'll just have to see what happens with Kansas State this year. They're definitely going to take a step back after losing, guys like Colin Klein, who's now at Texas A&M. But we'll just have to see what Kansas State's offense does this year with the production that they've lost from the previous couple of years. So Avery Johnson's got a lot of pressure going into this season as a young quarterback, but I don't think he's a Heisman Trophy winner one bit, but I do believe that if not this year, maybe next year, he's at least a candidate.
Who's your favorite this year to win the Heisman, Lucas? Coming in. Lucas coming in. We may have lost him or he lost me. Can you hear me okay, Lucas? It might be me. Let's see. I don't think it is. And Lucas just jumped off. So we're going to wait and get him back here. Technology is great until it isn't. Let's see. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. We should be good to go. I think Lucas is going to jump back in here. Technical issues, I think, on his side. Okay. All right. It's cool. We'll get him back in here. So Lucas probably doesn't know this. I don't know if he can hear me or not. He's jumping back in. Said he had mic issues. StreamYard's been acting kind of crazy today. I've had issues on my end as well. I use the same exact platform. Let's see. Lucas, what's up, man? I think I can hear you fine now.
There we go. Now I got you. My apologies, dude.
I don't know. I thought it was me. I don't even know if it was you. So I was doing content today earlier on StreamYard, and it was acting crazy buggy a couple times. Okay. I don't know if that was you. You're good. You're good. Rob letting us know dead air. Yeah, I don't think we've ever had dead air. There it was. So, no, anyways, man, it was crazy. Technology is great until it isn't, brother. I mean, it messes up whenever. But yeah, we're definitely at that point, man. I mean, listen, I'm dropping game by game predictions. I've already dropped Bama on social media. We've got Arkansas dropping later today as well. Going to do 2 teams per day through the end of the week, and then next week as well because we got 16 teams. Then we'll jump into team previews. We'll get special guests on from all the different teams and do kind of a comprehensive offensive, defensive, special teams and an overall outlook. But so we'll drop Texas. I'll drop my game by game predictions for Texas next week. But we're definitely at that point again, Lucas, where it's like the storylines are, and I'm not saying all this to say because like we had nothing to talk about today, because there's always something to talk about, but we're definitely to a point where we're kind of fishing a little bit. I will ask you this: are you a big preseason magazine guy?
Every now and then I'll love a preseason magazine, but yeah, but I don't really actually read the magazine. I'll just go in and take a look around the internet and see what we got. I'm big on way too early predictions, but when it comes to actually in season, I'm just waiting for the polls to come out and we'll see what we got from there.
Well, I'm a big preseason magazine guy. I'm not sure if you've heard of Pick Six Previews before, but we are featured in there this year as a proud partner and sponsor of Pick Six Previews on the SEC page. So they had some very, very interesting picks for their preseason rankings, which I'll run through. And just in regards to where they had the SEC teams, Georgia 1, Texas 4, Ole Miss 5, Bama 9. Bama not in the top 5. Bama 9. LSU 13, or excuse me, Tennessee 13, LSU 15, Oklahoma 16, A&M 18, Mizzou 19, 30 Kentucky. This is full Power 4 rankings. Kentucky 30th, Auburn 31st, Florida 35th, South Carolina 41st, Arkansas 47th, Mississippi State 58th, and Vanderbilt 70th. So
that's actually not bad for
Mizzou at 19.
That's not bad for where Vanderbilt is, not gonna lie.
Well, again, it's Power 4 rankings only. So they're 70 out of 70.
Oh,
yeah. They're dead last. Which really puts in perspective how far down like Mississippi State is, how far Arkansas down, how far down they are. Dude, Sam Pittman at Media Day said embrace the hog. You'll see my predictions drop tonight. I'm kind of embracing the hog, man. I'm embracing the hog. I for whatever reason, they need to beat Okie State early. And they've got a big game against Auburn and a big game against A&M. There's a world where Arkansas starts 4-0, Lucas. Like, absolutely. I'm skeptical of the A&M game because they just never seem to win that game outside of 2021. And I know Auburn's a hostile environment. They can beat Auburn. And I know Auburn clocked them last year, but the season had kind of going sideways. That was part of their home woes last year. But I don't think Auburn's unbeatable. I mean, so I don't know, man. I think Arkansas could start 4-0. I do.
I mean, with the offensive woes that Auburn has had, especially when you look at last year and you still return. You better offensive line is going to take a step back for Auburn. And I think that with Taylor Green in the backfield, with his legs and his ability to move outside the pocket, he's going to take advantage of that really easily. Their first 3 games or the entire month of September is really interesting. Team that still should be a contender in the Big 12 with Mike Gundy and with Ollie Gordon. You got to stop number 0 in the backfield. And if they don't do that, they're in for a world of trouble. But if you can get out of that at least 4-1 with the lone loss being Oklahoma State, and if you can pull off an upset against Texas A&M at AT&T, you put yourself in a much better position going into October, where you get Tennessee and LSU at home. You have an opportunity to pull off an upset or 2 there. I mean, this is not a relatively hard schedule when it comes to it. Once you get past the month of September, you should be in pretty decent position. But anything can happen at the end of the day. I'm really interested to see that Texas game, though, because if you remember, for a while, they were rivals when they were in the Southwest Conference from the late 60s to the early 90s.
And Arkansas's got a bye week before that. They've got bye weeks before LSU and Texas. It will not shock me if they win one of those 2 games.
Yeah, it gives them an extra week to prepare and with the opportunity for an upset at Heine. If I could see Arkansas potentially going 7-5 or 8-4 in the regular season. They're not going to win the SEC by no means, because you still got to play Texas, and you still got to play LSU, you still got to play Tennessee, you still got to play Texas A&M, still got to play Ole Miss. But either or, you have a great opportunity in front of you, and this should be a year that Arkansas should have a much better opportunity to get back to a bowl game this year and save Sam Pittman's job. When you got a brand new offensive coordinator in Bobby Petrino, who's going to be able to harness the talent that Taylor Green has, bring him a much better offensive line than what he had at Boise State. And now you're putting Green in a position to where he can succeed with guys like Luke has, with Andrew Armstrong in the outside, with a great running back in Jaquindon Jackson, who ran for almost 1,000 yards while he was at Utah, averaged almost 5 yards a carry during his 2 years there. So you're putting him in a fantastic position. And I think Arkansas is going to shock a lot of teams. I think he's there. The reason why Sam Pittman isn't under a whole lot of stress as Billy Napier is because of their strength of schedule. Sam Pittman has a much better opportunity to save his job than what Billy Napier has right now. But
it's interesting though, Lucas, as we get closer to the season, I'm kind of leaning into, I think Napier is going to be back next year. I feel pretty confident he's going to be back. I really do. I think they want to hold that thing together down there in Gainesville. Listen, I don't think you keep the wrong guy employed for one prospect for a quarterback. But I mean, man, I can't imagine a worse scenario than pulling the trigger on Napier and DJ Lagway hitting the portal and him going somewhere and being an absolute star. Because he's probably going to be a star. Like, wherever he goes, he's going to be a star. So I think unless the wheels fall off, like I've got them at 5-7, and I would say bring Napier back. Because all you're doing, if you fire him, and context is important, right? Like if they go 5-7, if they go 6-6, the losses need to be competitive. But all you're doing if you move on from Napier is you have the same schedule next year, but flipped. And so the new guy's got a terrible schedule, and he's losing the guy that's going to be his best player in DJ Lagway. So, I mean, I don't know, man. I think Florida's also going to be better than people think. I think Florida could be a bowl team. I think Florida could get to 7 wins. I really do. So I'm kind of warming up to the idea that he will be back next year. So I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy for that, but
no, I can see where you can say that, because the first 3 for the month of September, you should be 3-1 or 4-0.
They need to win the in-state games. FSU, I don't know that you have to win that one because FSU could turn out to be pretty good. They have to beat Miami and they have to beat Central Florida. And of course Samford, which I guess is in the state of Florida. They're in Florida, right? Samford?
I think they're in Georgia.
Are they in Georgia? Okay. Well, anyways, you can't lose a Samford, no duh. That one's even got a storyline, by the way, Lucas. That's got a storyline because the last time Samford came to Gainesville, they put up 52 points. So, that's a talking point, although Samford's going to be really bad this year. That's a talking point, but, you got to beat Miami. If you lose to either Miami or UCF, the wheels could come off. Now, you could lose to Miami and rebound, but it just, for what that fan base needs and what that program needs, you desperately need to win both those games. A&M in the conference opener is huge in the swamp. To your point, they could. Florida is so fascinating because they could start 1-4 or they could start 5-0. I think both scenarios are possible.
Yeah, and you've got talent on both sides of the ball to be able to get to that point. And I agree with you with the opportunity that they have right now to potentially get to a bowl game. But the most brutal part of this schedule is from October 12th all the way to the end of the season. When you go to Neyland Stadium, when you play Kentucky, who could be a real shocker in the SEC, you play Georgia in the cocktail party, you go to Darrell K. Royal to play Texas, and then you're home for the next 2 games against LSU and Ole Miss, who LSU has beaten Florida in the swamp the last 2 or 3 years, and Florida's just statistically had a rough stretch when playing LSU in the swamp since 2020. And then obviously loading up against a really good Ole Miss team who is going to be a top 5 team come this year with just the amount of talent that they have. And then obviously you have the big showdown with Florida State. If you got, like you mentioned, you got to get off to a big start. If you can get to 4-1 or 5-0, you're in prime position to get to a bowl game, because you can pull off an upset against a Kentucky. You can pull off an upset against LSU or Florida State, because Florida State's going to take a big step back this year. They're not going to be like they were last year and go 13-0 in the regular season and win the ACC. So 7 wins isn't out of the question, but the pressure is mounting for Billy Napier because if they get off to a slow start, the wheels, like you mentioned, are going to come off as soon as the season gets underway.
Speaking of Florida, Lucas, we got some breaking news from my guy Nick De La Torre. Says breaking lawyers for Billy Napier, Marcus Castro Walker, and Hugh Hathcock have filed a motion to dismiss the lawsuit filed against them by Jaden Rashada. So
that whole situation is so insane because
hold on. It says the lawsuit circles around a 4-year, $13.85 million contract that played a crucial role in Rashada flipping his commitment. Yeah. So they want him to, or they want it to be dismissed. There you go.
I mean, you just want this whole lawsuit to just get over with. This is ridiculous. And this just goes to show you how NIL has gotten out of hand in some sort. You know, it's unbelievable to me to see what has happened with the lawsuit of this case. Because this is way too ridiculous to be giving a 17, 18-year-old kid this much money, and he hasn't even taken a step in the practice field in Gainesville. And look at what he did last year with Arizona State. He didn't do anything. He didn't show why he was a top prospect. And now he's just going to go be a backup in Georgia? Come on, dude. I mean, if you're going to ask for that much money, you need to be playing. You hardly played while you were at Arizona State. And now you're going to hardly play this year because you're going to be stuck behind a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback in Carson Beck. This whole lawsuit is ridiculous. And the fact of that, there was a breach of conduct. There was no contract that was ever signed, to my knowledge, whenever he initially verbally committed to Florida. So, and I don't think he signed an NLI. I could be wrong, though. But if you don't sign a letter of intent that you're going to go play at Florida, that contract means nothing. So this was an issue that should have never even come up.
It's unfortunately one of the bad stories of NIL. It is talking to the Gators guys, we talked about this, obviously behind closed doors in Omaha, and it's the Florida guys were there. It's a wild story, man. It's why and most of them thought there's just going to be a settlement. It's going to kind of go away, like you mentioned, with a settlement. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know. And the rivalry between Georgia and Florida, the way it grows, where Kirby Smart basically said he gave him his blessing to do this, which, I mean, I wouldn't want to get in the way either. That family seems, that family seems kind of interesting, to say the least. So I know Florida is going to be really, really happy to turn the attention fully to football when the season gets here. So, which I would imagine it'll be over by then. I'd imagine it'll be done.
And they need to put this whole lawsuit behind them and start focusing on what's important. And they're trying to. And I know Billy Napier is under a lot of stress with this as well. That's not the only thing he's worried, because he's worried about his job. He's got this lawsuit going on right now, pressure from the fans, because this is, like we mentioned already, this is a fan base that is consistently asking for national championships and New Year's Six bowls, et cetera, et cetera. And you're dealing with this behind closed doors, and we don't know the full story of what happened. We're just being told what we've been delivered from ESPN, from the Sun Centennial, from all these different publications. And I'm hoping that it doesn't expand to when the college football season begins. But from the way it's going, this is going to last maybe another year. And that's just going to add more pressure for Billy Napier. Hopefully this will be resolved soon, but it's not going to happen before the start of college football. I can guarantee you that.
Lucas, before we get out of here really quickly, is there a team at the bottom of the SEC? At least when I say bottom, like the preseason power rankings or where the media selected each of these teams. Is there a team down at the bottom that you feel like, and maybe it doesn't have to be at the very bottom, but a team that you feel like is not getting enough love, maybe getting disrespected in some aspects, that you think is going to overachieve their preseason expectations and be much better than folks are expecting?
Well, I'll tell you what, Mississippi State is in a pretty good position right now because, yeah, you may not have an offensive coordinator right now, but you really already have one in Jeff Levy. Because I
feel like making a bowl game for them would be a really good season.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about that. I know some people have had them at 4-8. Some have had them at 5-7. Like you mentioned, they do have an opportunity to get to a bowl game. They should start off the season at 3-0. They play Eastern Kentucky, Arizona State, and Toledo. The biggest test, however, is going to be when Florida comes to Davis Wade. If they can beat Florida, then you're in a great position. Although you'll end it off with back-to-back losses, going to Samford and going to DKR to play Texas and Georgia. But when you should get wins against Arkansas, you should get wins against UMass, and that should be enough to get to a bowl game. And that's going to be success for people down in Starkville who haven't been accustomed to bowl game wins on a consistent basis since the Dan Mullen era. And people have been wanting for that era of Mississippi State football to come back. They tried to get it with the late, great Mike Leach. And as good of a job as Mike Leach did, he was just in a horrible position to try and succeed with him. You know, they won 9 games in 22, but I mean, other than that, there really wasn't a whole lot going on with that team. And Mississippi State is going to take a big step up from where they were last year. Their offense is going to be so much better. They're not going to be at the bottom of the SEC in points per game. Blake Shapen's going to have a much better year. He's in a great position with a great offensive mind in Jeff Levy, and this offense is just going to take off. The thing about it is, it's just surrounding him with weapons. But Mississippi State's going to turn a lot of heads this year because they've got a great defense. I think they'll be much better improved on the offensive side of the ball. So expect them to turn some heads in the SEC this year.
I like it. I like the State pick. That is one that I have not heard, so I like that. Most of the other guys at SEC Unfiltered don't believe in Jeff Levy for whatever reason, so that'd be fun to see him prove them wrong. I made a point today that I said to I asked Cole and Dave if they'd apologize to Jeff Levy if State makes a bowl game. So
I think it's the Oklahoma effect, honestly.
Maybe. Guys, we've hit 5 o'clock. Appreciate each and every single one of you tuning in, guys. We're live right here, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain. Time flies and you're having fun. I feel like we just jumped on here today and we're already at 5 o'clock. Lucas, appreciate you taking the time, my man. Always a pleasure. Always love chopping it up with you, talking college football. And again, guys, we appreciate you all being part of the show. Before we get out of here, Rodney Smith comments, says this lawsuit should be summarily dismissed. This could open the door for coaches to sue recruits for changing their minds after a commitment. Very interesting. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens with the lawsuit. And I think, as Lucas put it, man, the sooner we get to actually talking about football on the field, not lawsuits and conference realignment and NIL, the better. So, again, guys, make sure you stay tuned to Texas Sports Unfiltered. Stay tuned to SEC Unfiltered. We're across YouTube, podcast, social media. Anywhere you get everything, you can find SEC For Lucas Hill, I'm Chris Phillips. Appreciate each and every single one of you tuning in, and we will talk to you all tomorrow.